Ever wondered how you can break into business analysis or crush that CBAP certification without spending thousands? Well, this video is your game changer. Hey everyone, welcome to our Business Analysis Mastery course by Simplilearn. This isn't just a typical video, it's a step-by-step guide to help you ace the CBAP certification, moving you from a beginner to business analysis pro. Why is this video different? Because most people spend a lot on professional CBAP courses, but I'm giving you the same high quality content for free. Plus, we are not just talking about theory. We are diving deep into real world tools like Jira, Babok standards, and templates that will make you job ready or certified. Here's how we have structured this course to help you learn in an easy, organized way. First, we will dive into business analysis fundamentals, covering the core concept model like BACCM, and we will then define what value truly means in business context. You'll also learn core techniques like the 5 whys analysis for effective root cause investigation. Second, we will talk about business analysis planning and monitoring, where we will walk you through choosing between waterfall and agile approaches and how to plan stakeholder engagement, manage information, and improve performance throughout the project lifecycle. Third, we will tackle elicitation and collaboration. You will learn how to prepare and conduct elicitation activities, confirm results, and manage stakeholder collaboration to ensure success. We'll also focus on communicating with the right information at the right time. Fourth, we will dive into requirements and documentation techniques. We will teach you how to document business requirements effectively, manage user stories in Jira, and define acceptance criteria to ensure clarity in all your requirements. And fifth, we will master modeling and analytical techniques. You will learn how to use fishbone diagrams for root cause analysis, create entity relationship diagrams for data modeling, and analyze processes to make data-driven decisions. This course is packed with valuable insights and practical tools. So let's start your journey to become a certified business analyst. Also, if you're interested in boosting your career in business analysis, do not forget to check out our AI-powered business analyst course. Now, this course is perfect for professionals looking to enhance their skills with the latest tools like Power BI, Excel, SQL, all while gaining hands-on experience with real-world projects. You'll also learn how to leverage generative AI for smarter, faster decision making. Now, our program is IABA Babok V3 aligned, and it will help you prepare for certification like CBAP, CCBA. Also engage with 10 plus industry projects, 40 plus practical activities, and benefit from live online sessions led by experts. Plus, with Simplilearn's Job Assist, you will get the support you need to land your next big role. Now, before getting started, here's a quick quiz question for you. Which of these is the main goal of business analysis? Your options are to create software, to solve business problems and improve processes, to write code, or to manage a team. Let me know your answers in the comment section below. So without any further ado, let's get started.
Let's get started. Let's talk about first basic thing to start with, and that is what is business analysis. Suppose I say there is one 11-year-old boy and there is one 45-year-old woman. Boy and 45-year-old woman. You are working as the business analyst. You are the business analyst. And you get one instruction from your senior management or your senior manager that you have to explain inflation, the core concepts of inflation to one of them. Let me repeat. There is an 11-year-old boy, 45-year-old woman. You are working as a business analyst, yes, and you get some instructions from your senior manager that you have to explain the core concepts of inflation to one of them. You have to select one of them. Whom would you prefer and why? What will be your choice? You are the BA and you have to select one of them. But if you look at this topic, the topic is business analysis. And you all can see few questions. And this is what I was expecting as the answer, what I'm getting at the very end. You all must have, from the analysis perspective, first asked you should have come up with the questions like, we need to understand what is their background. We need to have more details around their educational qualification. We need to understand the level of their physical and mental fitness. If you're saying that somebody is young, young doesn't mean a young brain or talented person. 45-year-old woman, if she has spent 45 years on this planet Earth, that doesn't mean that she is experienced. Do not make any assumption when you start with your business analysis work. Business analysis must be totally based on factual evidences. Factual evidences should support your arguments, your solution. And this is from all across the world, from US, Canada, your Europe, your Australia, Singapore, everywhere. They've conducted one survey and they found few results. You look at this percentage here, everyone. 71% of failed software projects are traced to poor requirements globally. What are the poor requirements, everyone? Mark and everyone else, Somnath, Shirsa and others. How you define poor requirements? And why do you all think the percentage is such a huge percentage? This shows that the success rate is just 29%. What is the meaning of this poor requirement, everyone? What do you all understand by this word poor requirement? Especially people who have got some experience into the corporate world. How you will define poor requirements? Requirements not aligned with the objectives, requirements not fulfilling the demands of the customer, requirements with defects. Yes. So what is the first thing to start with? As Alpa is mentioning here, that they never knew about what are the requirements. You should have asked me this question, that what part of inflation do we need to explain? Why we need to explain inflation to them? How this is going to benefit them? Yes. What is the goal behind explaining them the inflation? So it's an important thing for the business analyst to ask questions, come up with proper 5WH analysis. What is the 5WH analysis? Asking questions like what needs to be done, where it has to be done, who is going to be impacted. And Shashi's come to a very good point here, that when you do not have the clear set of information, it will cause ambiguity, it will cause confusion, it would lead to a blame game, misinterpretation, confusion all around. It will be complete messed up at the end. So that's why it's an important thing when you start with your business analysis work, you have a detailed analysis that helps you come up with a structured, organized solution. Look at these percentages, everyone. 40% of the effort in an average software project is in fixing errors. Shashi, Apurva, Ritika and others, why do you all think we have the errors in any project? What is the main, you may say, factor that leads to this error? The main thing is that we are not clear with the requirements. We are not sure about the business intent. We don't know why at all we are analyzing this thing. Yes, and that results into a solution with bugs, issues, ambiguities. You can see a 56% of the effort is rework. 56%. Just 44% in work and 56% in rework. And 250 billion of annual waste were traced to poor requirements globally. These are few statistics. Those help us understand the importance of business analysis body of knowledge. What is the importance of lens? Is that for refining or for magnifying the things? Two important things If I talk about lens characteristics, there are two things. One is it will act as the magnifier, and one more thing, everyone. There are two things with any lens that makes lens special. One is magnification, another thing is focus. Yes, magnify, when we are talking about, magnifying is simply about how well you're able to perform your detailed analysis, how well you're able to break down the high level requirements into smaller granules or low level requirements. And focus is a very important thing. Focus is that as a business analyst, our complete focus should be around the business objectives to fulfill the business demands, to understand the business intent, mission, vision, and goals. And we should we should be neutral, and there shouldn't be no implementation biasness, not getting influenced by any set of stakeholders. This simply means that our focus should be to come up with an effective solution for the given business problem, and do not just focus upon few stakeholders and their demands. It's an important responsibility to talk to all the key stakeholders and come up with a solution that's in line with all the key stakeholders, not just a particular group. Next thing is to define needs and recommend solutions. When we talk about everyone defining needs, needs can be in the form of problems, or these can be in the form of opportunities to grow. Let's try to understand this thing with the help of projects in your LMS, and let's see how you'll define needs, how you'll identify the needs from the given project. You can say, let me make it very simple for you all to understand. High level requirement is just a summary, it's just the overview, and it gives you just the top view of what has to be implemented or what will be your possible solution. That top view, that main task has to be decomposed. You have to break it down into smaller tasks and activities, then smaller tasks and activities again, and ensure that you're coming up with the most fragment level information. Why I'm saying fragment level information? Because if you do not have fragment level, granular level, atomic level information, that may lead to assumptions, and assumptions may lead to errors. So that's why it's your responsibility as a business analyst to divide this main task, high level requirements, into smaller, granular, fragment level information. Okay. And that fragment level information is your solution requirement. Low level requirement, more technical? Answer is no. Low level requirement is the detailed requirements based on which we'll then come up with technical specification, and technical specification would then lead to the technical implementation. Let's talk about, everyone, the next thing, very important thing, and that is enablers. Let's see what are the enablers and what is their role when we talk about change. Change is, everyone, when we transition from the current state to the desired future state. Change is act of transformation. in response to the given business needs. Let's try to understand this thing with the help of one example. If I say, everyone, if I'm talking about the current state, also you can say as is state. Yes, this is the term that we use in business analysis world. Yes. Pratik has a very good point here that solution must be in line with the stakeholder requirements. But Prachi and others, stakeholder requirements is something that we have not discussed yet. That's the topic as part of chapter number 2. 2.3. We'll discuss stakeholder requirements in detail in the tomorrow's session. And with the help of Jira tool, we'll capture them. Okay. We'll talk about how to create the BRDs and all. So there we'll talk about the stakeholder requirements. We have not reached that stage yet. We're still on the very first task. Yes, we are very young in this course as of now. Let's discuss this thing. Current state is, or as is state is, that Apurva, Prachi, all these are Unilever employees, and they're going to cafeteria, the canteen, and they're ordering food there. They're having the food in the cafeteria. This is the current state. Future state is, everyone, the future state is, or the to be state is, that now Apurva, Prachi, Shashi, Bali Reddy, Junaid, they all are no longer going to the cafeteria. They all are ordering the meal online. They are using the canteen ordering system app in the mobile application, and they're ordering the meal online. My question to you all is, imagine if you're working as a business analyst and you have to ensure that nobody is going to the cafeteria and everybody is ordering the food online. If you want to enable this change, if the objective is to make everyone order the meal online and nobody is going to the cafeteria, what are the important enablers that you all can think about? Everyone, this question is for everyone to answer. What important activities, which all important things may help you encourage everyone to order the meal online and ensure that nobody is going to the cafeteria? So as a BA, we are not the dictators, we are the facilitators. Yes. So you have to talk about the enablers. Yes, we're not in Hitler's era that will shut down the cafeteria. So yes, Gajen, you're coming to a very good point here. You may come up with certain offers, discounts, and offers, fast delivery. Don't you all think you all may come up with certain trainings and educate your employees? Tell them the advantages, tell them how to operate this application, tell them about advertise your product. So all these important activities, all those important requirements are the enablers. Those may help you transition from one state to another. Enablers are also considered to be temporary requirements, often unneeded once we have transitioned to the new future state. And let's try to understand enablers in a very simplified manner. If I say, I'll give a very simple example. We have few learners for new, so let's discuss a simple example as well. Let us suppose I'm talking about this PG BA batch. So if I have to summarize the definition of business analysis, so what is business analysis? Business analysis is all about defining needs, then coming up with solutions, These solutions would enable change, and this change would help in continuous improvement. When we are defining need, solution, and the chain, it's important for us to do the 5WH analysis and look at the things from the process-centric lens. Process-centric lens will help us perform detailed analysis. Process-centric lens would help us break down the complex high-level requirements into simplified low-level requirements. Yes, and those may help us define the needs and solution in a very structured and organized. So the next basic topic, the important topic to start with is, who is the business analyst? And here the very first thing to start with is to understand, everyone, the difference between responsibility and accountability. We are going to talk about, as part of this topic, the responsibilities of the business analyst. My question to you all is a very simple question to start with. What is the responsibility and how it is different from accountability? Or do you all think it is one and the same thing? This question is open for you all to answer. Responsibility versus accountability. What is the main difference between the two things, the two words? Everyone. Responsibility, everyone, especially people who are new to the analysis world, can be defined as sole ownership. That is, a responsible stakeholder will perform the assigned task directly. This simply means, everyone, owning the task, working on it, and ensuring the completeness of the given task. The responsible person can be regarded as a person carrying the cross on his shoulders. That is, ownership and directly working on the given task. Whilst when we talk about accountability, it's more about answerability. That is, it is about peripheral involvement. What is peripheral involvement? Peripheral involvement simply means that you are not directly working on the given task. Rather, you are involved in tracking, monitoring, and evaluation. Accountability also includes providing a better environment wherein responsible stakeholders can work effectively and come up with the required outputs. I'll take one very simple example to explain this. If I talk about one important activity, that is requirements gathering, everyone. In any project, who is responsible to gather the requirements and document the requirements and the solution and all such important things? Who is responsible for gathering the requirements? It is your responsibility as a business analyst to gather the requirement from the key stakeholders. But when you're gathering the requirements, you are doing your documentation, you are coming up with the deliverables, there must be someone who is ensuring the completeness, ensuring the correctness and accuracy of the BA deliverables, who is going to monitor your work. In the agile world, you may find product owners doing it. Yes, in some traditional project, you may find project managers reviewing your work. Yes, so PM holds the accountability in such scenario. They are not documenting it. They are not directly talking to the stakeholders. They'll ask you to drive those discussions. But wherever required, they may pitch in, they may provide better environment, they may track, monitor, provide review comments, feedback, evaluate your work, and provide assistance. This is how responsibility differs from accountability. So responsibility is more about ownership and accountability is more about answerability. In few projects or in few cases, let us suppose Apurva has more than 20 years of experience, 25 years of experience. Now, in such cases, what happens is that nobody is tracking or monitoring your work. You are responsible as well as accountable for your deliverables. So, in that case, you are not only having the ownership, but also the answerability. Yes, yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you all, Apurva. It's not with every BA that he or she is accountable for successful delivery of the project. Yes, senior BA or a person with good experience in BA may hold the accountability. If BA is new to the project, you will find accountability may lie with project managers, delivery managers, or the project managers. But if I talk about, like, let us suppose I talk about my role at present. I am working as a management consultant, product owner with one of the big four, and nobody is reviewing my work. So I am responsible for successful delivery of the project. Why so? Because I am responsible as well as accountable. But if I have one more senior person who is reviewing my work, then I'll not be accountable to successfully deliver the project. Then accountability will shift. This will be the accountability of my manager. Are you with me, everyone? Following this part? So this totally depends upon your roles and responsibilities within the organization. It also depends upon the operating norms. Accountability depends upon organization culture, and culture includes operating norms. And operating norms would help you understand whether you are owners, whether you are an owner or you are answerable. Following this thing, and thank you, Apurva, for coming up with this thing. I hope everybody is very clear with the difference between the two. So if you're just doing the work and ensuring the timely delivery of the work, you are just responsible. But if you're also somebody is like looking into your work, providing the feedback, monitoring, tracking for the timely delivery and all such things, then that is something linked with accountability. Thin line of difference between the two. So to summarize, summary we had already there in the chat box. Somebody had already provided a summary few minutes back. Yes, and was the one with the summary? Saw this thing. Okay, so summarize. Responsibility is about ownership. Accountability is more about answerability. We're getting a very good response here from Bali Reddy here. The duty to perform tasks versus obligation. Now let's talk about, everyone, the responsibilities of the business analyst. The very important and a very critical responsibility of the business analyst in any project is to elicit the needs from the key stakeholders, or in simple terms, to perform requirements elicitation. Let's try to understand what is requirements elicitation, what are the important factors to consider as part of requirements elicitation, and how requirements elicitation helps you come up with the solution, an end-to-end solution for the given set of requirements. So for that thing, I'll share with you all one story from very popular and a very renowned book. So this story that I'm going to share with you all is from one very popular book And the name of the book is Arabian Nights. Yes, I was fond of reading this book during my school days, and there was a very good, interesting story here, and that relates with requirement solicitation. Let's see what we have as part of this story here. Okay, so the story is in those days, that part of the world, there was one king, and this king had three detectives. There were some Arabic complex names. I'm just mentioning D1, D2, and D3. Yes, Indian version is Alif Laila, Arabian Nights. So there was one Khalifa. I'm saying king so everybody understands, but the actual is Khalifa. So the Khalifa had, this king had three detectives, and these detectives can be regarded as the modern day business analyst. One fine day, D1 and D2 got to know from few sources that third detective D3 is getting much higher salary, much better compensation, and above all, huge respect in the eyes of the king. All three had similar work experience, all three working 24/7 for the king, and D1 and D2 were not happy with this thing, with this information. They were not comfortable at all. So then D1 tried to reach out to the king with his questions and ambiguities. And this king was a very smart person. He knew that D1 is going to ask such question. So before D1 could ask his questions or his concerns, king says that I have one important task for you. Would you be able to complete this task? Would you be able to accomplish this task? D1 says yes. Now this time D1 took it as a prestige issue that whatever task the king is going to assign to me, I'll come up with the best possible solution for this. So king shares the scenario with him. King says that I have some information. I got to know that few vagabonds, people who roam here and there, the vagabonds are passing by your kingdom. He was doubtful. He wanted to know more about these vagabonds. Who are these vagabonds? Why they are roaming here and there in their kingdom? And he wanted to have more information related to these vagabonds. D1 said, definitely yes. I'll let you know. I'll give you the detailed information and the solution within a few hours. D1 went to that place. After doing his analysis, investigation, he was able to identify those vagabonds, and he also had few people around, and he had a discussion with both people and the vagabonds. Detailed discussion with the vagabonds, with the people around, and he came back with some information. He said, King, you are absolutely wonderful with your information. Yes, your information is correct. These are few vagabonds. They're coming from kingdom K1, going to the kingdom K3. That's why they are here. They are passing by our kingdom and they are going to kingdom K3. Since our kingdom is in the middle, so they are passing by and now they'll go to kingdom K3. They'll spend few weeks there and then they'll go back to their native place K1. So king said, why they are going to K3? What's the purpose? D1 says with a smiling face, as he knew the answer, he said, they are going to attend one marriage ceremony. After spending 1 week there, they'll come back. King says, how many men, how many women? Do they carry any instrument that may harm us? Do they carry anything that may cause some trouble to our people? D1 never had answer to such questions. So king asked D1 to stand behind the curtains. And then D2 came in. D2 also had the same set of questions for the king, same justifications, and king as a very smart person assigns the same task to D2 as well. D2 went to that place, had a discussion with vagabonds, had a discussion with people around, and now D2 came up with a lot of information, very detailed information. D2 says that yes, king, these are these many men, these many women, they are going to this place, they are going to attend one marriage ceremony, and all such things he was sharing with the king in a very detailed manner. King was also listening to this very, you may say, he was interested to know more things, and D2 was sharing all those details with the king. He was also very happy to hear all such things. But then, all of a sudden, D3 comes in. D3 was not looking comfortable. D3 had a fearsome face. D3 wanted to share something with the king on the urgent basis. D3 asked D2 to stop. Then and there, he said, please stop. Don't share these cock and bull stories with the king. I have some very important information to share with king. Now, D2 was not happy with this attitude. King was also not happy with this kind of behavior. He said, is that really very important? Can you allow us some minutes to finish this thing? He said, no, we don't have minutes. We don't have time to listen to these cock and bull stories. Since King had huge respect for D3, so he requested D2 to stop for a while and he said, let's listen to what D3 has to say. D3 says that King, I've done my research. I have had a discussion with these vagabonds, these people around. I've also carried out some experiments, and my analysis says that these are not vagabonds. These are enemies disguised as vagabonds. They are around 20 to 30 number at present, and they are trying to locate our important army positions, our important locations, and thousands of them are hiding behind the bushes and they may attack our kingdom at any point of time. They are waiting for the instructions from these disguised vagabonds. So it's high time for us to alert our defense staff, our army, all those people who may help us in this scenario, in these adverse conditions. So King then quickly comes up with a plan to attack and defend themselves, and eventually they win the war. And the story goes on from there. My question to you all is, why do you all think D3 was able to come up with the right set of information and the better solution? Why do you all think D3 was getting much better compensation, much better salary, and above all, respect in the eyes of the king? What was missing in the analysis performed by D1 and D2 as compared to D3? If I talk about D1 and D2, D1 and D2 were just gathering the requirements from stakeholders, and their stakeholders were king giving the high level information, vagabonds, and the people around. Their analysis was completely dependent upon the collaboration with the key stakeholders. D1 and D2 were just collaborating with the key stakeholders to gather the requirements and they were thinking about the possible solution. But as per the BABA guide, requirements elicitation depends upon three pillars. Collaboration for sure. Collaboration is an important thing. You have to collaborate with your key stakeholders. But apart from collaboration, stakeholders may not know about the business analysis information, may not be very clear with the business needs, may not be very clear with what is expected behavior. So in that case, you also have to perform your own research. And the third important factor here is to perform experiments. So what IIBS suggests is that every BA must cry when they perform analysis. Cry means next time you look at the requirement, you start crying and tell everyone that the trainer mentioned the live session that you start to cry. Cry means collaborate, perform your own research, and also your experiments. This can be in the form of prototyping, proof of concepts. This can also be in the form of hit and trial. So let's look at the definition from the Babcock guide. What exactly is requirement solicitation all about? So when we talk about requirement solicitation, everyone is about drawing out, exploring, and identifying the information that is relevant to the change definition. Requirement solicitation depends upon three pillars: collaboration, that includes stakeholder communication, stakeholder engagement, identifying the key stakeholders and working closely with them. Collaboration. Stakeholders in few cases may not know about the complete information. There comes the importance of your own research. Research is about how well you're able to look into the existing information, historically available information, look at the existing documentations in your project, look at the historical data. All such things will be part of your own research. For example, if I talk about the live session, you all are here to become certified business analyst. If I say that all my learners maintain 100% attendance in the live session and they engage with the trainer in the live session, is that alone helpful to become the certified business analyst? No. You also have to do your own research and go through the Babcock guide once we are done with our live session. You all have to listen to that sweet, calm, and pleasant voice in your LMS and go through the self-learning module. Yes, give priority to that lady that you have in your LMS, isn't it? You also have to perform experiments by working on your projects. Yes, and going through the quiz set that you have in your LMS. All these things, if you apply, then it will help you unlock your certificate and become the certified analyst. What I'm trying to tell you all here is when we are performing requirement solicitation, it's an important thing that we collaborate, do our own research, and also perform experiments. Experiments we'll discuss in detail in sessions to come. It can be in the form of wireframing, prototyping, hit and trials. These all are few important experiments performed by the business analyst. So the moral of the story is that you have to cry whenever you are eliciting the requirements. Cry here is not about literally crying. Crying is about collaboration, research, and experiments. Yes, let's talk about the stakeholders now, and let's discuss the stakeholders. Let's try to understand the stakeholders in detail. Stakeholders, when we talk about everyone, an individual or a group directly or indirectly impacted by need, change, or the solution. Now, let us suppose I say I'm talking about this live session that we're having at present. Let's look at the stakeholders list as per the BABA guide. This is the list of stakeholders that we have here. And you all can look at the definition as well here. A stakeholder is an individual or a group that a BA is likely to interact with directly or indirectly. You all can see here that we have few blue faces, smiling faces, and you can also observe here that we all have some orange faces here, tired faces, or you can also see here one red-faced analyst here. Now, can any one of you think logically and tell me why we are using different colors here? Blue for these 5 stakeholders, orange for these 5, and red for one of them. What's the main reason? These blue faces that we have here, these all are external and these all are internal stakeholder, and this poor fellow is neither external nor internal, sandwiched between the two set of stakeholders, here into a liaising role. Yes. So he is saying, unfortunately, yes. Yeah, not unfortunately, fortunately, we all, yes, business analyst, red faced, getting all the instructions from everyone, yes, throughout the day. And my next question to you all is, external and internal are the relative terms. External to what? Internal to what? What is the point of reference? Don't say organization. Organization is not the right answer. For example, I'm saying not the organization. You are into one project that is financed, that is, you may say, within the project boundaries, and your sponsors and project managers, regulators, everyone is within the same company. In that case, is organization the point of reference? No. Organization can be the right answer if you are into service industry, service based, consulting firm. Then the organization is the right answer. But organization is not the right answer if you think from all the projects perspective. Yes, this is the right answer. Answer is internal and external with regard to your product or solution development. And that's the reason why these faces were tired and lethargic here, orange faces, because they are the ones who are working, they are the ones who are making an effort to deliver the solution. So the internal stakeholders simply means all the key stakeholders who all are involved in creating, developing, and then delivering the solution. And these all are happy faces because these all are beneficiaries. They are going to use the solution. They are going to get the benefit out of that solution. Is everybody with me on this point here? So the reference point is solution delivery, the project implementation. So the reference point is solution delivery or the project implementation. Now the next thing is to talk about these stakeholders and try to understand the responsibilities of different stakeholders. We'll first start with domain SME and we'll try to compare this with implementation SME. I'll take a very simple example to explain you all this thing. So let us suppose I say I'm talking about two team members here. We have Smita with us and we have Shashi Bhushan with us. Shashi and Smita we have with us. We are talking about, let us suppose, one project, and this is with Bank of America. This is about the IT software development and maintenance project, and this project is related to loans and credit risks. Yes. This project is with Bank of America, IT software development, and this is into loans and credit risk department. Smita is from the economics and commerce background. Smita has got good understanding of the economics, the finance, the payrolls, and Smita is certified CFA, FRM, and working as the chartered accountant in the firm. Whilst Shashi is graduate in technology, you may say BTech, BE, or having proficiency in computer science engineering, knows about programming languages, practicing them like Java, SQL, Tableau, Python, machine learning, etc. Is very proficient with the technology. He knows how to do the programming, coding, and algorithm creation. If Smita is stakeholder number 1 and Shashi is stakeholder number 2, if domain SME is A and implementation SME is B, then match the following and answer in the chat box. How you will match the following? A can be mapped with 1 or 2. B can be mapped with 1 or 2. What's your answer? Smita is going to act as the domain expert or implementation expert. Smita, since she comes from the economics, finance, payroll related stuff, having good understanding of the commerce, she'll act as the domain subject matter expert. Domain simply means area undergoing analysis. Domain simply means you have got good understanding of the business architecture. Domain simply means you've got good understanding of the industry, the area undergoing analysis. Whilst implementation SME is somebody who is into the technology, like a software developer, like your database administrator, like somebody who is working on programming, coding, algorithm creation, those all is solution architect. These all would be classified as implementation subject matter experts. Whatever documentation business analyst is going to provide, they'll take it as a benchmark and do their implementation, perform their coding. So coders, programmers, developers, architects, those all would be part of implementation subject matter expert group. While somebody having good understanding of the business, good understanding of the domain, they are going to act as the domain subject matter expert. Yes. So domain subject matter expert is expert in the industry knowledge, Implementation subject matter expert is expert in technical skills. Getting it? So I'll add Apurva to your statement I. Implementation subject matter expert is expert in technical skills. Not every SME. If it is domain SME, then he is not expert in technical skills. He is expert in domain knowledge, business knowledge, industry knowledge. So the summary is domain is about the business knowledge, industry knowledge, or area undergoing analysis. Whilst implementation is more about programming, coding, and all such activities in the IT projects to develop a project or the solution. Okay. Now, the next thing is, everyone, next thing is to understand the role of the testers. Testers, when we talk about everyone, testers are the quality assurance analyst. Testers are going to come up with their test strategy, positive and negative test scenarios, test cases, and they'll ensure that whatever implementation SME have developed, whatever product they have created, it's completely in line with given solution requirements. They'll perform testing and quality. They look at each and every possible scenario to ensure that project is free from bugs and ambiguities and project completely aligns with the given set of requirements. In our sessions to come, we'll talk about 8 different types of testing. We'll talk about sanity, regression, smoke testing, and different types of testing performed by the tester. And we'll also talk about the test case creation. We'll talk about the positive and negative test scenarios and how these are documented based upon the acceptance criteria created by the business analyst. So we'll talk about tester's role in detail. Just on high level, we're talking about the tester's role at present. Operational support, the backend support, the help desk, very important, you may say stakeholders, those are there to provide timely assistance to the end users. If end user is facing any challenge or issue with the product and its features, it's the responsibility of the operational support to provide timely assistance. And project manager, as we all know, is accountable for multiple activities within the project boundaries, monitoring, tracking, evaluating, and answerable for multiple things within the project boundaries. Now, the important thing that we have to discuss here is the difference between customer and the end user. Let's talk about the regulators. And let's try to understand the importance of regulators. To make you understand the importance of regulators, I'll take you all back to the year 2007 and 8. In US, 2007 and 8 is very popular, not for the good reason, but for the bad reason. Something that was responsible for the Great Recession all across the globe. We all were on the verge of losing our jobs here in India because of something that happened more than 5,000 kilometers away from here. What happened during this era that led to the Great Recession all across the globe? So many people were jobless. So many people were like facing problems in their jobs. What was the main reason? What happened in US 18 years back? Everyone. especially people who are joining from the North American region here. What happened in the year 2007 and 8? Yes, the subprime crisis. What was the subprime crisis, everyone? Anyone from that bank? So what? Yes, the bank collapse. I won't say bank, but I'll say the financial institution. Lehman Brothers, and the main reason, we all know what is the main reason behind this. The main reason was in those days, in that part of the world, you may say the superpower, there was like a huge, you may say, investment in the real estate business. Most of the companies were willing to invest in the real estate business then. Yes, and what happened was I was part of one of the European bank then. I won't name it, but I was part of one of the European bank. And what was happening here was that Lehman Brothers had a lot of investment. Yes, Lehman Brothers had a lot of investment in the real estate business. Due to certain, you may say, political reasons, due to some geographical regions, or you may say due to loss of reputation, people were willing to withdraw their investments from Lehman Brothers. And when they were asking for their to return their money, to return their investments, Lehman Brothers was then forced to liquefy their assets, to sell their properties and return the money to their investors. And what happened then? There was subsequent haircut, or you may say drop in the prices in the real estate business. And the prices dropped in exponential manner, in such a manner that they were not able to return the amount, they were not able to pay back to their investors, and that led to the bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers. And Lehman Brothers, the financial institution, was not something working independently. They had like links, they had loans, mortgages, and so many things from other banks as well, so many other companies as well. And that also caused a significant impact to the associated groups as well. Yes, and what was the main reason? The main reason was that in those days we had certain Basel norms. Basel is one place in Switzerland wherein the European Union, the North American people, they all came up with certain important rules. And Lehman Brothers were not following all such norms, and that was the main reason for the demolition. And after this Lehman Brothers crisis, Basel III norms were introduced. And at present, we have Basel IV norms, and these norms are not only accepted by the European banks, but we are also following these norms here in India as well. And the Reserve Bank of India also follows the Basel norms. And these norms help you come up with certain liquidity, SLRs, capital adequacy at your end, so that even in some worst case scenarios, you're able to maintain certain liquefied assets at your end that prevents the conditions like bankruptcy. So what is the role of the regulator, everyone? Regulatory bodies are going to come up with certain important rules, policies, compliances. Those may help you come up with the solution, and that may help you mitigate a lot of risks in the business. So that's the role of the regulator. For example, if I talk about here in India, and if I talk about the stock market, and the share market. Can any one of you help me know the regulatory body that monitors the stock market business? Your yes, Ritika, you got a wonderful answer here. Yes, Security Exchange Board of India. And if I talk about banks, private or nationalized banks, we have Reserve Bank of India (RBI). Similarly, in USA as well, we have the same similar structure. Same structure we have in your European world as well. After the Brexit, England and the Great Britain, they have their own regulatory bodies. Earlier, they were following European Union's regulatory norms. So, meaning to say, regulatory bodies are going to help you come up with certain important policies, rules, compliances. Those may help you come up with the solution in accordance with all such things, and that will help you mitigate the risks in any business. Is everybody able to understand the role of regulators? Yes or no? Simple to understand, yes. Last thing is, last thing is about the suppliers. Suppliers are the key stakeholders who are going to provide necessary inputs to come up with more structured and organized solution. Let us suppose we are talking about hospital management system. In any hospital management system, it's an important thing to have proper inventory for the medicines, the medical instruments. During the COVID crisis, we found the importance of oxygen cylinders. Yes, everyone, oxygen cylinders, ventilators. So if I talk about the supplier, supplier is going to hold the responsibility for all such things in any hospital management system project. If I talk about canteen ordering system, then food vendors are going to act as the suppliers. If I talk about library management system project, then book publishers and book suppliers are going to act as one of the important supplier group. Is everybody following this thing? Who is a supplier and what's the role of supplier? They are going to provide the necessary inputs. Those may help us define the complete solution, efficient solution. That's about the suppliers. And with that, we have discussed all the 11 stakeholders mentioned here. A sponsor, when we talk about everyone, let's try to understand this thing, a very important thing here. A sponsor in any project holds the responsibility for financial justifications for the course of action. Financial justifications may include the capital budgeting, like the cost of the equipments, the assets, the salaries, capital expenditures, operational expenditures, and all those licensed versions of the tools. The justification for all such things, this is the responsibility of the sponsor. So, what is the role of the sponsor? A sponsor is there for all those important things. Let us suppose I am saying total cost of ownership, cost of the change. So, all those things related to business value, this is the responsibility of the sponsor. So, let me read one thing from your document. It will make it very clear in your mind the role of the sponsor. Look at this thing. Sponsors are responsible for initiating the effort to define a business need and develop a solution that meets that need. They authorize the work to be performed and control the budget and the scope of the initiative. This is the key word here. They control the budget and the scope for the initiative. Whilst when we talk about customer has the legal rights, the moral rights. He or she or as a company is the ultimate owner of the product. If you see here, customer may use the product or services produced by the enterprise and have the contractual and moral rights that the enterprise is obliged to meet. Yes, so that is the main difference. Customer is somebody who is paying for it. They own the product. They have the moral and legal rights with regard to any solution being delivered. Let us suppose I say that there is any organization. In any organization, if you have any finance department, that finance department head may act as the sponsor. Okay. So customer may come up with one important department to deal with cost, budget, and finance related things. And that department is going to be owned by the sponsor. Simple to understand, the sponsor and the customer. What happens is, if we have a small budget project, then customer may also act as the sponsor himself or herself. This happens if we have some short duration project. If you are working in an organization wherein they are giving you less budget for any project, in those cases you may find customer having the additional responsibility as the sponsor. But if you have some mega budget project wherein there's so many things to justify for the cost and budget, customers usually create another department to handle all such things, and sponsors own that department. Okay. But if customer is having an additional responsibility of sponsoring the project, that doesn't mean that customer is equal to sponsor. It means customer is having one ad hoc responsibility to sponsor the project. And that's related to customer and the end user. It's very simple. Somebody as an individual or group who is using the product is the end user. Like, for example, when we're talking about Unilever canteen ordering system, employees are using it till the time they are part of Unilever. The day you resign and leave Unilever, you are no longer the end user of canteen ordering system. But since Unilever has the legal, the moral rights, they are paying for it, so they'll always be the owner of this product. End users may come and go, they may leave the company, but the owners will always be the owners. As simple as that. Getting my point? Like Mayo Clinic, doctors, patients, till the time they are using the application HMS, they are the end users. But Mayo Clinic would always be the owner of this HMS application. If supplier is going to use the product, then supplier is having an additional responsibility of the end user. You should not say can be. Supplier in few cases may use the product, so they're also acting as the end users. Are you with me on this thing? Yes. So these are roles, not the people. Don't think these are people, these are roles. And one person may have multiple roles based upon the culture and the structure of the organization. Customer has the legal rights, the ownership of the product. Customer can also use the product. It's not like customer have certain restrictions. Customers can also use it. I can take a very simple example. Let's take a very simple example. I'm saying that there is, let us suppose we have Smita with us. And there is one company, let us suppose Ford Motors. Yes, Smita is purchasing this car and she is the owner of Ford Endeavor. Yes, but Smita is not driving it. She has hired one driver who is driving this car. So that driver is kind of acting as the end user and you are the customer for this company Ford. Are you getting it? If this driver is going to the workshop, yes, then he has to mention your name that you are the owner, yes, and this is the product owned by Smita. So you are the customer for the phone, not this driver. Driver is just the user. Let's take another example. Let us suppose I say I am talking about internet banking. Internet banking, if you are using, then you are the end user. But for the software development team, let us suppose you have the HSBC bank account and you are using their product internet banking. Yes, you are using it. You are the end user. But for somebody who is developing this product, their liability, their discussions are going to happen with HSBC team, not with you. You are just the user. Are you following this part? So what's the difference between the two? I'll just read the definition of end user. It will make more sense to you. End users are the stakeholders who directly interact with the solution. Yes, end users include all the participants in the business process who use the product or the solution. And if you see here, customer has the contractual or moral rights for the given product. That's the difference. Like Unilever has got the rights, they own that product, but employees are using it. If you don't hire a driver and you drive your car yourself, then in that case, you are the customer and you are also the end user. You don't hire a driver, just drive it yourself. Yes, then you have paid for it and you're driving it. Getting it? Let us suppose you are part of Unilever board of directors. You have a stake in that canteen ordering system. Yes, and not only the employees, but the board of directors are also ordering food using the same app. You are the customer and also the end user. So when somebody who owns the product start to use the product, then customer is equal to end user. Perfect. So that's about the customer and the end user. Some of my learners ask me this question that you haven't talked about client, you haven't talked about product owner, you haven't talked about Scrum Master. This question must be coming to your mind as well that I'm not talking about those things. We'll discuss those things when we'll have a discussion around domain related stuff. Or the stakeholders we're discussing at present, these are some commonly used stakeholders in most of the projects. Okay. Testers are responsible for quality assurance and quality analysis for sure. But what is the source or benchmark for any tester? For any tester, what is the benchmark or the standard that helps them perform the testing? That's the requirement. And who is responsible for capturing the requirements? Is the business analyst. So if you are coming up with the acceptance criteria, you are defining the requirements. So it's an important thing for you as a business analyst to collaborate with testers. I'm not saying that you write all the test cases and test strategy. I'm just saying that when they're creating the test scenarios, it's your responsibility to ensure that testers cover all the possible test scenarios. It's your responsibility to collaborate with them and ensure that their test cases, yes, you can review them. You can collaborate with them and ensure that those test cases, those test steps are accurately captured. And can anybody help me know what is the purpose of creation of test cases? Why at all we create test cases? What is the purpose of test coverage? Why at all we create test cases? Test cases, the most important use of test cases is end user is going to use the same steps to reproduce the results. This is the most important thing. The main purpose of creation of test cases is those steps is that during the user acceptance, end users may replicate, may reproduce the results using the same set of steps. So don't you all think involvement of analyst is very important to ensure that these test cases have clear, complete, and concise information? So to answer your question, business analyst may act as accountable here, not responsible. Let them do it. But you are tracking, monitoring, and evaluating to ensure the completeness and accuracy of the test case. You have a peripheral involvement. You don't write those things. You're not writing those things. But you're ensuring that these test cases are clear, concise, and complete. And as Bali Reddy is mentioning here, you can validate, you can verify, you can review, and that's your responsibility. So this is the importance of business analysis. Now, one more thing here, everyone. In our sessions to come, we'll discuss about different types of testing and involvement of BA, like when we're performing sanity testing, regression testing, functional testing, black box testing. So all those things we'll discuss. Those all things are important types of testing, and involvement of BA makes your test strategy more fruitful, more engaging, and overall it helps us deliver the better quality solution to our end users. Many companies asked to write acceptance criteria, testing criteria. Yes, acceptance criteria act as the benchmark against which we should come up with the test strategy. And that's why all the companies prefer to have the very well documented acceptance criteria. And we'll discuss about test case creation. In the test case creation, negative and positive test scenarios, steps, expected results, actual results, yes, what is the margin of error, all such things are a very important thing to capture. So I'll share with you all some test cases as well, some sample test cases. Those may help you develop deeper understanding around the importance and significance of the test cases. Yes, so this was everyone something related to the stakeholders. Today we have discussed about the stakeholders on high level. In our sessions to come, possibly in the next to next session, we'll talk about stakeholder engagement. And there we'll talk about creation of stakeholder matrix, stakeholder ratio matrix, onion diagrams, stakeholder analysis, and all such things in detail. So as part of 3.2, we'll have a detailed discussion around the stakeholders. We had discussed about the 5 WH criteria that helps us perform research, investigation, exploration through a process-centric lens that helps us perform detailed analysis, focusing upon the business objectives and free from implementation biases. That will help us define needs. Needs are around the problems and the opportunities. Recommend solutions. Solution is a way to satisfy one or more needs within a given context. And then this solution would enable change, and this change will help in continuous improvement. We had discussed about enablers as well. These enablers act as transition requirements and help ensure that we have hassle-free and smooth transition to the desired future state. So this was the standard definition of business analysis that we had discussed. We had also discussed about the purpose of the Babcock guide, and here we had discussed about few percentages, few numbers to understand the importance of the standard set of practices in the business analysis board. Why at all we need the standard set of practices and how these will help us come up with an effective solution for the given business problem. So these are a few basic things that we had started with. We had discussed about these things, and then we had discussed about another important topic, and we had discussed about who is a business analyst. Here, if you all recollect, we had discussed about the first thing as the difference between responsibility versus accountability. Responsibility we had discussed is more about the ownership, directly working on the given task, whilst accountability is more about answerability, tracking, monitoring, evaluation. All such activities would be part of the accountability. And then, everyone, we have discussed about one very important responsibility of the business analyst, and that is requirements elicitation. And here we had discussed about three important pillars to the requirements elicitation. We had discussed about that every BA must cry. When I say cry, this simply means collaboration. Collaboration is about stakeholder communication, stakeholder engagement, and how well you are able to identify the stakeholders and their characteristics. All such things would be part of the stakeholder collaboration. Gathering the requirement from the key stakeholders. Stakeholders may not know about the full business analysis information. It may be possible scenario that they're not clear with the business objectives. So in that case, you also need to perform your own research. In the research, it's an important thing for you to discover, synthesize, and analyze the existing information. And then the experiments. Experiments, when we talk about, it's very important for BA to perform experiments. Experiments can be in the form of proof of concept, popularly known as POCs. We'll discuss how to create the POCs, wireframe, hit and trials. These all are few important experiments performed by the business analyst. So we haven't discussed these things. We'll discuss this thing today. If we have time, else in the next session. The proof of concept, wireframing, hit and trials, these all are few important experiments performed by the business analyst. And this is the third pillar to the requirements elicitation. Investigating and clarifying stakeholders' desires, determine issues and their causes, And in our sessions to come, we'll talk about root cause analysis, fishbone diagram that may help us identify the issues and their causes with the help of fishbone diagram. So these are few important things, everyone, that we had discussed as part of who is a business analyst. And then after that, we had discussed about another important topic, and that is stakeholders. We had discussed about the stakeholders, 5 external, 5 internal, plus 1 business analyst into the liaising role, bridging the gap between the two set of stakeholders. When we talk about the internal stakeholders, these include domain subject matter expert, testers, the quality assurance analyst, operational support, implementation subject matter experts, and the project managers. We had discussed about the difference between domain SME and the implementation SME. Domain subject matter expert is an individual or a group having complete understanding of the area undergoing analysis, having good industry knowledge, having good understanding of the project domain. For example, domains can be banking, finance, insurance. Yes, it can be your sales. There are total 8, the domain SME and the comparison with implementation SME. Implementation SME, as we had discussed yesterday, responsible for all those development, programming, coding, database management, the technical side of these things in any software project. Testers responsible for the quality assurance. Operational support may act as a help desk. Production support providing timely assistance to the end users. And then we had discussed about these 5 important external stakeholders as well: supplier, customer, sponsor, end user, and the regulator. We had also discussed about the difference between customer and the end user. So these are few important things that we had discussed. We're going to start with the next chapter, chapter number 2, the important business analysis core concept model. Now let's get started. Let's talk about the business analysis core concept model. The main objective, everyone, the main significance of this model is the BACCM model helps, it drives the clear understanding of high level requirements. Those can be further decomposed into the low level requirements. We have discussed about the difference between high level and the low level requirement. Yes, when requirements are documented, requirements are mentioned in the form of a summary, overview, or just a top view. Such requirements are defined as the high level requirements. And when we decompose it, break it down into smaller granules, smaller fragments, then we'll be able to come up with the detailed requirements. Those are defined as the low level requirements. We had discussed about one project, canteen ordering system, and there we had discussed about needs in the form of problems. Now let's discuss one more project today, and there you'll find there is no problem as such, but there are few opportunities to grow. Okay, so let's discuss one more project now, and there we'll talk about needs and how these needs can be defined as the opportunities. Okay, so I'll take you all to your projects now, and we'll discuss one more project today, and that is the WhatsApp Pay. WhatsApp is, everyone, a messaging and voice over IP service owned by Facebook. Now it's Meta. It allows users to send text and voice messages, make voice and video calls, and share images, documents, and other media. WhatsApp runs on mobile devices but is also accessible from desktop computers. WhatsApp has over 2 billion users worldwide as of today, and it has become the primary means of electronic communication in multiple countries across multiple continents, including Latin America, Indian subcontinent, large parts of Europe and Africa. Today across the world, today across the globe, people are moving to digital payment services such as Google Pay, PayPal, and others. Mobile wallets are in massive demand. The transaction value of global mobile payment market was this much USD in 2019, and is expected to reach to 12,000 plus billion by 2025, registering compound annual growth rate of 23.8. Now, how we calculate this? That will discuss part of financial analysis. WhatsApp, being one of the leading global mobile messaging app, wants to get a slice of this growing digital payment market. WhatsApp has decided to take the plunge into this digital payment market. Now, when we read this case study, everyone, this project, do you find any problem with the Facebook business? Or do you all think this is the need in the form of opportunity to grow? There are no problems that they have in their business, but they can find that there's an opportunity to grow. They have decided to move into this digital payment market as well, because this is the growing market. When WhatsApp decided to launch their digital payment, you may say, app, they had two options. One solution was like they could have come up with something very similar to Google Pay, and they could have come up with the new app. But they never decided, they never went ahead with this strategy. What they actually have done, they have just made certain enhancements to their existing application, and they have added one more feature as the fund transfer. Now, can any one of you think logically and tell me, based upon your prior experience, what is the advantage of doing this thing? Why they haven't launched a new app like a Google Pay or a PayPal? Why at all they are coming up with the enhancements to the existing application? And do you think this strategy was the good strategy? This document that we had created, this was in 2018 when we had created this project. Now into 2025. Yes, 7 years down the line, do you think this was a good strategy? Their strategy was, as you all are coming at a very good point, they thought that they have one trusted application. They thought like they have one trusted application, people have developed trust, they are using it, so they can easily exploit that thing. But if you look at 7 years down the line, this was not a good decision. Yes, why so? Because people are not finding it useful. If you look at the revenues generated by Google Pay, PayPal, and others, and if you compare this WhatsApp Pay, it is far more, you may say, better if I compare with Google Pay and others. They are generating better revenues, but WhatsApp is not able to. So, meaning to say that when we are coming up with the solution, it's also very important to look at the usefulness to the stakeholders. You can see it's clearly mentioned here that they are banking on the fact that the popularity of WhatsApp and the sheer number of WhatsApp users will be an added advantage over other payments apps. Yes. So, meaning to say, yes, this was a customer retention initiative that they had in their mind. But that was not a good strategy. We'll discuss that thing, that why it was not a good strategy as part of strategy analysis knowledge area, not here. So what we have discussed here is needs can be either in the form of problems. Example is your canteen ordering system. And needs can also be in the form of opportunity. And this we have discussed as part of WhatsApp Pay. Change when we talk about change, as we had discussed yesterday, act of transformation in response to the given business need. Solution. Solution is about way to satisfy one or more needs within a given context. Context are the circumstances that influence or influenced by and provide understanding of the change. And then comes the very important core concept, that is value. Let's discuss this thing in detail now. What is the value parameter and what are the important factors? Those may help us define the value of core concept. It's mentioned here, usefulness to a stakeholder within a given context. Let us suppose I say that we have Apurva with us and we have Majid with us, and these two are working as a business analyst. They are creating one solution for their customer, and at the end of the release, they are coming up with one solution as solution S. My question to you all is, think logically and answer. If you have to define usefulness to the stakeholders, usefulness in terms of what? If I say that Zunaid and Somnath are going to use it, then how you'll define the usefulness? What is the usefulness? And what are the important factors that you'll consider as part of usefulness? Gajendra is saying usefulness I'll measure in terms of money, the profits, the gain margins, the benefits. So when you measure the usefulness in terms of profit, gain margins, profits, gain margins, revenues, and sales, these all can be combined together, and we may use one word here as business value. And when we talk about the quality, when we talk about customer satisfaction, when we talk about the review comments, the feedback, these all can be grouped together, and this is nothing but your customer value. Yes. So when we talk about value, everyone, value is nothing but the combination of customer values plus business value. Value is, everyone, as we have discussed, usefulness to the stakeholders within a given context. Usefulness can be defined with the help of two important elements, business value and the customer value. I'll take one example to explain you all this thing in very simplified manner. If I take you all back to the year 2007 and 8, 2007 and 8, and if I talk about one very famous personality, then the name was Anil Ambani. Anil Ambani was seventh richest person in the world, seventh richest person. The IPOs were launched in the year 2006, at the end of 2006 and 7, and within few weeks, he became the seventh richest person. There was a mad race to purchase those IPOs. Now, if I talk about 2020 onwards and at present 2025, Government of India has declared him bankrupt. Yes, no wealth, zero wealth. What do you all think was a major reason behind the decline or demolition of his whole company? What led to this thing? What was the challenge with this business? So he is coming up with the political view. I'm talking from the business perspective. You are correct with your answer, but if you talk in terms of business, what happened with this business? The main thing, if I talk about everyone, in those days, if I talk about what was his main business, why he became the richest person? Because he was the owner of one of the largest telecom business. And in those days, the telecom and the technology that they were using was CDMA. And then what happened in the year 2007, everyone? The new technology came into the picture, and that was GSM. Then 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, 6G all coming in. Yes. And what happened basically here was his company took some time to change or transition from old technology to the new technology. That was the main reason. People blame Mukesh. Yes, I totally agree. He was also he had some role to play, but Mukesh cannot be blamed for everything. Yes, you are not transitioning to the new technology. Mukesh is not stopping you to do that. Yes, you don't blame Mukesh for everything. The main thing was the challenges with the adaptability. If you're not able to deliver what customer expects, there would be the obvious downfall in your business. So moral of the story is that customer value is a very important aspect when we're defining the value. Customer value, everyone, can be classified into two broader categories: house of quality and voice of customer. What is house of quality, everyone? House of quality is about you are able to define, you are able to come up with all those important features that may drive customer satisfaction. Let us suppose I am talking about hospital management system. What can be the house of quality, everyone, for the HMS project? What do you all think can be part of house of quality? The bed availability, the proper number of impaneled doctors, yes, proper laboratories, hygiene, what else? Cleanliness, what else? Surgical instruments, ventilators, yes, oxygen cylinders, all such important features if you're able to come up with, that may help us drive the customer satisfaction. Voice of customer. What is voice of customer, everyone? Voice of customer is the mechanism, is the process to gain an honest feedback from the key stakeholders. Voice of customer can be in the form of certain polling activity. Voice of customer may also be in the form of your NPS, Net Promoter Scores. Voice of customer may also be in the form of certain surveys. Yes, so all such things are very important, yes, for any business to grow the customer value. And you have to also maintain the balance between customer value and the business value. Business value is all about profitability and gain margins. Profitability and gain margins, when we talk about, this can be easily calculated with the help of return on investments, payback period, present value, net present value, internal rate of return, total cost of ownership, cost of the change, opportunity cost, sunk cost, and others. Value simply means usefulness to the stakeholders within a given context. This simply means that your enterprise is ready to use and sustain value from the solution that you're delivering. Sustainability, usability, these all are few important things related to the value core concept. Yes, benefits in terms of money, revenues, sales, benefits in terms of quality of the project, benefit in terms of all those product features that are driving customer satisfaction. Those all things would be part of value to be delivered. So value simply means you are considering both the value from the customer perspective and also from the monetary benefits profitability perspective. And you have to maintain the balance between the two as a business analyst. Sometimes my learners ask me this question that you are saying we have to maintain the balance between the two. How to maintain the balance? You can maintain the balance by coming up with a solution out of the multiple solution options available that is not only driving the customer satisfaction, but it also helps you generate more profits and revenues at the same time. For example, I'll take one example here. Let us suppose I say you think about one solution and that solution, let us suppose is S1, and you get the sign off from your key stakeholders, customer is very happy with the solution. But when you talk to your internal team members and you check with them for the effort estimation, they tell you that it may take at least 3 months to implement. But the budget allocated from the sponsor here is just for 2 months. Is this solution valuable? No. It's valuable just from the customer perspective, but not valuable from the profits perspective. So although it is a very good solution, it may help customer in the long run. But since it's not balanced with the financial justifications, you have to think about a simpler solution or the alternate solution in such scenario. So it's an important thing as a business analyst, we maintain the balance between customer and the business value. This is a very important thing. This recently happened in my project. Few of our BAs, they were just having discussions with customer for a long time, like 2 or 3 weeks. And after that, they came up with a good solution. Customer was very happy. They also drafted an email and came up with a lot of appreciations for that solution. But when I discussed this thing with my solution architect, with my technology team, they came up with the details that this solution may cause a lot of re-engineering, a lot of changes to the existing features and functionalities. And they were also afraid that this may impact the existing features and functionalities. And we may spend a lot of time in regression testing as well. So although customer agreed to it, but we never implemented that thing, we came up with the alternate solution. Yes, so meaning to say, as a value parameter, we have to think from both the perspective and maintain a balance between customer and the business value. Is everybody with me on this thing? Yes, so that's an important thing, the value parameter. Now, how to do that? You may have this question that how to maintain the balance. For that thing, in our sessions to come, we'll talk about risk analysis, feasibility analysis, gap analysis, impact analysis, strategy analysis, financial analysis, variance analysis. These all types of analysis when we'll apply to our solution that may help us define this value core concept. We had discussed when we are going through the overview and summary for any given project, for any given business scenario, what we are trying to do is we are trying to develop clarity around the current state behavior. So what is the context, everyone? Context helps us, Alba, Apurva and others, develop clarity around the existing state, the current state, and why it is important, Apurva, Alpa and others, Prachi and others, to have clarity around the existing state. To summarize, context is going to help you understand the background. Context is going to help you understand. Shashit coming up with a very good point. Context helps you understand the business intent, mission, vision, goals, and the objectives. And when we are creating the business requirement document BRD, there context is going to help us document the business objectives, the business drivers, and this may also help us further in defining the scope for our solution. Now, since we have discussed the context, and now if somebody will ask you the same question, now you won't say that I'll go with 11-year-old boy because he has a fresh mind and he'll learn the things quickly. You won't say that woman has good experience and we'll select her. What you'll do now as a certified BA, you'll say, what is the context? You want to know the context to define the needs, and then you'll provide the solution. If you get such questions in your interviews, ask the interviewer that what is the context, then I'll define the business needs, and then I can come up with the solution. If I don't know the context, I'm not able to define the business needs, my solution that I'm coming up with is completely based on assumptions. So another important thing for the context is it will help you reduce the level of assumption, and this will help you define the appropriate business needs. Are you with me, everyone? The importance of context. So if you are starting to work on any requirement from the scratch, context is the first core concept to start with. That's the importance of context, everyone. It will help you understand the background. You'll have more details. You'll get to understand the problems, challenges, and issues, and that may help you define the business needs. And with the help of those needs, you can recommend a solution, and this solution may help you transition to the new future state. Sometimes what happens is they ask you such questions in your interviews. You have to define the problem statement for the given case study. What are the drivers? What is the initial analysis that you are going to do to define the problem statement? If there is any given project and it's your responsibility to define the problem statements, what are the drivers behind the definition of problem statement? How you will come up with the complete and concise problem statement? The answer is not the needs. The answer is context first. Context will help you define the business needs. Yes, context may help you define the business needs, and with the help of business needs, you may come up with an effective solution. and margin than others, this solution is going to deliver value to the key stakeholders. Yes, it will help you get the answers. Apurva is saying what we are achieving by solving this problem, not only what, but all those 5 W's that we have discussed. Not only what is one of them, what we are going to do, why we are going to do this thing, where, where is also very important. Where means which all systems are getting impacted by it. So where is also very important, where you're going to make the changes. That's also very important thing. What, why, where, when. This is also very important. The timing of the business analysis work to be performed. So what, why, where, when, and who all are getting impacted. So that's why yesterday, if you all remember, we had started with the context only. Let's now talk about the next topic in the list, and that is the requirements classification. And here we are going to talk about the 4 different types of requirements. First, we'll talk about the definitions, and then we'll create some BRDs in our live session today, and we'll try to understand what is the BRD, how it is created, and what are the important components and sections that we have in any given BRD. So when we talk about everyone, the requirements classification schema has 4 important types of requirements: business requirements, stakeholder requirements, solution requirements, and the transition requirements. Let's read the definition first, and then we'll try to understand this thing with the help of one case study. Business requirements are the statements of goals and objectives and outcomes that describe why a change has been initiated. Stakeholder requirements describe the needs of the stakeholders that must be met to achieve the business requirements. The stakeholder requirements, everyone, they act as a strong bridge in between business and the solution requirements. When I'm saying this act as a strong bridge, this simply means that whenever we are coming up with the solution, it must be aligned with the expectations of the key stakeholders. So what is the stakeholder requirement? Describe the needs of the stakeholders that must be met to achieve the business requirements. Solution requirements describe the capabilities and the qualities of a solution that meets stakeholder requirements. This can be functional or non-functional requirement. So today we'll discuss about these 2 things in detail: function, non-functional requirements. And once we have function, non-functional requirements in place, transition requirements may help us transition to the new future state. Yesterday, if you all recollect, we had discussed about the enablers. Enablers are nothing but the transition requirements. Describe the capabilities that the solution must have to facilitate the transition of the organization from current state to the desired future state. Transition requirements may be in the form of training, mentoring, advertisements, business continuity plan. All such things may be part of transition requirements. So these were the definitions. Let's look at one case study and let's try to understand what can be a possible solution, keeping in mind all these definitions that we have just discussed. Okay, so let's discuss one case study now. There is one epic, and this is from my project. So this is a practical example what challenge we faced in our project. And let's see how we tackle this problem. So there is one application, the website, that is primarily designed for those employees who are on the verge of retirement or simply resigning from the company. This application helps them raise a few tickets and request for reimbursement, and helps them raise request for pension fund and provident fund withdrawal. During the COVID-19 crisis, we started getting complaints that this application was causing some problems. Performance was very low sometimes, and sometimes it is not responsive, and on few occasions it goes down completely. I discussed this with the production support manager, and he shared a few valuable inputs. He mentioned that the application was designed 10 years back and scalability was marked as 20. And I say scalability was marked as 20, this simply means 20 concurrent users may use it. During the COVID-19 crisis, the traffic on the application has increased many folds. Sometimes scalability expectation is more than 300. Now, this is the case study here, the summary or the context on your screen. What do you all think can be a possible solution? What do you all think? Ritika is saying, Alpa is coming with a good point here. Alpa is saying the simple solution is when number of users are getting increased, increase the scalability. Yes. And the same suggestion I had for my production support, my technology team members, that why don't we increase the scalability up to 300? And when I mentioned this thing as a solution, they had a smile on their face. They said, Vaibhav, if it was that simple, we would have already done that thing. The challenge is, this was designed 10 years back. We do not have cloud space. We have some dedicated server space, internal server, and it is impossible for us to increase the scalability up to 300. If we'll remove, clear all the space, if we'll refresh our database, then also to the maximum value 50 we can reach. But beyond 50, we won't be able to. But I said 50 won't solve the purpose. The 300 users, you are saying you can just increase up to 50, this won't solve the problem. Parmita is saying, why don't we come up with a new app? And this was my migrate to a new technology. And Somnath, this was my next suggestion. I said, why don't we move to a new technology? They said, we are fine to move to the new technology, but you all would agree with me, if we'll migrate to a new technology, if you're decommissioning the old thing and coming up with the new thing, that may take some time. Yes. And do you think people during the COVID-19 crisis are going to wait for 6 to 7 months to develop a new website? No. And we also have to get the budget approved for it. There's cost involved, there's resources involved, assets involved. So now this is a very dicey situation for us, that what can be the possible solution. Here I had a discussion with all the key stakeholders, the senior managers, and even the product owners and everyone. And after having a lot of discussion back and forth, after having a multiple rounds of discussion with everyone, we came up with one solution, and almost everybody agreed to it. Let's see what was the solution that we came up with. I'm not saying that this is the ideal solution. The solution that I came up with in our organization, most of the stakeholders agreed to it. Let's see what was the solution that we came up with. The solution, everyone, that we came up with, this was a mixed bag in the sense, solution, one solution was the strategic solution and one solution was tactical solution. What is the difference between the strategic solution when we compare this with the tactical solution? What is the strategic solution and how it is different from a tactical solution? A very simple question for you all to answer. A strategic solution, everyone, when we talk about, this is the solution from the long-term perspective. A solution that's going to fetch goodness in long run. Yes, whilst tactical solution is kind of a workaround. Tactical solution is kind of a workaround, the temporary fix that may fetch goodness in short term, but may eventually fail. So let's see what was a strategic solution that we came up with, what was a tactical solution that we came up with, and what are the details here. So first thing is, we raised one request, as you all were also coming up with the same suggestion. Yes, first thing, we raised one request to create a new application, new technology based application, advanced application with the scalability more than 1000, keeping in mind the number of employees may increase or content users may increase. This request was approved by our senior authority, senior management. The sponsors approved it and they said it may take 7 months to deliver. This was the estimated time for arrival. This was the time within which they developed a new application. For these 7 months, we came up with one workaround. The scalability was increased from 20 to 50, the maximum value as they mentioned. On the main screen, on the main login page, one functionality as a counter was introduced. This recorded the number of logged in users. When the record count reaches 50, the 51st user is redirected to the maintenance page with a pop-up error message. There is a scheduler that monitors the ideal time for the logged in users. If ideal time crosses 15 minutes, then users are automatically logged out and the user in the queue get the opportunity to log in. So that way we tried to tackle the problem for the next 7 months. And after 7 months, we were able to come up with AI-based, a very advanced solution. In this solution, we have few components. Those are functional in nature. And there are few solution components. Those are non-functional. When we talk about solution requirements and when we are talking about the functional requirements are all those requirements related to features, functionalities, process enhancements or customizations, workflows, system requirements. For example, if I say we are talking about the canteen ordering system. If I talk about canteen ordering system, the functional requirements may include creation of or login page, food menu, payment gateway, food delivery, feedback. These all are the functional requirements. But what are the non-functional requirements, everyone? Non-functional requirements are the environmental conditions, the supporting conditions. Those may help, those may facilitate, those may drive successful working of these functional requirements. For example, non-functional requirements may be availability of the system. System is available, no downtime during the lunch hours. System is scalable so that all 1500 employees, if they log in into the application, they all can order food at the same time. System is performance oriented. If you order the food, food is delivered within 15 minutes. So in our web guide, there are total 15 non-functional requirements mentioned. Let's discuss them and let's develop clarity around the non-functional requirements now. So now I'll take you all to the BABA guide and let's discuss few non-functional requirements. So these NFRs on your screen, if you all see here, availability, compatibility, functionality, maintainability, performance efficiency, portability, reliability, scalability, security, a very important NFR, usability, certification, compliances, localizations, service level agreements, extensibility, these all are few important NFRs. Let's discuss one thing. Let me ask you all a few questions as well. Yes. Let us suppose I say there is one web page Zunaid and Majid have worked as an analyst and they have captured all the requirements and they have come up with this web page. And Kerry and Apurva are the end users and they are using it. Apurva is not happy with this look and feel. Kerry is reluctant to use this, saying that it's very difficult to operate. Features are not clearly mentioned on the screen. It's very difficult to identify the important features. And there are so many things on the application that's very difficult to operate. Apurva and Kerry are coming up with their feedback that this project is not ready to use. This project has a lot of complexities, and as an operational team members, we find it difficult to operate. Performance is, let us suppose I say that, let's talk about performance as well. Let us suppose I say that Osman clicks on the submit button and it takes 15 seconds for food menu screen to load. It was clearly stated that load time, the time to transition from one screen to another, should not take more than 5 seconds. But when we test this, when we use it, it is 15 seconds. This delay in time, yes, tells you about the performance efficiency. Yes, so let's discuss this performance efficiency as well, a very important NFR. Performance efficiency is degree to which a solution or component performs its designated functions within minimum consumption of resources can be defined based on the context or the period, such as high peak, mid peak, or off peak usages. So that's also a very important thing. Here's is talking about the availability. That's also very important NFR, degree to which the solution is operable and accessible when required to use, often expressed in terms of percentage of time the solution is available. System availability. What is the system availability, everyone? System availability is all about the setup of servers so that the downtime is not happening when we are ready to use the solution. So availability is about ensuring that your complete setup that includes front end, back end, and all those important components, those all are in a working condition. Those all are functioning effectively when you are required to use it. Yes, getting it. Like if I talk about Facebook, it happened few months back that Facebook was not available for a few minutes. And this was the top news in each and every news channel. What was the top news? Because millions and billions of people are using it all across the globe, and if for a few minutes it's not there, yes, people cannot survive without reels nowadays. So that's why this was the top news. Are you getting it? Zunad is saying, does it fall under functionality as well? It will fall under functionality, provided you're not focusing on environmental conditions. If for any given solution, Zunad is a very good point. Zunad is saying, do NFRs also act as FRs? If for any given NFR, we are able to come up with any linked feature or the functionality, then yes, else no. NFR is all about the environmental conditions that do not, let me come up with the word, environmental conditions that do not directly participate in functionality or the feature creation. These are the behavioral conditions. Those will help you, assist you, ensure proper working of the functional requirements. Adaptability, flexibility, when I talk about adaptability and flexibility, can easily fit into availability and usability. So there is no separate NFR adaptability. Yes, this can be easily defined under usability as well as availability. But yes, adaptability, if you talk about, this can be classified as one of the sub NFR within availability and the usability. Okay. Business analyst Jack is working on developing an e-commerce website. He has gathered the requirements from the key stakeholders involved in the project. After the discussion with the key stakeholders, he drafted the requirements and decided to present it to the stakeholders for confirmation. During the session, he discovers that an important NFR is missing. Which of the following statement is supporting this finding? All the four options are very close to the right answer, but you have to select the best one. Which option is best suited one? The best answer. Paramita is coming up with the right answer. The reason is, let's discuss why Paramita is correct with the answer and why C is the better option as compared to other options. If you look at option number A, everyone, this says business process is not implemented properly. If business process is not implemented properly, is that a functional issue or a non-functional issue? Everyone. Business process would always represent the functionality or the feature. So this is a feature. So we can easily eliminate this option. Second, let's talk about option number D. Option number D, let's talk about option number B. Website is displaying few bank payment screen which result in dissatisfaction of many users. A display causing problems. Display is something that you see from your naked eye. A display causing some customer satisfaction issue. This is something linked with, again, functional issue. Yes, you all must be thinking that this is linked with usability, but this is not usability. Usability is if the displayed things were displayed in a complex manner. This is not about the complexity of the UI. This is about the display causing problem. This is not the usability. This is about the functional aspects. Now let's talk about option number B. It says customer support via chat is not available. If chat option is not available, chat is a functional thing or a non-functional thing? Think logically and answer. If I say this is again functional, this is again a functional issue. If I say chat was there, but system was down, then it is availability. But if I say one feature is missing, you must be getting confused with this word availability. This availability is not the availability NFR. This non-availability means the functional gap. Yes? Getting it? Now let's talk about, I'll summarize this to remove the confusion. I'll just summarize once more. Option number C, when we talk about everyone, this is about, it says fail over setup of servers. Whenever in your examination, whenever in your interviews, they're asking about, they are having this keyword setup of servers. Setup of servers is the most important NFR in any IT software project. Setup of servers will help you in defining the scalability. Setup of servers will help you define the system availability. Setup of servers may also lead to better performance efficiency. Setup of servers will also promote better maintainability. Setup of servers may also promote better security. So you can see here, setup of server is considered to be the most critical NFR in any software project. Please make a note of this thing. They may ask you such questions in your interviews as well. That's why we have discussed this thing here. Now, let me summarize and let's see if you all have few questions. I know you all have few questions. This is not a simple topic. Let's discuss this thing one more time. Majid is saying, but customer support may be available in another type like call and others. If you look at this statement here, what it is mentioning here is, this statement simply means that they have, I'll take one simple example. If I show you the Simplilearn LMS, and if I talk about customer support here, in our customer support, 3 years back, we never had this option chat with us. Learners used to select the appropriate query type and they used to raise the ticket. The ticket ID was generated and we used to solve the problems within 24 hours. But now with the introduction of AI and other capabilities, we have come up with chat with us option. Now, Majid and others, if this chat with us option is not available on the screen, what do you all think? Is this a functional gap, a functional issue, or the NFR? This is pure feature. This is the functionality. This is purely functional in nature. If you do not have chat with us option, this simply means that one of the important feature is missing. Getting it? But if I say, let me make it very clear to you all. If I say that once Somnath, Prachi are clicking on chat with this option, a screen is taking too much time to load. When they're trying to submit the response, they're not able to submit the response. It takes a lot of time to submit the responses. That thing would contribute to performance efficiency, and that would be the NFR. Another option here, and the second option that you all were going with, most of you were going with option number D. Let's talk about option number D. Option number D, everyone, if you see here, it's mentioned here, the website is displaying only few bank payment screen. Now, what is expected here? Customer expects all bank payment screen. From few to all. This question for you, Sirsa, and people who had confusion. From few banks to all banks payment. Is this a functional change or non-functional change? This is purely a functional change. From few banks to all banks. But if I say that this few bank if I say that Sirsa is not happy because you are not able to operate this, you find this complex to operate, then it will be NFR. If I say, let me make it very clear to you, or this should be very clear to everyone. If I say that there are bank options, if I say this is one bank, yes, and there are options, and there are too many things, your name, your first name, last name, address, parents, age, yes, and when you look at the page, you are afraid that, okay, if I'll fill this form, it will take ages for me to complete this, and you'll say, okay, I'll go to the bank and pay. If the user interface is complex, if the payment option takes a lot of time, then it is the NFR. But if they're expecting all bank option, few features are missing, this is the functional gap, this is not the NFR. Let us suppose I say that I am talking about hospital management system software. HMS software I have, and this is your page, and this page is about patients registration and appointment with doctors. And on this page, Gajendra, Carey, and others, we have few important fields like name, address, the medical history, and then an option to select the doctor from the list. If you click on this drop-down list, you find here that the list of doctors is appearing here. But Gajendra and Carey are surprised to see that along with doctors, there are few names of the nurses, ward boys, medical staff, and even the medical representatives. This issue this ambiguity would be classified as a functional issue or a non-functional issue. This is purely functional issue. This functionality has scope creep. This is the scope creep condition. What is scope creep? Scope creep is when your solution has certain components, those are redundant, duplicate, or unwanted in nature. That is the scope creep, and here functional issue is something related to the scope creep. But if I say that you are submitting this form, and when you submit the form, error 404 appears on the screen, system is not responsive, the appointment ID, patient ID takes 30 minutes to generate, then we are talking about the performance efficiency as Ritika is mentioning here, and that is the non-functional issue. Following everyone. So when we are talking about the environmental conditions, when we are talking about the supporting conditions, people who are new to the analysis word, NFR is something that you won't see from your naked eye. If let us suppose I'm talking about any movie, the hero, heroines, those you see on your screen, those lead characters, those are functional requirements. But those directors, the choreographers, yes, lightman, cameraman, those all people are the NFRs. Getting it? So those things that do not directly participate in the features and functionality, rather provide a better environment wherein functional requirements may work effectively. If form is not processed, there can be two things, Parvita and others. If form is not processed due to certain errors when filling the form, then it is a functional issue. But if form was filled properly and system took some time to respond, there was a delay from the system to provide the response to your form entry, then it is a non-functional issue. If processing is not happening because of some errors while you are manually entering the values, then it is a functional issue. But if you are correct and system takes time to respond, then it is environmental condition and the non-functional issue. Let me, Amita and others, let's discuss one question. It will be very clear to you all, the NFRs. Gym needs a separate application server to deal with increasing amount of work. Meaning to say, Gym is planning to reduce the load on the servers by coming up with one more server so that load can be distributed. When load is distributed, you will be able to come up with better scalability. It will promote better availability. When load is distributed, you will get better performance. When load is distributed, you will be able to come up with proper maintenance. And you all are wonderful with the answer now. The answer is non-functional requirements. Non-functional requirements capture conditions that do not, look at this statement here. Non-functional requirements capture the conditions that do not directly relate to the behavior or the functionalities of the solution. I'd highlight this with another color. Describe environmental conditions under which the solution must remain effective or the qualities that the system must have. This is the definition of NFR on your screen, everyone. Environmental conditions under which the solution must remain effective or the qualities that the system must have. Last question before we move to the next topic. The question is question is, I'll quickly open the question. Yes. Question is, during the requirements gathering process, Blender as a business analyst has met one of the stakeholders to understand the operating environment where the solution is expected to operate. What type of requirements contain environmental conditions of the solution? And you all have 4 options and you have to select one of them. Answer should be quick now. Yes, you all are correct with the answer. When we are talking about environmental conditions, these are the NFRs. And solution requirement is nothing but combination of functional requirements plus the non-functional requirements. Why this is not the stakeholder requirements? Stakeholder requirements, everyone, as we had discussed, act as a strong bridge between business and the solution requirements. Stakeholder, you're coming to the good, I can understand what you're trying to say. Stakeholder requirements may include concerns, issues, ambiguities, challenges faced by the key stakeholders. You can say that stakeholders are expecting a better environment, but in the solution requirement, we'll come up with a description of the NFRs. Let me make it very clear to you all. When we talk about stakeholder requirements and business requirement, the combination is known as BRD. We are saying that NFRs are part of solution requirements. Why they are not part of the BRD? In the BRD, you are absolutely correct. You will find functional and non-functional requirements, but you'll find a description on high level. Solution requirement will give you the details of functional and non-functional requirements. So next thing is that BRD, FSD and SRDs. BRD is nothing but the combination of business and stakeholder requirement. FSDs, FRDs, these all represent functional requirements. SRS represents solution requirements specification, and SRS is going to include both the details of functional requirements as well as non-functional requirements. Business requirements and stakeholder requirements are some high-level requirements, summary, or just the business objectives, the goals, the outcomes on very high level. For example, if I say you have to create one canteen ordering system, in the solution requirement, it is your responsibility to look into each and every expectation, each and every function, non-function aspect mentioned by the key stakeholders, divide this into smaller granules. Those granules are nothing but the solution requirements. So business requirements, you always find a summary. It's your responsibility as a BA to break it down into smaller fragments, do the functional decomposition, and come up with more atomic level information. And how you'll come up with atomic level information? By doing your proper requirements elicitation, by collaboration, by research, by performing certain experiments. with the help of certain tools and techniques. In our BABOK, at the total 50 techniques, 30 important tasks, those may help you in coming up with an effective solution, a detailed solution for any given set of business and the stakeholder requirements. Very important topic, and we had discussed about the very first thing here as the business analysis core concept model. And here we had discussed about the 6 core concepts: need, change, solution, context, value, and the key stakeholder. Here we had majorly talked about, we had discussed about the value parameter and the context. There is the combination of business value and the customer value. Business value in terms of profitability, gain margins, revenues, what else, sales, your internal rate of return, all such things would be part of business value. Business value can be calculated in terms of ROI, payback period, net present value, as one of our learners is mentioning here, net present value, internal rate of return, total cost of ownership, cost of the change, and all such important capital budgeting techniques help us come up with business value estimation as well as calculation, both the things. So we'll discuss about estimation as well and how it is different from calculation in our sessions to come. So business value calculation estimation can be done using the capital budgeting techniques. And next thing is customer value. Customer value can be defined with the help of 2 important factors: house of quality and voice of customer. So we were talking about, everyone, this value parameter, value core concept model here. Business value and customer value helps us define this core concept. Customer values can be defined in terms of house of quality and the voice of customer. Value is nothing but the usefulness to the stakeholders within a given context. We'd also discussed about the context, the circumstances that influence or influenced by and provide understanding of the change. Yes, let's talk about the business requirement document and let's see what we have as part of business requirement document. First thing is to start with, everyone, from the scratch. BRD, when we talk about, BRD is the combination of business requirements and the stakeholder requirements. Let's try to understand what are the important sections or components that we have in any business requirement, and what are the important things that we have to capture as part of stakeholder requirements. So for that thing, I'll show you all one sample BRD, and from there we'll try to develop clarity around the business and the stakeholder requirements. When we talk about, everyone, the BRD, the project summary, let me reduce the font size. Yeah. So when we talk about, everyone, the BRD, the project summary is something that will give you insights about the business requirements. Project summary includes the business objectives, the background, and the business drivers. They may ask you this question in the interviews if you are new to the business analysis, that what are the essential components to any business requirement document to start with. So it should include the objectives, background, and the business drivers. Let's look at the objectives first. It's mentioned here that these should describe the overall goal in developing the product. And if you see here, high level description, high level description of what the product will do. This will help you define the context. Yes, this driver, business driver is the last one. We'll talk about drivers as well. Objectives are going to help you understand what the product will do, how they're aligned with the business objectives, and the requirements for interaction with other systems. This is also a very important thing. When we are working on certain requirement, it is not always standalone or independent. This may be interconnected with other systems or processes as well. With me, everyone. For example, if you're talking about canteen ordering system, login page is connected with food menu. Food menu is connected with the payments. Payments is connected with delivery. Delivery is connected with your feedback. So these things are connected to each other, and that's very important thing that you need to define as the objectives. So in the objectives, it's an important thing that we come up with high-level descriptions of what the product will do, how they are aligned to the business objectives, and the requirements for the interaction with other systems. Second thing is, you want to repeat? Okay. The simple thing is, objectives is all about this. When you capture, it will help everyone understand these circumstances. Why at all we are capturing these objectives? This will help you define the context. Objectives will help you understand that why at all we are developing this product. Yes, it will help you understand that what are the associated business objectives. It will also help you understand that how it is linked with other things. Other things in the sense, other stakeholders, other processes, other systems. Yes, so all such things are very important to start with. Yes, following this part, objectives. Next thing is about the background. Background is about, again, a brief history, not the detail, but a brief history, how the project came to be proposed and initiated. This will help you, everyone, then define the business drivers. Business drivers may be the financial or the monetary benefits. It may also be operational to make it easier for your end user to operate it. It may be driven by market conditions that everybody is switching to digitalization. So you also have to switch to digitalization now, automate the things. Or it may also be related to environmental conditions. So these are the three important sections: objectives, background, and the business drivers. Next thing is, once you're clear with these things, then it's more about the stakeholder requirements. When we are talking about the project scope, there comes the importance of stakeholder requirements. When you have a discussion with your key stakeholders, you'll be able to come up with these stakeholder requirements. Let's read this. We'll get the clarity around why these are considered to be stakeholder requirements. This describes what work is in scope for the project, and specifically what work is out of scope, beyond the budget, resources, and timelines as approved by the project stakeholders. There comes the importance of stakeholder requirements. Stakeholders, the collaboration with the key stakeholders will help you define the in-scope functionalities, the out-of-scope functionalities. Something that lies within the boundaries of your solution is summarized in in-scope functionality. Something that lies outside the boundary that will remain intact, you will not prioritize those things. Those are part of out-of-scope functionality. Why at all we are talking about something that is not required? As a BA, why we are wasting time on out-of-scope things? We should just focus on in-scope things. As a business analyst, when we are coming up with the project scope, if you go with the simple logical thinking, it should be just something that lies within the boundaries. Why at all we are capturing those requirements as well? Those are outside the boundary. It's very simple. When you are new to any organization, when you join any company, they share with you both do's and don'ts. They can only share do's with you, but they're sharing don'ts as well. This will help you come up with the clear definition of the scope, and this will also prevent everyone scope creep condition. If you're not clear with what is in scope, what is out of scope, unintentionally, in few cases, you may absorb few things. Those are redundant or duplicate in nature. Osman is coming up with a very good point. This may help you eliminate redundancies, duplicacy, and remove unwanted components from your solution and make your solution effective and performance-oriented solution. And at the end, as Victorino is mentioning here, this may help you improve the overall stakeholder experience. Is everybody with me on this thing? So that's why it's an important thing for a BA to capture both in scope and out of scope functionality. Alpa is saying, what is scope creep? Scope creep is when your trainer turns philosophical and starts narrating the story from Arabian Nights. Yes, it's not part of your syllabus and it's part of the discussion. So what is scope creep, everyone? Scope creep is if there are few things within the scope of the solution, those are unwanted, duplicate, or redundant in nature. Getting it? So what is the standard definition of scope creep? Standard definition is when size of the solution grows larger, when solution grows larger in size and accommodates few components, those are not adding any value. Getting it? If you have few components in the solution, those are not adding any value. If you have certain components, those are getting repeated, those are duplicate, those are redundant. That's the scope creep. Getting it? Let us suppose I say, I'll take a very practical example of scope creep. I'm talking about, let us suppose the doctor's name appearing on HMS application. Alpa is one of the doctor and left Mayo Clinic 3 months back. Alpa is no longer empaneled with Mayo Clinic, and if the name still appears in the list, this is again the scope creep. This list should only reflect the names of impaneled doctors. If any doctor's name is appearing and he or she is no longer impaneled, this is clear violation of scope that may create confusion and chaos, and that's your scope creep. Getting it? Scope creep. Alpine others, simple to understand. Yes, it's mentioned here that this is designed to prevent scope creep. Okay. So one more thing here. When you come up with any scope and out of scope functionalities, this is known as proactive analysis. What is the difference between proactive analysis and reactive analysis? What is the difference between proactive analysis when we compare this with reactive analysis? Yes, we are getting a very good answer from Amabel here. If we anticipate some risks, if there are some uncertainties, if you are able to eliminate all those uncertainties upfront in the beginning itself, in the initial stages, that's your proactive analysis. There's an old saying, it says, prevention is better than cure. Yes or no? What exactly this means? It means it's the good practice to come up with well-defined scope so that you're able to prevent scope creep. If you're not able to prevent scope creep, what would be the result? The result would be you'll find some ambiguities, issues, bugs, and then you have to perform the reactive analysis. So if you'll come up with proper project scope, that will help you reduce the efforts in reactive analysis. You fix the bugs, the issues that's part of your reactive analysis. Proactive analysis would help you eliminate the upfront uncertainties and will help you come up with a structured and organized set of requirements. Next section here, everyone, is about the business process overview that will mention in the business requirements. You have to mention about the current state. What is the current state? What is the expected future state on high level? Just the points, not the details, just the points. What is the current state description? What is the future state? Yes, you can create some visuals as well. And then comes the importance of documenting functional and non-functional requirements. What are the functional things to be developed? What are the non-functional things to be developed? You'll just find a placeholder or just the high-level description. And then it's your responsibility to come up with the detailed function, non-functional requirements in the form of FSD, SRS, or the user stories. What is the link of business process management and business analysis? Yes. When we talk about business process management, it will help you. When we talk about process management, what is the process management, everyone? Process management is all, if you look at this screen here, this represents one business process model. And what is the importance of it? Business process management will help us gain the insights around the inception, the closure, and all the linked activities as part of any requirement. Process modeling will help us ensure that we have the clarity around each and every process component. And the importance, Majid, is if you do not have clarity around the business process, you do not have the information related to process model, it may result into the incomplete solution. An incomplete solution may lead to a product with defects and ambiguities. So the importance of business process management is it will help you come up with clear, concise, and most important, complete set of information. Getting it? Are you fine with this linkage? So the linkage is, it's the job of the business analyst to define the overall business process model with all the necessary and important components linked with each other. If you miss on important process components, you'll miss on the requirements. Missing the requirements, yesterday we had looked at the statistics. 71% of the software projects fail because we are coming up with the poor requirements. Okay, I'm not saying we, like most of the projects are coming up with the poor set of requirements. Okay, so that was about BRD, everyone. Yes, so let's talk about one tool today, the Jira tool. We'll first see how to install this, how to create the credentials for this, and then we'll see how to create some important BA deliverables artifacts using this Jira tool. Okay, you just need to mention your details and it will take you to this page. Yes, you can click on continue then. When you continue, it will take you to the next page. And on the next page, you'll find three options: Kanban, web design, and Scrum. Kanban is for defect fixing and short duration projects, production support. So we'll ignore Kanban for now. We'll discuss this later. Web designing is the techno-functional activity, not part of business analysis. So we'll ignore this one as well. We'll focus upon Scrum that helps to plan, prioritize, and schedule sprints using the Scrum framework. So you can select Scrum here, then click on continue. When you click on continue here, it will then take you to this page. It will take some time to create your credentials. And now you can see here that it's asking you to mention the name of the project. You can mention here CBAP, PGBA, CBAP, March and April batch. Somewhat familiar. Get started. And this is your main Jira dashboard. Yes, if you click on create, you'll find issue types as task, bug, story, and the epic. This is your main Jira dashboard. Shall we proceed and talk about few important artifacts that we have here? Yes, you have to choose Scrum. Yes, yes. If unknowingly you have selected Kanban, let's see how to resolve that issue. This is for everyone. Now, everyone, what you all need to do is just click on this project drop down. Click on this project drop down and then you'll find this option create project. And here you'll find all the important project templates. Create project is to show you all the importance of Jira nowadays. It is used in software development, service management, work management, product management, marketing, HR, finance, design, personal operations, legal matters, sales, analytics, IT, facilities, non-profit. So it has diversified usage. If somebody says that Jira is for software development, this is incomplete information. Jira is having usage in all the dimensions nowadays, all the domains. What you all need to do is just focus on software development. And now you can change from Kanban to Scrum here. If you had selected Kanban, select Scrum here, use this template, select team managed, enter the name of your project. I can mention here PGBA, CBAP. Yes. Second part, March, April batch. It will give an acronym and then Access level you can mention as private. It's not much important since we are just talking about uh, the basic things, so it won't matter. You can select team managed or company managed. Okay, getting it? So it won't matter a lot. It's not that important. Yes, Smita. So you can select either company managed or team managed, but it's good to go with team managed. Okay. So skip this part, and this will take you to the main Jira dashboard. So that's your main dashboard, everyone. And now let's talk about few basics today. Let's talk about the basics. Yes, when we talk about Jira basics, everyone, Jira has two important BA artifacts, Epic and the user story. Feature we'll discuss later. Let's focus upon Epic and the user story. I am removing feature for now so that you all can just focus upon Epic and the user story. What is the Epic, everyone? Let's talk about these two things in detail here. Epic represents the holistic view or the high level description of the complete solution. If I try to relate Epic with the topic that we have discussed, Epic can be linked with the BRDs. Epic represents the high level requirement. And one epic can be further decomposed into granular details, and those details are nothing but the user stories. So user story is equivalent to functional specifications FSD or solution requirement document SRDs. So what is the user story, everyone? User story is nothing but the solution requirements or the low level requirements. And what is the relation between Epic and the user story? If Epic is the parent, one parent may have several child stories. So what is the relation between Epic and the user stories? The relation is parent to child relationship. Is everybody able to understand till this point? If I say Epic is canteen ordering system, then the stories can be login page, food menu, food delivery, payment deductions, feedback from the employees. Why at all we are discussing Jira, and what is the objective and what exactly Jira is all about? Jira is the project management software, you may say, that helps us capture the solution requirements from the business analysis perspective. It's a document collaboration tool as well. This tool also helps us come up with proper tracking and monitoring of the requirements. Gone are those days when we used to create the documents in Word file in the PPT and the Excel format, and we used to share with our business team members. Now, everybody, most of the companies have switched to Jira, documentation, visualizations, tracking, backlog management. Everything is carried out using this Jira tool. So what is Jira? Jira is one project management tool that includes the documentation, that includes tracking and monitoring of work items, and that also acts as a good repository for multiple items within the project boundaries. Are you with me, Ritika and others? that why we are talking about Jira and what is the importance of Jira. Jira helps to automate the things. Jira helps to have everything under the same platform. And Jira is also very helpful in creation of important dashboards. And it helps us not only store the information, but it also helps us communicate the information. That's the importance of Jira. Yes, so in simple terms, a project management software that helps to manage different aspects of Jira. Azure DevOps is another important tool, very similar to Jira. Most of the features are kind of replica of each other. Like if I show you here, and you can see here that we can create a dashboard, we can create bugs, epics, features, impediments, stories, tasks, test cases, very similar to how we are doing it in Jira. The only difference is Azure DevOps is the Microsoft product and Jira is owned by the company Atlassian. So you'll find in the .NET framework, people or like projects based on .NET framework, they'll prefer Azure DevOps. They'll prefer Azure DevOps because Microsoft provides this software as a lesser cost if you're working on the .NET project. Getting it? So just because of cost related things, companies may prefer Azure DevOps over Jira. But if you talk about my own personal choice, since I've worked on both Azure DevOps and Jira in multiple projects, I normally prefer Jira. Jira is, I think, this is my opinion. I'm not against Microsoft as a company. I think Jira has a better user experience and simple to use as compared to Azure DevOps. But some people may disagree. Some people may say, that no, Azure DevOps is better because they are used to it. Yes, it totally depends upon your organization, which product they purchase based upon their decision making authorities and what they're deciding about it. So these are the two important tools. We have discussed about the theoretical aspect. Shall we move ahead and create some epic and stories and try to link them? It will make you understand the things better. Yes, let's try to create something here. So you all can see here on the top ribbon here, we have this blue button. You can click on this create and then you can see here the name of the project, the issue type, and then you can select from this list the epic. Issue type is epic, the high level requirements, and you have to mention the summary here. Summary is nothing but the title of any given issue. You can mention a summary as, you can copy the summary as online meal ordering. So copy this online meal ordering and you can mention here online meal ordering, and then you can come up with a description that this epic may include several stories like this, and you can mention this thing in the description and then click on create, and this will create your epic. Epic is now created here and you can see this number is allocated to your epic. Now let's create one user story. You can click on this create button and then from this issue type drop down list, you can select the story. Then you can mention the summary as the title of this story. So let us suppose the title is your login page as part of canteen ordering system. This is the login page. And then you can come up with the acceptance criteria here as you copy this from your notes. You can simply write this in the description section of the acceptance criteria. There are a few more things like labels, parent, team, and other things. Story estimate that we'll discuss later. Sprint planning and all that will cover as part of chapter number 3. We're just creating one story here. So I'll click on create here. Now you all can see here that I have created one user story and one epic. Now it's time to link and come up with parent and child relationship. What I'll do now, I'll click on this your work drop down, go to this recent tab, and here I'll click on this login page user story. Now if you see here, this login page user story appears on the screen with all the details. Like this is the login page, title, description, acceptance criteria. Yes. And if you'll observe here, on top it is mentioned add epic. So Jira is telling you here that for this user story, you have to link this with the parent. What you can do is simply click on add epic, and then you'll find here the epic is mentioned in the recent epics. You can select here, and then if you click here, you'll find here that this is the epic and this is the child issue as the user story. What we have done here, we have tried to establish the parent and child relationship. So epic is acting as the high level requirement for which we have captured one of the low level requirement. Now I can come up with a number of child issues here. What I can do is I can simply click on this plus and I can add one more child issue here. I can add here food menu as another story here. So there are two child issues. Then I can say that payments is another story here. Three child issues. Then food delivery. Fourth one. So similarly, you all can see feedback. So similarly, you all can see here that for a given epic, there can be some smaller fragments, and these fragments are nothing but defined as the user story. So what is the user story, everyone? User story represents a solution requirement in the granular format. When we capture the low level requirements, yes, and we are focusing upon the granular level details. User story is the standard format to represent the granular level solution requirements. Let's talk about another important thing here is, if you'll observe here, in this user story, I have written something here in a very standard format. A standard format in the sense you all can observe here. I have mentioned as a user I want canteen ordering system to have proper authorization and authentication so that only Unilever UK employees can order meals through the online application. Given that Unilever employees have valid login credentials, when he or she tries to log in with valid credentials, then Unilever employee is redirected to the food menu. When we are writing the story in such a format, so this is known as behavior. Personas is the right answer. Yes, personas may help you come up with behavior driven development format. So what is this format, everyone? This is the BDD format to represent the user story. What we are doing here is we are not only talking about the solution, but we are giving some background information as well. That what is the expectation of the user? What are the benefits? What is the current state? What are the user actions? What is the expected result? If you capture your solution in this format, this is known as the behavior driven development format. Ideally, you should just focus upon this part, that this is the expectation. But apart from expectation, we are also giving them the details. This will help all the key stakeholders gain clarity around the context and the business needs. That's why this is the most popular format, the accepted format all across the globe to document the user story. What happens when parent and child are connected? Yes, when parent and child are connected, you'll be able to define both high level as well as associated low level requirements. When you're able to establish the parent and child relationship, this simply means that you are giving the information to everyone that this is the business requirement and this is the associated solution, this is the corresponding solution. All these stories that you have created here would then become part of your backlog. Yes, you will find all those issues appearing in the backlog then. So when you are working on the user stories, all those user stories will then help you come up with proper backlog management. I'll just show you all one. All these stories that you have created here, these can be then prioritized in your sprint backlogs. Project backlog and sprint backlog is created with the help of these user stories that you have created. When we click on this create button, I can see here that Weber, we have discussed about a story. We have talked about the epic, but you haven't covered what is bug and what is the task. Bug is something that we all know. Yes, all those issues that you find with regard to any implemented user story. But what is the task, everyone? And how task is different from the user story? Task represents any miscellaneous activity within the project boundaries that may assist, that may help you come up with the improved quality of your user story. Task may be kind of a technical task for your development team to fix few things. Task may be related to some joint efforts from different team members. So tasks are nothing but few important activities. Those are kind of linked with the story, but these are not actually the solution requirements. We have two classifications as tasks as stories so that we are able to distinguish between solution requirements and supporting activities. All these supporting activities can be easily prioritized, can be easily documented and tracked using this feature as task. Okay, something linked with the solution requirements, but not actually the solution requirements. Alpesh has a very good point here that does user story the important component of the backlog or not? If I click on the backlog here, you all can see here these all are tasks can be within the user story, but if the tasks are within the user story, it's generally suggested to rename them as subtasks so that you're able to differentiate between the task and the subtask. So if you are creating anything within the user story, it will be kind of a subtask. Getting it? Just to differentiate between the task within the story and outside the story. Now, let me summarize what we have discussed so far so that everybody is clear with this thing. So, to summarize, I'll start from the beginning again, everyone. Jira, as we have discussed, is the project management software. Business analyst is going to use it to create some important BA deliverables. In our today's session, we are just focusing upon two important BA deliverables. One is the epic, another is the user story. Epic represents the high level requirement or just the holistic view of the requirements, the summary of the requirement. The summary, the high level, the overview can be decomposed into smaller fragments, granular level information that represents the solution requirements. User story represents that solution requirement. So if Epic is the parent, the high level requirement, this parent may have several child, or you may say may have multiple child, and these child can be defined as the user story. So what is the relationship between Epic and the user story? Parent and child relationship. Yes. So that's the summary of what we have discussed so far. And when you come up with multiple user stories, these are the important items as part of any product backlog. In the backlog, you may find stories, you may find tasks, yes, and you may find few more things that we'll discuss in our sessions to come. But in any backlog, the importance and priority is always given to the user stories. What is invest method? Invest method. Let's discuss this topic now. Invest stands for everyone. I stands for independent. This simply means, please focus here for a few more minutes, everyone. This simply means that when you are documenting the user story, ensure that you have the granular level information, atomic level information, detailed information. That will help you come up with the independent or most fragment level user story. When we are capturing the user story, we ensure that we have just one scenario that we capture. We are not capturing multiple things in the user story. The reason is, if you come up with more details, it will be more complex, and then it cannot be prioritized in the short cycles that we have of 15 days duration. Yes, so that's why it's an important thing for the business analyst to come up with small user stories, independent user stories. And here means negotiable. Negotiable in the sense, when you are coming up with the user story, it must be documented in such a manner that if there is any change, if there are few important things getting added up or removed, there is the ability to make adjustments to the solution scope. For example, this is a login page, and if you're not able to implement all the important things mentioned here, we can adjust the scope and push few components to the next cycle. That's about the negotiation. V. What is V here? Can anybody guess what can be the full form for V? So this is the invest method, everyone. Any question from anyone before we move to the summary of today's discussion? Is invest making sense to you all? Very important interview question, everyone. They may ask you this question: what invest stands for? Okay, so that's your invest method, everyone. And then just one small thing before we move to Q&A. If I talk about any given user story, you all can see here that we have this view workflow. Workflow that we have for any given user story will help us track and monitor the progress towards completion. The story workflow helps us come up with proper requirements traceability. And that's why Jira is also used to perform requirements traceability to ensure the alignments of requirements with designs. Along with that, I'll just show you all one last thing here, and that is the Jira dashboard. In the Jira, I'll just show you all one. So in Jira, if I show you all, let us suppose this one, you all can see here that we have so many options here. If I click on edit, you can come up with the activity stream assigned to me, average age chart, average number of times in status, bubble chart, created versus resolved, days remaining in the sprint gadget, filter count, filter results, heat map, issue statistics. What are the open items? What are the closed items? Issues in progress, pie charts, resolution times, burn down gadgets, health gadgets, time since chart. These all would help you come up with the very good representation, and this may also help you in coming up with proper reporting as well. Need not to use any Excel dashboard now. You can easily create and automate these dashboards. If you see here, if I open this one, let me open this one. If I click on add gadget here, so if I add a new gadget, it gives me an option. Okay, let me show you one of them. If I create a new one, let us suppose Ritika's name. So, and if I click here, I simply drag and drop one of them here like this. You can see here we have auto refresh option. So we need not to refresh these things. If you click on auto refresh, you're making changes to your stories, you are making some changes to your epic, updating few important fields. So these dashboards are going to be updated automatically. That's a good thing with Jira. Getting it, so dashboarding, documentation, requirements traceability, plus one more thing. This can also be linked with other apps. Let us suppose I say you want to link this with other apps here. So you can see here, there are so many other apps. Those can be easily linked with the Jira tool. That makes Jira a very good choice in most of the projects. Okay, so now you understand, Ritika and others, the importance of this tool. Such a wonderful project management tool that helps you manage so many things. If you click on these 9 dots here, everyone, you can easily toggle to another product here, that is Confluence. And in Confluence, you can create a document very similar to how you create your Word document here. Let me show you how. If you see here, you'll get the complete look and feel of the Word document. You can come up with the title. You can document the things, add tables, images, pictures, and create something very similar to a Word document. Paragraphs, tables, you can add some tables as well here. Yes, you can insert the tables. You have some important templates that you all can use here. If you see here, there are more than 142 plus templates like 5 by analysis, brainstorming, capacity planning, and all these templates you all can use here. I'll just show you all one of them. Let us suppose I'm using this retrospective template. You can see here, you just need to mention few details. Template is already there in place. Isn't it? It will make your work easier, Ritika and others. And no more sharing the Word documents or an email. It's all there in the repository. You can just share one link and everybody can access the same. Yes, it's a very good tool. You all can explore this. Just plug and play with these options. And if you have any question, you may discuss with me in the next session. If you look at this screen here, what we had discussed in our first session, first topic, change is a result. Change must be a result of proper analysis of needs. When you understand the needs, then you'll be able to think about multiple solutions, out of which you have to select the best solution. And when this solution is implemented, this will bring about the change. For example, let us suppose I'm talking about the first project, Unilever. In the Unilever project, we found that there were problems like seating capacity, 1,500 employees, just 300 seats, people standing in long queues, yes, office productivity getting impacted. Those all were the business needs that we were able to identify. Then, what was the solution, everyone? The solution was that now they are going to design one app. One mobile app is the solution that we are coming up with. Yes. And when you stop going to the canteen and start using this app for ordering food, this is the change. What is the change, everyone? Change is when we transition from current state to the desired future state. Like for you all, why you all are here? You all are here to bring about the change that is from an analyst to the certified business analyst. The difference between the two. So needs are something, those are the problems. To cater to these needs, you will come up with the solution. And when this solution goes live, when this solution is implemented, yes, like let us suppose I am saying 1,000 words in the live session, but you are attending a deaf ear to it. You don't attend the live session. Would that bring about a change? No, that won't bring about the change. Change would only happen if you start practicing what we are discussing in the live session. Okay? So change is something that is a result of implementation of the solution. Okay, like during the elections, all these political parties, all these people, they come up with the election manifesto. That's the solution. But that is that something that is bringing about the change ever? No. Why so? Because what's there in the manifesto is not implemented. So there is no change. Bombay Municipal Corporation is the richest municipal corporation in the world. Pune, yes, Bombay Municipal Corporation, richest in the world. Yes, richest in terms of budget. The budget of Bombay Municipal Corporation is more than the budget of some countries. But when you look at the situation of the roads, is there a change? No, no change in last 20, 40 years. It's the same. And but they have a solution on paper. Getting it? So when the solution is when the solution is implemented, then it will bring about the change, else no change. Okay. Reverse engineering may also happen. Yes, you can talk about that as well. Okay, we'll discuss those things as well. So needs will help you think about the better solution, and when this solution is implemented, this will bring about the change. Business analysis, planning and monitoring. Business analysis, planning and monitoring, when we talk about everyone, this knowledge area has 5 important tasks. You all can see the task list on your screen. First task in the list is plan business analysis approach. Today we'll talk about approach that includes the methodology, agile and the waterfall. We'll discuss in detail. Plan stakeholder engagement. There we'll talk about how to identify the stakeholders and their characteristics. Governance model, wherein we'll talk about the change request creation, new business requirements, how to prioritize the requirements. We'll also talk about a Jira tool here, how Jira helps in governance. This is the most important topic as part of this knowledge area, business analysis governance. Then business analysis information management, that helps us come up with the proper repository to store the information. And then at last, we'll talk about performance improvements to ensure that the requirements or the analysis that we are doing is in line with the aforesaid business objectives. So these are few important things that we're going to discuss today. 5 important tasks. First one is plan business analysis approach, everyone. And let's try to understand what we have as part of this task plan business analysis approach and what are the important elements and techniques as part of this task. Yes. So let's get it started. Let's talk about 3.1 plan business analysis approach, and let's discuss this thing in detail. It's mentioned here, plan business analysis approach, define overall method to conduct business analysis activities. Now, method, everyone, can be of 2 types. One method, the old method, old in the sense the legacy or the traditional method that we used to follow 20 years back, 25 years back, and the new method, the modern or the current method, latest method. So the old legacy or traditional method, this is known as predictive method. The new method, adaptive methodology. Predictive versus adaptive. Predictive methodology, if you talk about, we used to have few methods here like waterfall, very important one. V model, the spiral model, these all were part of your predictive methodology. Whilst when we talk about adaptive, this includes agile, this may also include DevOps. So to summarize, when we say define overall method to conduct business analysis activities, methods can be of two types: predictive method or the adaptive method. Predictive method is the old traditional or legacy method that I used to follow when I was new to the business analysis world. And nowadays, before 2000, after 2016 onwards, to be very precise, 2016 onwards, most of the companies all across the globe have switched to new ways of working, and that is adaptive. So let's move to the next step and let's talk about the differences between the two. Let's talk about this thing now. So for that thing, I'll take you all to this Agile Manifesto. Now you all can see here, it's mentioned that we are uncovering better ways of developing a software by doing it and helping others do it. Through this work, we have come to the value. And what is the value, everyone? Individuals and interactions over processes and tools, working software over comprehensive documents, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, responding to a change over following a plan. But when we are reading this, if you observe here, for each and every statement here, when you're moving from left to right, you all can see here that font size is larger here and font size is relatively smaller here. What can be the possible reason for this? Is that a typo on the website, or do you all think it has some meaning? Emphasizing on what? What is the emphasis? Yes, you see here, over is used here. So over is trying to create one wall between this statement and this statement. This simply means that this large font size is about new ways of working, adaptive. And this is more about the predictive. I'll share one story from my project. When I was very young, very new to the business analysis world, very new to the corporate world. Some of you would have a smile on your face and I'll share this story with you all. So when I was new to the business analysis world, I'm taking the first decade of this century. So in those days, CBAP and business analysis, IIBA was not that popular. Here in India, we majorly had the IT service-based companies, very rare any captive units. Mostly we had those captive units in USA, US and Canada and European region. So in those days, ITIL certification was more important for BS. Yes. So I got some suggestion from my managers, from seniors in the company, that I should go for ITIL certification. So then I attended some training program and my trainer was a very good trainer. So he shared with me some important templates and everything. And once my training was completed, I got the certificate. I used those templates to create some important BA deliverables, some important documents. I shared those documents with my business users. Business users are very happy with the structured and organized way to document, and they had some appreciation emails as well. I thought that things are going so well, everyone would be so happy. Next day, my manager called me to his cabin. In those days, managers used to sit separately, not with the team. There used to be a, you may say, kind of a difference that he is a senior. Yes. So he called me to his cabin and he said, like, I want to talk to you about something. And when I entered into his cabin, the very first question that he asked was, what is your date of birth? I told him that this is my date of birth. And he said the very same year I joined this company. So you better follow the protocols. Do not bypass your managers, else you'll no longer be part of the project. What exactly this means? And when I'm into his position now, so after so many years, to my surprise, my team members tell me that they were having a chat with business users, and over chat they have received the sign off. And then to my surprise, they share with me the screenshot of the chat that this is the official sign off. Yes, and in those days, one person used to travel from India to UK to get the sign off, and now it is happening over chat. So what is the difference, everyone? The difference is that we are getting rid of unnecessary, irrelevant protocols, those SOPs, those formal ways of communication, those rigid hierarchies, lines of communication, and making it more flexible in terms of individuals and interactions. Is everybody with me on this thing? So, adaptive methodology promotes individuals and interactions over the processes and tools. That's why you find in the agile world that we are no longer creating those SRS, SFDs, BRDs. These are becoming less important nowadays. Why so? Because comprehensive document is not preferred in the agile world. We are moving towards the informal approach, and that is known as the lightweight documentation. Lightweight simply means no detailed FSDs. You all would be surprised to know that I had created the FSDs and SRS initially when I was new to the analysis world, more than 2000 pages. And that too going for the hard copy, the printout, the spiral binding, and it's kind of a Bible that we used to have in each and every project, kept safe at some place for us to refer. Yes, but now the things have changed. What we are doing is instead of a detailed document, we are coming up, we means the projects have switched to lightweight documentation using the Jira tool, Azure DevOps, and now comprehensive documents have been replaced with the working software and lightweight documentation. Same thing goes with customer collaboration. Instead of negotiating with them, it's more about collaboration with them. And last point is very important one, everyone, and that is responding to a change over following a plan. If you all are clear with these three basic points, shall we talk about the last point that's more important one, that what exactly responding to a change is and how it is different from following a plan. Change driven versus plan driven. What's the difference between the two, and why in the agile world we are coming up with change driven approach? What's the importance of it? Okay, we'll discuss few things here. So okay, let me open the blank sheet and I can create few things here. Let us suppose I say I'm talking about plan driven versus change driven. Yes. And I'm talking in terms of release plan. Yes. I hope everybody understands the meaning of this word release plan. Release plan simply means the time duration, the amount of time that you need to deliver any product. That's in simple terms release plan. Yes. Let us suppose I say release plan is of 3 months. What you're doing is, first step is that you are gathering the requirements, first thing. Second step is the software development. Then third step is, everybody guess what can be third step? Requirements gathering, software development, and then quality. Yes, testing. Testing is a better word. So quality or the testing. And then what is the fourth step? Fourth step is, after testing, what you will do then? Yes, you will have the solution delivery, or you may say production or release. Yes. This is something that we used to follow in the plan-driven approach. And now, if I compare this with change-driven, let's see what is the difference. Let us suppose I say deployment, yes. So deployment, it can be something details in between the third and the fourth step, yes. Change-driven is, let us suppose I say we have 3 months release. Yes. And if I say this 3 months release, I'm coming up with one sub-release concept. And I say that these steps we are going to follow iteratively. Let's see what I'm trying to say. This 3 months release that we have, I have broken down this into sub-release, and I'm saying instead of delivering the complete product as, let us suppose we deliver here, solution. Yes. Yes. But what we're doing now in the sub-release concept, that let us suppose this 3 months release is broken into smaller releases, sub-releases, and I'm saying after every 2 weeks, we will deliver a partial solution. Partial solution, or simply part of the solution. If 3 months is the complete release, and we are coming up with the sub-release, let us suppose R1 is equal to 2 weeks, then how many such sub-release we'll have in 3 months? Very simple mathematics. Let me repeat. My question is, 3 months is the total time with us. And after every 2 weeks, we are planning to deliver something. So how many such sub-release we'll have as part of this cycle? We'll have total R1, R2, R1 and R2 for the first month, then R3 and R4 for second month, and then R5 and R6 for the third month. So every month, 2 times will deliver the partial solution. Now what is happening is, in R1, we are delivering S1 as the partial solution. In R1, delivering S1, R2 delivering S2, and so on. In R6, we are delivering the overall solution S. Yes, I should create some dots here so that you all understand that there are few things in between. My question is a very logical question for you all, that if I compare this first thing, I should draw a line in between. If I ask you to compare the first approach versus second approach, Which approach do you all think is a better approach in terms of flexibility? First one or second one? Second one is more flexible. Why so? You all would agree with me. In this first approach, you are taking 3 months to deliver solution S1. But here you are delivering partial solution after every 2 weeks. So don't you all think it is bringing in more visibility, transparency, and more coordination and discussion with your business team members? They can easily track and monitor whether the solution and the part of the solution is in line with the business objectives. It's faster, plus faster as well as adaptable to changes. Let us suppose you deliver something in S1 and business has certain feedback. Don't you all think those feedback can be implemented in S2 and other things so that it aligns with the business requirements? You cannot make any adjustment to this thing now because now you're finally delivering this thing. And then you need again a new change request to make the changes. But here you won't need a change request. The solution can be adjusted easily in line with changing requirements. And that's why this change driven approach is preferred in the agile world. So changes are welcomed here. It is more flexible approach, and that's why this approach has replaced the traditional waterfall approach that was more rigid in nature. Change driven approach is not used in all companies. The reason is, I'll tell you very important thing why it's not in all companies. I had worked with HMRC, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth Department, London for a very long time. I left that company due to some reason and then I joined another company. But when I talk to my colleagues, till date, they are following this traditional plan driven approach. The reason is it is important for them to follow the protocols. Their systems are very stable. Their processes are very clearly defined. So they don't need any flexible approach to deliver the solution. Are you with me? In few companies, they are still following the old ways. There are few people in the shipping industry and they're telling me that they're using waterfall. But what is happening even in manufacturing? Yes, that's what I'm telling you. Shipping, manufacturing, production, metallurgy, and all those departments, they are having very well defined approach and requirements are not that frequently changing. In such cases, plan driven approach will help you resolve upfront uncertainties and deliver what is required. But now, if I talk about any other banking domain project, insurance, if I talk about the e-commerce, customer demands are changing. These products depend upon the market conditions. The market conditions are driving the requirements. In such cases, this is the best approach when requirements keep on changing and you need a flexible approach. Getting it? First approach is very systematic. And as I said, Smita, if we have certain very clearly defined requirements, this is the best approach. I have worked with this approach for more than I think 12 or 13 years. And I like this approach, I can tell you. Because here we had less stress. We were having ample of time to do the analysis and we can sit back and relax. But now this is the new thing and we are all are adapting to this because it is faster, more productive and more accurate results. Getting it? And if you're saying that this is not, this is also very systematic one. When I'm saying that we are delivering the partial product every 2 weeks, In a way, I'm telling you all that this is the incremental approach. What is the incremental approach? Incremental delivery, everyone. Incremental delivery simply means that with every release, you are coming up with certain additions. Like first S1, then S2, then S3, then S4. And by the end of the release, you have the complete product S. This is the incremental approach, everyone. Now, the next thing is these fixed cycles are known as fixed iterations. A sprint is the terminology that we're using when we have the fixed iterations, fixed sub-release concept within the given release. Okay. Just sharing her personal experience that I used to work with SAP ERP, and I have worked with SAP ERP for around 1.5 years. I left that project due to the complexity with SAP. SAP project is very difficult to handle, I must say. So, and it took 2 to 3 years to implement, and I guess if it took 2 to 3 years to implement, you must be using plan-driven approach. Yes, if you were using change-driven, it would have been implemented within 1 year or 8 months. Yes, so so the reason, and you can see the live reason here. But the good thing was, like, since I come from a traditional background, I worked more in predictive or less in adaptive as compared to agile. I worked less in agile, more in waterfall. When we are following a plan-driven approach, the good thing is the risk we are able to mitigate upfront. And then we are able to come up with a solution in line with the business requirements. Yes, but in the world of changing requirements, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, that those things are now changed. So that's why plan-driven approach in most of the companies not followed nowadays. And we don't have that much of time. I can tell you all, we used to get around 2 months to just deliver the BRD and SRD. 2 months, imagine. Now they are not giving us even 1 week to create the epic and the stories. Yes, so you see, it's all about like time. It's all about time is money. That's why we all have switched to, most of the companies have switched to um, the change-driven approach. Yes. So in your Jira tool, everyone, if I take you all to the backlog, you all can see here. I'll just remove these splits and show you all how to. Just let me first remove the items. Just give me 2 minutes. Let me clear the board, and I'll show you all how to create the sprints here. Very simple thing. Let me remove all of them. So this is my backlog, and here, if I have to come up with my sprints, I can simply click on create a sprint. When I click on create a sprint, you can see here that one space has been created. And then I can click on add here. Yes. And then I can come up with the duration. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, or custom. The general practice, the commonly accepted standard is 2 weeks. I can mention start date. Let us suppose today is the start date. Automatically, it will show you the end date and you can update. And now you have your Scrum sprint space ready. Then you can push few stories here for implementation. Yes, you can see here you had this mark. You can see you're getting the answer to your question. These all were some backlog items. And what I'm doing is I'm pushing few items in sprint 1. What is happening? This is not the final release. This is a partial release. And what will be the final release? When we'll go live with all these backlog items that we have defined for a particular solution. Getting it? Implementation is happening. Your code is going to be pushed to the sandboxing environment, to your testing environment, but you'll go live when all these dependent requirements are also implemented at the end of the release. Sub release is not about the go live, it's about the release. Are you with me, everyone? Release, you end with the release, you go live. But sub release, what will happen is your solution is pushed to the testing environment. Yes, and this testing environment, the solution would remain till the time everything is implemented. Once everything is implemented, then this code from testing environment would be pushed to the production. Okay. So that's also advantage. It's there in the testing environment. You can keep on testing it for next 3 months. And if you have questions, if you have queries, it can be easily, you may say, rectified, and you may come up with a better quality solution. Yes. And what was the issue with the traditional approach? In traditional approach, we are going with live after 3 months, productionizing it. And if we have some defects in production, then we have no other option than to raise a change request. Today somebody was talking about the change request. So that is the change request concept. But here in the agile world, we have this changing requirement concept. Okay. So that makes agile more suitable methodology in the modern day scenario. And that's the advantage with agile. And few scenarios I've seen that even if we have some critical scenarios, we may go live as well with partial release. But that's a rare of rare occurrence. Normal occurrence is once you're done with the complete cycle, then you'll push the product, push the solution to the live environment. Okay, everyone. Now, Mark and everyone else, it's an important thing for us to discuss this table that's there on your screen. Yes. But this is also, Mark, related to your question. First point. You should read this first point, everyone. When we compare predictive with adaptive, solution definition defined before implementation to maximize control and minimize risk. What we were doing in the traditional world, upfront planning, scope very well clearly defined at the beginning, and it was a protocol, it was the standard that we can only start with the implementation once the solution scope is confirmed. Without the official sign off on the requirements, we never used to start with implementation. But is that the case in agile world? No. We can start with our implementation with partial scope confirmation. Getting my point? So here we have the concept of iterations to arrive at the best solution. So here we have this concept of iterations that's bringing in more flexibility. Now this we have discussed level of formality. Formal, when we talk about predictive, the old approach, the formal approach, I can tell you when I was working with HMRC, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth Department, I was part of the taxes. People joining from Europe would agree with me. For British, you may say region, the taxes are handled, the tax related things are handled by the Queen or the King now. Yes, what happens is that a lot of formal documentations are created and they're still going with that thing, standard templates. But now you'll find in most of the projects, those standardized templates have now been replaced with some informal approach. Information is gathered through the team interaction and the feedback. Like as I mentioned, now people are getting the sign off over the chat, over the call. Yes. So the purpose is that protocols, SOPs, standardized templates, these all were making your documentation comprehensive in nature. And this comprehensive means time consuming. So now we are coming up with a new concept of lightweight documentation. Yes, the lightweight documentation is about using the softwares, the tools like Jira, Azure DevOps, and creating some very explicit to the point content and not the details. Third point is everyone, the activities. Activities required to complete deliverables are identified first and then divided into smaller tasks. But here, what we are doing is we have this concept of iterations, the partial release concepts. Activities are divided into small iterations with deliverable first, and then the associated tasks are identified. Last thing is, as we have discussed, timings. Timing here, if you see a task are performed in specific phases. This phase can be of 3 months, that is quarterly, it can be half yearly, it can be annual, but here it is iteratively. And iterations may be extending from 1 week to 4 weeks. Small iterations. So this is about the important differences between predictive versus adaptive. I'm not saying that scope is not finalized. Again, as I said, there is a partial scope confirmation concept. Partial scope confirmation simply means the stories that you prioritize for them, it's an important thing that you have got the confirmation. Let me explain. Let us suppose I say you have, I'll take the stories back to this backlog. Let us suppose I say these are the 7 issues in the backlog, and you are planning to prioritize these 2 stories in the first sprint. Now, scope confirmation is only required for these 2, not for all 7. If the scope is not confirmed, it's fine. You can get the confirmation in another 2 weeks. Whatever confirmation you have, that you can start. Are you with me on this topic? Are you able to understand? So whatever we are prioritizing this sprint, here scope must be confirmed. If you start implementing without having the clarity on the scope, things will fall apart, jeopardize. Yes. So here this partial scope confirmation concept comes in. Now you have 2 weeks time. Get the sign off, another 2 stories, then again you'll prioritize, then another 2 stories, again you prioritize. That way, what you're doing is it's kind of parallel processing. Implementation is going on, scope confirmation is going on, testing is going on. So multitasking is happening at the same time. And that makes agile. Yes, scope confirmation means sign off, agreement, buy-in. Yes, sign off is the good word to use from the traditional perspective. Nowadays, they're using a better term as buy-in because it's just about agreeing on the scope and not getting the official sign off. Yes, sign off was the word that we used to have, we used to use frequently 15 years back, and we used to have the repository with all these sign off document. But nowadays, they won't give you an email or in written that it is officially signed off. Yes, for that email, I remember that when we used to receive an email of sign off, we used to get the tears in our eyes that for 3 months we are fighting for the sign off. Now we have received a final email sign off. Yes, an until and unless project manager used to see that sign off word, They never allowed us to start implementing the things. But nowadays it's more informal approach. Even if they say, yes, go ahead, please implement this thing. That's also just buy in or sign off. So sign off is also becoming more flexible. It's not the same sign off that we used to have 15 years back. Okay, I hope everybody is with me, not getting confused with words. Yes, perfect. Now, my question to you all is, let's see how many are able to answer. In your BABOK guide, question to you all is, why they are saying planning methods fall between? Why they are not saying that planning methods are predictive and adaptive? Why they are using this word falls in between? What exactly this means? What's the significance behind these two words, everyone? It's mentioned here. Yes. This simply means that apart from predictive and adaptive, it can also be the hybrid approach. Not every project is pure agile. Not every project is completely traditional. In few projects, you may find that it's a mixed bag. Few good things like BRD, they're carrying forward, but SRD, they're not doing it. For SRD, they're using user story. Like in my project, I'm asking my team members to create the BRD. We need the BRD. Agile says no BRD, just the epics and the short description, but I'm saying asking them to create the detailed description. In a way, my project is falling between predictive and adaptive approach. Is everybody able to understand the meaning of this word fall between? Yes or no? So it can be predictive, it can be adaptive, or a mixed bag that includes good practices from both the approaches. Percentage may vary based upon your organization culture and operating norms. Like it may be like just 10% of predictive and 90% of adaptive, or 80% and 20%, or 70 or 30%. That percentage may vary, but you are absorbing few things from the old world. That's the concept of fall between. Quality and level of BA detail, BA deliverables are based on the planning approach. As we have discussed, BA deliverables, what are the commonly accepted or what are the most popular BA deliverables that you all have created as part of your projects? What are the essential BA deliverables? BRD, yes. What else? Apart from BRD, SRD, SRS, stories, yes. What else? Release notes, user stories, use cases. What else? User manuals, user guides, production support. Those all things are part of deliverables. So formality, as we have discussed, BA deliverables, release notes, yes. BA deliverables are comprehensive documents in the predictive world, whilst in the agile world, we are using the terminology as lightweight. Lightweight is what we're using in adaptive world. So BA deliverables are comprehensive documents in the predictive world, lightweight in the agile world. Okay. Now, let's talk about the third element. Third element is identify and break down the activities into smaller tasks. My question to you all is, it's a very common basic question to answer for you all, Apurva, Shresha, Alpa and others. If any activities assigned to you, IIBA says, BABOK guide says, then break down that activity into smaller granules, smaller fragments, into simplified tasks. My question to you all is, why it is important, how it will help you. How do you think this element is going to help you as a business analyst, and why it is important thing in each and every project to decompose the activity into smaller tasks. Question open for you all to answer. Management of the requirement is very important thing. Let's read few things that why it is important. So this is on your screen, everyone. Let's focus here and discuss these important points here. Work breakdown structure, everyone, is about breaking down the activities into smaller tasks. It has a few advantages listed below. First thing is it promotes granularity, that is, analysis at the more fragment or atomic level. It makes analysis easier and reduces the chances of making assumptions. What Apurva was mentioning and what Somnath you were mentioning. Mark, what you were mentioning is our next point. It helps in task allocation and in a way, as Mark is mentioning in the chat box, makes it more manageable. What is management? Makes tracking, monitoring, and tracing easier. And in turn, this helps in delivering the better quality product to the end users. Third thing is analysis when you are doing at the granular level helps to ensure that solution aligns with the stated requirements, and this helps to avoid any scope creep condition. What is the scope creep condition, everyone? Scope creep is when your requirements, your activities grow larger in size and accommodate, accept few components, few activities, those are redundant, duplicate, or unwanted in nature. If you have granular level information, detailed information, Apurva and others, you'll mitigate the risk of having creep in your solution, and you'll be able to avoid the scope creep condition. And in a way, fourth point is like something linked with third point here. It will help you get clarity on the requirements, as Somnath you were talking about. This helps to get clarity on the important requirement components and in turn helps to create limitations, yes, or define proper scope so that you have less uncertainties or risk and dependencies. Fifth point is summary. Fifth point says work breakdown structure promotes atomicity, that is, granularity, fragment, or low level requirements. It is the outcome of detailed and in depth. Next thing is, everyone, timing for the business analysis task to be performed. As we have discussed, timings can be phases versus iterations. Simple thing, phases, these can be from 1 month to 3 months or can be half yearly or yearly. Iterations are generally of 2 weeks duration. Yes, and here you have the incremental approach. That's a simple thing that we've already discussed. Complexity, size of the change, and the overall risk. Let's try to understand this element with the help of one scenario. Mark and Prachi are the two sponsors. In the BA team, we have Amabel and Ritika. Ritika and Amabel are the two BAs. An internal team, I have few names. So we have Mark, Majusale, Prachi. These are the three sponsors. BA team, it includes Amable and Ritika, and the internal team includes Reza, Purva, Somat, and others. These are part of your internal team. There are only 7 days left before the final release of the product, or you may say the solution. And then Mark, Majid, and Prachi. I'll just replace these names here. Mark, Majid, and Prachi came up with a new set of requirements in later stages of product development. Majid, you had not shared this thing with the internal team. They were not catered in the initial discussion with BAs. And now Mark, Prachi, and Majid are saying that this is something very important. And now you're pressurizing. Yes, last minute things coming in. Internal team is not happy. You want these new requirements to be implemented, absorbed as part of current release itself. Now, my question to you all is, what do you all think should Amable and Ritika do in such a scenario? What is going to be your approach here? 7 days left. Ritika is saying simply create one change request and tell them that we'll implement this thing in the next release. So, but they are saying they need this. Majid is a senior sponsor. If you don't follow what he is saying, maybe he'll take the project back. Then, in that case, while I say not accept it, say that we'll do it in next release. We won't listen to you in the last stages. Alpha is saying no, accept it. Prachi is saying extra time. But one thing I'm missing from you all is, don't you all think, again the same thing is happening here. Carrie is coming up, Carrie is eating my words. You are the, you may say, star of the day. Yes, with the best answer, and that I was expecting from you all. Look at the answer that, yes, Victor, you are also like adding a feather to the cap. Yes, this is the right answer. The right answer is, as per the IAB standards, don't you all think, before saying that you'll create a change request, before saying that we'll push to the next release, at least see what they're trying? Yes, if Mark and Majid are telling you something, they have also spent some time in the corporate world. They also know there's the 7 days left. Maybe what they're asking is very simple thing to implement. The feasibility analysis, maybe what they're saying is just a cosmetic change, and that won't take even 30 minutes for your technology team to implement, and it's critical for their delivery purpose. So here we'll talk about three possible scenarios. Let's see what are the three possible cases. First case is, everyone, that when Amabel and Ritika, the two analysts, analyze the requirements, when Amabel and Ritika analyze the complexity and size of the change, they found requirement need less than 1 hour to complete business analysis work. And when Ritika and Amabel talk to their internal team, that is developers and testers, they confirm that it is a cosmetic requirement and it will not take more than 2 hours to complete this. Solution architects, the senior technology people in the team, confirm of no impact to the requirements architecture. A simple change related to look and feel. New change is uncertainty for sure. It is risk. Apurva and others. This is a risk, but Internal teams impact and feasibility analysis helps us accept the risk, and this capability is known as risk seeking capability. Is everybody able to understand this concept of risk seeking? Risk is there. I'm not saying that risk is not there. Last 7 days, something new coming in, it may spoil the complete release. But since everybody is agreeing to this, since we come to the conclusion that yes, it is having no impact, it's feasible, then we are implementing. Case number one. Case number two is what most of the learners were mentioning. Case number two is, let us suppose Amabel and Ritika analyzed the complexity and size of the change, and they found that requirements were very complex. And when they do their effort estimation, they find that business analysis completion may take more than 2 weeks. And development team and testers came up with an ETA of 4 weeks. And architects confirmed about the impact to requirements architecture. In such cases, what you were mentioning, Ritika, is absolutely wonderful. You will not accept it. It's not feasible to implement. It has significant impact. And then we are going to say no, we reject the risk, and such capability is known as risk aversioning capability. And what can be the possible solution then? Create a change request. Somebody was asking for extension or time, yes, or even push for the next release. These all can be the possible answers, provided you know the complexity and size of the change. Case number three, everyone, is also a very important thing. Let us suppose I say we have like Ritika and Amabel, these two are the two BAs, and we have Majid with us, and Majid is handling multiple projects as a program manager. Majid is looking into the Unilever project, the library management project, the WhatsApp Pay project, and also let us suppose the HMS project. All four he is handling. But Ritika and Amabel, they are associated with the project related to Unilever. Due to some confusion, due to some miscommunication, Majid was like it was his responsibility to share this WhatsApp pay with team 2 or team 1, and by mistake, due to some miscommunication, Majid is sharing LMS project with Ritika and Amabel. And he is saying that we need this thing in another 7 days. When Ritika and Amabel read this, they do their analysis, they identify that these requirements are completely out of scope with regard to project boundaries. Their project is all about creating the canteen ordering system, the mobile application, and the sponsor is sharing some totally different project. It's not the responsibility of Ritika and Amabel to share this detail with Majid, saying that Majid, I think you are not sharing the right set of information with us. We are not the intended stakeholders. We are not the target stakeholders. You should talk to another team. They are responsible for this. Majid says, yes, I think this is my mistake. Due to some miscommunication, I have done this thing. In such cases, Ritika and Amabel are risk. Okay. Now I'll summarize what we have discussed. Second one. Okay. Second point is, let us suppose I say you're talking about risk aversioning, Majid. This second point, are you referring to this one? Yes, perfect. Second thing is, let us suppose I say, as I mentioned, the scenario number 2 here. Let us suppose I say You are saying that we are working on canteen ordering system, and you are saying, and we were targeting to create a login page. Yes. You are saying that on login page, you add the logo of the company. Adding a logo onto the main page won't take more than an hour or so for the technology team to implement. That we can accept. But if Margis says that also implement food menu, is that something that we can implement in 7 days, Margin? No, because food menu may include your meals, ordering the meals, placing the meals, selection or rejection, payments, so many complex things. And those things we cannot implement in 7 days. Then you will say, no, we need more time. We need, you may say, or more resources, or we have to push this to the next release. But if it is simple logo to implement, yes, one new picture to be added, those things can be easily done. Are you with me on this thing, Majid and others? So second point is when you analyze that the size is large, requirement is complex, then you won't be able to, yes, it's not feasible with the given set of resources, with the given timelines, and then you have no other option than to say no to them. But you should have proper justification that why you are saying no. What is the justification? That it has got significant impact, it is complex, an internal team is coming up with a feedback that it is not feasible. So significant impact, not feasible to implement, that results into a decision that will reject it as a team. And that's the risk aversioning capability. So this was everyone about the, yes, if there are some negative impacts, then as well you won't be able to like prioritize it. You have to push to the next release. Negative impact means more analysis. Negative impact means challenge with the feasibility. Negative impact means you have to do your detailed analysis and come up with a better quality solution. Detailed analysis means it cannot be implemented within 7 days. Yes, if there are some negative impacts, if there are some questions from the internal team, if you think the size is huge, it's complex, then you won't be able to. Tell them that we will not be able to because these are the reasons. Yes, and in such case, we'll discuss the sessions to come. BAs create the business case. Business case, you will create one document and tell them that this is what you're expecting and these are the risks, constraints, and dependencies. They'll look into your justifications, they'll approve it, and then you can create the change request. This is a formal way of doing it. You come across the impacts, you are able to identify the dependencies, you're able to identify the constraints in the realization of value, document them. That document is known as a business case. Share with your business users. They also should know what are the problems that you are facing internally, and then they'll provide the approvals, and then you can create a change request for the next cycle. Yes, we have first discussed about the overall method to conduct business analysis activities. And here we have discussed about two important methods. What are the two important methods to conduct business analysis activities? Yes, predictive and the adaptive. Predictive is the traditional method, the legacy method, and the adaptive is the new method, the modern day method. And we have discussed about the Agile Manifesto to understand the differences between the two. Yes, we had also discussed about one table when we had four important differences that we had discussed. Then we have discussed about the important elements here. Total 6 elements we had discussed. Planning methods fall between predictive and the adaptive approaches. Formality and level of BA deliverables are based on the planning approach. Identifying and breaking down the activities into smaller tasks. Timing for the business analysis task to be performed. Complexity and size of the change and the overall risk. And at last, we have discussed about business analysis approach reviewed and agreed upon by the key stakeholders. So these key elements we have discussed as part of plan business analysis approach. And now we are going to talk about few important techniques. We're going to start with the process modeling technique today, and we'll discuss what is the process model, how it will help us in planning business analysis approach, and what is the popularly, you may say, or you may say, what is the most popular diagram that we have as part of process modeling. We'll talk about Simplilearn diagram today, and we'll create Simplilearn diagram using some BPMN standards. But before we move ahead and talk about the diagram and all, first very basic question is, what process model actually represents? Why at all we create any process model, and what exactly process modeling is all about? So when we talk about process data flow diagram, we'll discuss, that's a separate topic, context diagram. Process modeling, everyone, is about visual representation, as Alpa is mentioning here. The main objective is that in any given process, there can be several processes. Given process may have some sub processes and activities. Process modeling technique will help us define end-to-end process from the inception till the end, and all the process components, sub-components and activities sequentially, logically connected to each other, so that we are able to represent the overall process. Process modeling, the intent is, the objective is to represent the end-to-end process with all the process components connected to each other in a logical manner. Now, logical manner can be sequential, logical manner can be the dependencies between all the important components well defined. The intent is to represent the end-to-end process, and it is generally in the form of a flow diagram, as Prachi is mentioning here. We are going to talk about the very popular diagram here, and that is the swim lane diagram. Yes, and we are going to use the BPMN notations for this. What BPMN stands for, everyone? BPMN, becoming very popular nowadays. BPMN. What is BPMN all about? BPM stands for business. Can anybody guess what is P here? What is M here? B stands for business. Yes, business, process. What is M here? Modeling, and N is the notations. So business, process, modeling, notations we are going to discuss first. We'll talk about BPMN, and then we'll try to create one swim lane diagram. Let's see what is the swim lane diagram, how we create this, and how we use BPMN symbols and notations to create the swim lane diagram. Yes, this is the flow chart, the swim lane diagram on your screen, everyone. Lane 1, lane 2. And let's try to first understand what exactly swim lane represents and why at all we are creating a swim lane diagram. I'll give you a very simple example here. Let us suppose that this is the swimming pool. Yes. And in this swimming pool, there are three lanes. Yes. In lane one, we have your trainer Vaibhav. Lane two, let us suppose Mark. And lane three, I need one more name in the list. Let us suppose Shashi is. Shashi Bhushan with us. So these three are the three swimmers. And this is the, you may say, the final point, final destination, F1, F2, F3. Whosoever reaches the destination first is considered to be the winner. Vaibhav is swimming in this lane. Mark is swimming in this lane. And Shashi Bhushan is swimming in this lane. Vaibhav observes that Mark is swimming very swiftly, very fast. And if Mark is swimming at the same pace, same velocity, Mark is eventually going to win the race, win the swimming competition. Vaibhav intentionally crosses the lane, obstructs his path, comes back to his lane here, and then eventually reach to destination first. If we go with the general rules that we have in any swimming competition, do you all think Vaibhav would be considered a winner in this scenario? Why so? Because in terms of business analysis, Vaibhav's flow, Vaibhav's activity is causing some adverse impact. Yes, you are disturbing the other person. And if I say that if I replace Vaibhav with one process P, Mark with process as process number 2, and Shashi as process number 3, Vaibhav's process enhancement is causing the adverse impact to parallelly running processes like Mark and Shashi. And that's the main reason why we create a Simplilearn diagram. Simplilearn diagram says that it's good to create a flow chart and connect all the possible process components together. But at the same time, we have to have the complete understanding of interlinked or connected processes or the connected requirement components so that we are not causing any adverse impact to linked processes, linked stakeholders, or associated activities. That's the intent behind creating a Simplilearn diagram, everyone. Yes, I'll take one more example. This was a very basic example, very layman example. I'll take some standard example now for my project. So in my project, I'll take a simple example to explain you this thing. In my project, we have one important page. And in this page, everyone, we have few important fields here, like field number 1. This is field number 1 and the description. Field number 2 and the description and other details. There are total around 6 fields here. Yes. Now, I was having a discussion with my business users and they asked me that, Vaibhav, we need one additional feature here. I said, okay, can you please elaborate? So they said, like, we need one upload functionality here so that if you want to upload few scanned copy of the documents or few Excel sheets, we can easily upload and then we can easily like realize and analyze the values that we have in those documents. So then is that feasible for you all to implement? I said, let me check with my technology team and get back to you. I had discussion with technology lead, tech lead, and he said, yes, it's very simple. We'll be able to do that. And I said, how much time do you think you'll need to implement this thing? They said, we'll need less than 2 weeks to implement this thing. You can create one story and share with us, and we'll implement this thing if it's a priority for us. I said yes. So after like 5 to 6 days, they shared with me the local environment, the details to test this. And they said it's implemented. Now you can test this thing, whether it's working fine or not. So I got this thing as a link to test. So, and there was this upload button here. I tried to like upload few important documents from my local machine. I checked for the performance. I checked for other things. It was working completely fine. It was a very good, you may say, performance-oriented feature. Everything was working so fine. Yes, all those notification alerts, everything was working fine. And I was about to say that good work. Let's promote this to the sandboxing environment, to the UAT. But before I was just about to say this thing, then I realized that this form looks a bit different. I was surprised to see that now in the new form, we have just 4 fields. 1, 2, 3, 4. But in the current state, in the before implementation, we have total 6 fields. To validate this thing, I checked the production environment and I found yes, in the live environment, we have 6 fields. And now what he's sharing with me, they're just 4 fields. So I called him and I tried to understand what's the reason. I said, like, why? They're just 4 fields here. He said, no, Vaibhav, there are 6 fields only. But the reason why you're not able to see them is when we're implementing this new feature, we missed to increase the space of the page, the length of the page. So what is happening is the last 2 fields are hidden. Those are not appearing. So I said, no, we don't need to expand the width of the page. Page width should remain the same. And then I suggested him that you may come up with a scroll bar here so that we can look at all the important fields. They forget to implement this scroll bar here, and that resulted into the adverse impact. 2 important fields for missing. And this is what we can easily identify if we have a process model in place that helps us ensure that when we are bringing about the change, when we are coming up with certain process enhancements or customization, not only just focus on creating a flow chart, but also ensuring that we're looking at the connected or interlinked activities as well. If you are clear with the theory part, we'll draw this and then you'll understand this thing better. Shall we move ahead and draw one swim lane using one tool today? It will help us develop more clarity around this. Yes, let's try to draw this. We'll draw this, you'll gain more clarity. So now let's talk about how to create this diagram. So for that thing, we'll first talk about the BPMN standards. And for that, yes, it says like flowcharts, business process modeling notation diagrams are used as a set of standard symbols. Each shape has a specific meaning and a business context where it's most appropriate. If you become overwhelmed by drawing, simply check this guide. Yes, so what you're going to do here is you'll find here some important symbols and notations here. One video as well. I strongly recommend that go through this video. Then you'll find here some BPM and event symbols like message, timer, escalation, conditional, link, errors, cancel, then termination, parallel, then BPM and activity symbols like task, sub-processes, transactions, call, then gateways. There's a complete list here, sequence, like we are going to use this in our diagram in few minutes. Message, associations, this is swim lane that you all can see here. Start, intermediate, end. These all are mentioned. Data storage. This is an important one. So these all, if you use in your swim lane diagram, this will be the diagram in line with BPMN standards. Yes. So let's try to draw one diagram now, and we'll use all these symbols to create one swim lane. Yes. Now the next thing is, everyone, in the advanced section, if you'll expand this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sixth row, and the second last column here, you'll find horizontal pool 1. In the advanced module, sixth row, fourth column, horizontal pool 1. Just click here and it will appear on your main grid the way it's coming in here. Carry, Silo, Apurva, and everyone. Is everybody able to drag and drop this to the main screen? Very simple activity. Please check and confirm. First thing is, let me start from the beginning. Appdiagram.net. Next thing is, you have to look at your left hand menu here. In this left hand menu, you'll find here general, miscellaneous, and then advanced. Expand this advanced section, and in this advanced section, if you'll go to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sixth row, and then if you move towards right, fourth column, you'll find horizontal pool 1. Just double click and you'll be able to find the shape, the structure like this. So now what I'll do is, I'll just double click here, mouse one double click, and then I'll make it as canteen ordering system. Canteen ordering system is my swim lane process model here. Lane 1, as the first step, I'll mention here login slash, you may say, registration. Login slash registration is one of the important activities I mentioned here. Yes, lane 2, I'm mentioning here, once you have successful login, then you're going to order food menu. And third thing can be the payments, yes, and the delivery. And there can be n number of lanes. I've just mentioned 3 here to simplify the thing, but there can be n number of lanes. Now, as part of login registration, what I'm doing is, I'm using this BPMN shape circle to start with my process. So I'll mention here start. I'll use this connecting line to come up with the tasks. Tasks, if I go with the BPMN standards, this is generally represented by the rectangle. So I'll come up with the rectangle and I'll add here the task. Let us suppose enter the employee ID. Enter employee ID is my important task here. Once you enter the ID, the next thing is enter the password, enter valid, or you may say just enter password. Then after the password, if there is any one-time password OTP, yes. Now my question to you all is, before moving to the next lane, what additional thing you can do as a BA to ensure that food menu, only those people are able to access who have the valid credentials. We are now moving to the next lane. But how you'll reduce the impact or the adverse impact and ensure that only Unilever employees are having the access to food menu. What activity you are going to add here? We are going to add one decision box here like this. This decision box, you can mention here, is information valid? If the information is valid, then we are going to the next lane. Then you are able to view the food menu and order or select the food items. If the information is not valid, then what we'll do is we'll go back to the original, or go back to the first step, and we'll ask user to again share the details. Yes, something on those lines. So this is when the decision is no, and this is when the decision is yes. Yes, and then you may come up with few cosmetics at the last thing, and then you can add few colors to it if you want to make it more colorful. Yes, whichever color you want to add, and then you can also add colors to these things as well. Yes, it's a simple diagram that I've created here. I'll show you all few sample diagrams. Look at this Simplilearn diagram, everyone. Such a beautiful diagram on your screen. Patient, hospital, hospital billing. And look at the way she has arranged everything and she has come up with the complete end-to-end processing. Yes, everyone. So you all have to create something on these lines as part of your projects. If you're looking for some standard tool, then after creating some diagrams using the Lucid, using the app diagram, you can also use other tools like Lucid chart. Lucid chart is a very good tool to create your uh, BPM and diagrams. I'll just show you demo one thing here. Lucid chart has some very good templates to create some BPM and diagrams. You can also create this using Figma. Is there anyone who's using Figma in their project to create some flow diagrams? So Figma is also a very good tool to create some very attractive diagrams. You can create some diagrams using Figma, and then you can add this thing to your resume as well, that you know how to create process models using this standard tool, Figma. Lucid chart is also a very good tool. Yes, so these all tools can be used to create. Visio is, yes, the traditional one, the Microsoft tool. Yes, that's also a very good tool to create. I have used video for years, but nowadays, Apurva and others, I can find a shift in the thinking, and people are moving away from this traditional tool Visio. This I'm noticing in most of the projects. They're looking for some more attractive visuals. Their Figma, Miro. I'll show you one more tool, Miro tool. It's also accepted by Big Four nowadays. The Miro tool is a very good tool to create some very attractive visuals. Learners who are new to this, who are doing it for the first time, I have one very important tool to share with you all, and that is Creately. In Creately, you'll find that there are some sample Simplilearn diagrams. Those may help you develop better understanding around all these diagrams. Let me share this link with you all. This is important for those who are very new to process modeling. Now we'll discuss few lightweight, some basic techniques. Since we have discussed the good technique, a very important technique. How to decide which diagrammatical representation to follow. BPMN standards. In some projects, they say follow UML standards, Unified Modeling Language. In some projects, they say just get a simple flowchart, no need of a sim lane. Then which one to follow? And there comes the importance of one keyword that we had discussed. I think we have not discussed that word. Let me talk about one very important thing. OP, everyone, is organizational process assets. This includes standard operating procedures, SOPs. This includes organizational structure and culture, business analysis templates, symbols, notations, naming conventions for designs and visuals. I'll share one story with you all. One of my learner, he created one simulate diagram. He was part of healthcare business. He created one simulate diagram based upon the BPMN standards and he shared with business for the discussion or for the agreements. The business users rejected it, saying, giving a feedback that please align with the OPAs and share with us again for the review. And he called me and he said he had a discussion with me often. He said, like, Vaibhav is asking me to align with OPA. What is the OPA? Then I had to mention this thing very clearly that not every organization is following the IABA standards. Not every organization is following the BPMN standards. Yes, so it's an important thing for you as a BA to first understand what is the standard at the organizational level. Maybe we are talking about a circle, small circle to start the process, but in your healthcare, you don't have a circle, you have a kind of, you may say, ellipse, or kind of, you may say, a cloud. Yes. So the important thing is that it's a good thing to know the standards, but those standards must be aligned with OPAs. It's an important thing for a business analyst to have the clarity around organizational process asset. You should know, you must know what are the standards followed. It may be that they're just following partially BPMN, but they have their own conventions. I've seen this in HM in the hospital, healthcare business in insurance that they slightly deviate from the standards. They not use BPM and standards religiously. They may have their own standards. So that's why it's an important thing for you to do the detailed analysis and see how the things are done at the organizational level. Look at the templates, look at the symbols, notations, and everything, and then adhere to the guidelines in your organization, not what we learn here sometimes. Okay, what we learn here will help you create your projects, but in your organization, in your company, it's an important thing to give priority to OPA over the BPMN standard sometimes. Sometimes you find in your organization that OPA is equal to BPMN, but sometimes it may not be the case. And what is the priority for you? OPA, not BPMN. Yes, so top priority is OPA, not the BPMN. BPMN is for you to know the standards. But when it comes to implementation, first look at what your organization is doing. Else you'll come back to me saying that what rubbish you have taught in the live session, it's not helpful. Yes. So, so there may be few deviations from what we discussed in the live session. So that was about process modeling, everyone. Let's switch our focus to some basic techniques now. And let's talk about few very simple and basic techniques. And let's see what we have as part of these basic techniques. One important technique, the basic one, is brainstorming. And on similar lines, we have another technique as workshops. I'm 100% sure that you all must have been part of both brainstorming and workshop sessions. My simple question to you all is, what do you all think is the major difference between brainstorming and workshop? Or do you all think it is one and the same thing? The difference between brainstorming and the workshop. Payments, when we talk about brainstorming, it's just a dump, no structure, while workshop is structured. Is that the main difference? That can be a secondary difference for sure, but what's the main difference? Brainstorming is about ideas and thinking, and then what is in the workshop? You stop thinking in the workshop and close your brain, shut down your brain. What's the difference? Workshop for build, Prachi is mentioning here. Brainstorming can be conducted between team. Workshop is conducted by stakeholders and the customer. So you won't brainstorm with customer. Is that the correct thing to do? You don't brainstorm with your customers. You don't talk to them. You just tell them that what you're doing, not get some ideas from them. Higher level involvement of the participants. Okay, let's make it simpler. Let's try to understand this thing in a very simplified manner. I am creating the, you may say, cross section of your, not your, the brain. You all have to make an assumption that this is your brain, not the pair of kidneys or lungs. Yes, this is your brain, not your brain, anyone's brain. Yes, this is the brain. You all have to make an assumption that this is the brain. If this is the brain, everyone, then if I say this is the right side of the brain and this is the left side of the brain, right side of the brain is about colors, images, text, and in the modern world, I'll add one more thing here, reels. Yes, that's becoming very important for us nowadays. Whilst, what is the importance of left side of the brain? Can anybody help me know what's the main function of left side of the brain? Left side of the brain is more about, everyone, what is the function of the left side of the brain? Is about the lateral thinking. Lateral thinking, logical thinking, analytical thinking, these all things are carried out by the left side of the brain. So what is brainstorming, everyone? Brainstorming is about how effectively you are able to generate ideas from the key stakeholders, and these ideas that you're getting here will help you plan for business analysis approach, generate ideas with the help of lateral thinking and cognitive mind of the key stakeholders. Brainstorming is the initial step to gain ideas. Start with your analysis, have an open-ended discussion, detailed discussion. All the ideas are welcomed, and it's all about gaining more and more information from the key stakeholders. Whilst when we talk about workshop, the intent is completely different. Workshop is not about initial step. Workshop is more about finalization. Workshop is not about generating ideas. Workshop is more about acceptance, feedback, review, and simply closure. Validation, yes. Validation, closure, review, and at the end, just close the things. That's part of the workshop. Here, the intent is to trigger the things, trigger the analysis, have a detailed discussion. But workshop is not about discussions. Workshop is about promoting common understanding. Workshop is more about resolving conflicts and gaining consensus. Workshop is more about acceptance, finalization, and closure of the analysis. Brainstorming versus workshops. Yes, so that's the main difference between the two. Let's talk about few more techniques in the list, and then we'll try to draw a few things if we have some time left. Next thing is, everyone, the lessons learned technique. Lessons learned technique, everyone, can be linked with one of the agile ceremony that we are following nowadays in the projects. What is the name of that agile ceremony that is equivalent to the lesson learned technique? Which agile ceremony looks similar to the technique that you see on your screen? The four agile ceremonies that we have, one is the daily stand-ups. Second is your sprint planning and grooming. Third one is the reviews and the demos. And the fourth one is the retrospective. Four options for you. Which one do you all think can be mapped with lessons learned? It's the retrospective. Yes. So what is lessons learned, everyone? Lessons learned is about successes, opportunities for improvement, failures, and also the recommendation for improvement. These all are few important things as part of lessons learned technique. Lessons learned is also known as the retrospective. This can be formal or informal in nature. Lessons learned is about reinforcing the positive experiences and successes. Yes. So let me open one standard template and let's talk about lessons learned and how you will do that in your project. Imagine if somebody asks you to conduct one retrospective meeting as a BA, how you will do that? Although it's job of the Scrum Master, but it may happen that they ask you to conduct one retrospective discussion. So in your Jira tool, under the Confluence, we'll discuss one lessons learned retrospective template, and let's see what are the major things that we cover as part of the retrospective meeting. So I'll take you all to the retrospective template here, and let's discuss few important things. This is the lesson learned template on your screen. We are capturing the retrospectives. There are four important things to come to document, or you may say come up with. First thing is what you loved. List what you loved about your work, what are the successful items. Longed for, list what you wished that you had while working, that you were not able to due to some constraints, time or budget or other things. Lots for, list what you didn't like about your work. This matches with what you are saying, Shashi. And also learn what, list what you learned from or looking back. Yes, so it's not just about the lost and the learned, it's also about the loved and longed for. If you capture all four L's, it will give you the full description of the retrospective. Four important L's in any retrospective discussions. Yes, loved, longed, lost, and your learned. Four important L's. And then accordingly, you may come up with the action plan. This is how you organize any retrospective meeting. While loved and longed are the two first ones, why not looking back first? Because the intent is to start with a positive note. Yes, the positive note, you come up with something good that you have done, something that is missed, and then the shortcomings or the issues. Okay, so these are the four L's. Let's talk about another technique in the list, and that is interviews. Interviews, everyone, when we talk about interviews, can be classified into, still away. Okay. So interviews, when we talk about everyone, interviews can be classified into two categories. Open-ended, open-ended, and the close-ended. What's the difference between the open-ended questions and the close-ended questions? Let us suppose I say, I am having a discussion with Prachi and Shashi. Shashi responds to my question as yes. Prachi responds to my question as no. But when I talk to Amable says, Vaibhav, can you please elaborate? Can you please describe this in detail? Can you please give us some demo? What exactly is the difference? When the answer is in the form of yes or no or multiple choice questions, this would be considered as close-ended discussion. And when somebody is asking a question that needs some detailed description, elaborate description, there it's an important thing to come up with open-ended discussion. When we start with our analysis, it's an important thing for a BA to have an open-ended discussion with all the key stakeholders. Open-ended discussion will help you break down your business requirements and identify the corresponding solution. Eventually, you'll find slowly and gradually this open-ended would turn out to be close-ended. Close-ended will help you also gain sign-offs or approvals from the key stakeholders. Getting it? Similarly, we have survey and questionnaires, but the difference is here you'll have certain statistics. Those may help you come up with certain questions. In interviews, the mandatory criteria is not to have the surveys or some sales data. It's just about a discussion to promote better understanding. That's about the interviews and survey and questionnaires. Let's talk about few more basic techniques. Another one is document analysis. What is document analysis? Let us suppose I say that we have Apurva with us and we have Prachi with us. Prachi and Apurva are the two BAs in the team. And let us suppose Shashi is one of the project manager. Yes, Apurva and Prachi are asking few questions. They are new to the project. They don't understand few jargons. They don't understand few important complex requirements. They need more clarity around domain specific terminologies. They need more clarity around the important requirements architecture. Project manager Shashi knew this thing that Prachi and Apurva are going to ask such questions. So Shashi had asked Vaibhav, one BA who was already working in this project for a long time, to create some training material, certain documents with all such details. And Vaibhav has created those documents and uploaded to the Jira or the SharePoint. So Shashi is asking Apurva and Prachi to analyze and do the research around the documents already available in some repository. In a way, Shashi is promoting, Shashi is asking Apurva and Prachi to perform document analysis. Document analysis, everyone, is all about your own research, looking at the historically available information, discover the information from the existing documents, from the repositories. All such kind of research would be part of document analysis technique. Here you will take the help of some document repositories like Jira, Confluence, SharePoint, and others. And it's more about looking at the historically available information. That's your document analysis, everyone. Now we'll discuss few questions related to whatever we have covered so far. Yes? So let's have few questions here. Let's discuss few questions. Jira has, no, it has certain approvals as well. Yes, you'll find in the Jira statuses, the importance is given to the approvals. Okay, so if you're talking about the sign-offs in Jira, we have those things here. I can demo this, I can show you. Maybe it's not there in the trial version, but if I talk about um, who is responsible to document the things, who is responsible to document the things, business analyst or the SME. Let us suppose I say, let us suppose I say the document is related to business requirements, stakeholder requirements, solution requirements, or transition requirements. Then it is the responsibility of the business analyst. But if the document is related to industry, architecture, key business jargons, terminologies, then it's either domain SME documenting it or providing consultation to a BA so that BA can do this thing. Are you with me on this thing? If it is the business requirements, stakeholder requirements, and solution requirements, completely your responsibility. But if it is about architecture, terminologies, and jargon, this is shared responsibility. You have to have a discussion with the domain SME. Yes, and in few cases, like in my team, we ask our domain SME to create these things. Yes, product owner may somebody who can validate what both of you are doing. Like my role is of a PO in my project. So I ask my BAs to talk to the experts and create it. And then I'm just monitoring what they are doing. Getting it? So don't involve PO in every activity. He's a poor fellow. He is doing so much of work. If you involve him in each and every small task, yes, then he'll resign from the company and join some other company. Yes. So PO, let him work on the high level requirements. Let BA and domain SME work on the low level details. And if you'll recollect, we had discussed about predictive and the adaptive methodology here. We had also discussed about the difference between the two. We'd also discussed about the Agile Manifesto to understand what are the major differences, or you may say, what are the major important things that we follow nowadays in the adaptive world. So first thing we had discussed about the methodologies. Then we had discussed about the adaptive approach, wherein we had discussed about two important things. One is iterations. Yes. And what's the another important thing that we had discussed here? Another thing we had discussed about was the partial release concept, and that is incremental delivery. Fixed iterations in any agile projects, we have discussed about the sprints, generally 2 weeks duration. So these were a few basic things that we have discussed around the methodologies. And then we have discussed about few important elements here. Planning methods fall between predictive and the adaptive approaches. This simply means we may have predictive methodology, adaptive, or the combination of the two known as the hybrid methodology. Then we have discussed about the next element, formality and level of details of BA deliverables are based on the planning approach. And here we have discussed that BA deliverables are comprehensive documents, detailed documents, standardized templates like BRD, FSD, SRS in the waterfall or in the predictive world, whilst in the agile world, we have this new concept of lightweight documentation. Lightweight simply means you're focusing more on the visuals, graphical representations, use of tools like Tableau, Python, and others. Those help us come up with more, you may say, visual representations, short and explicit explanations like user stories, storyboards. So transitioning from the comprehensive documentation to the lightweight documentation, this is the important thing as part of the adaptive approach. Then we have discussed about the third important element here, that is identifying and breaking down the activities into smaller tasks. Then timing for the business analysis task to be performed. Timings we have discussed, it can be phases versus iterations. And then we have discussed about the complexity and size of the change in the overall risk. Here we have discussed about risk tolerance. And here we have discussed about 3 risk tolerance levels. So Ritika is absolutely wonderful with the answer. Yes, we have discussed about SAN yesterday, the short form that we had created, SAN, seeking, that is about acceptance of the risk under the given conditions, aversioning capability, saying no, neutrality is least impacted by the size of the change or the complexity and size of the change. And the last thing that we discussed here was about business analysis approach reviewed and agreed upon by the key stakeholders. So these are few important elements, everyone, that we have discussed as part of plan business analysis approach. And then after that, we had discussed about few important techniques here. Yesterday, everyone, we had discussed about one technique wherein it is important for us to capture a flow chart, a swim lane diagram. Flow chart creation is part of which of the following techniques mentioned here? Process modeling is the right answer. Yesterday we had discussed about BPMN, business process modeling notations. Those may help us come up with a swim lane diagram, a vertical or the horizontal swim lane diagram, wherein not only we are capturing the end-to-end process, but also ensuring that the new enhancements or customizations are not causing any adverse impact to parallelly running sub processes. So process modeling we had discussed in detail yesterday. We had created the process model using the app diagram, and then we had discussed about few additional techniques as well, like brainstorming, workshops, lessons learned, interviews, document analysis. So these are a few important things that we have discussed as part of plan business analysis approach. We have few more techniques here that will cover in upcoming knowledge areas. So not all the techniques we have discussed, only few of them we have discussed as part of plan business analysis approach. Now today we have to start with everyone the very important task, second task in the list, and that is planned stakeholder engagement. But before we start with this task and have a detailed discussion around this, so yes, process modeling is a technique that will help you create a process map. Process map is a visual representation based on process modeling technique. Okay. These are others, process mapping flowcharts. It's there in each and every project. What's a pay, process map here, HMS, process map. Everywhere you will find a process map. Okay. There's one more mapping, that is value stream mapping. VSM, that we have not discussed yet. We'll talk about value stream mapping as well. That's based on lean methodology that we have not discussed yet. We'll discuss in our sessions to come. Let's start with the second task here, everyone. Let's talk about planned stakeholder engagement. If you look at the purpose here, it says plan an approach for establishing and maintaining effective working relationship with the key stakeholders. Imagine, let us suppose I say we have Victorino with us, we have Carrie with us. These two are the BAs recently hired for the new project. Let us suppose ABC. This is the new company for them, new organization for them, new project for them. And they don't know anyone in the project. Completely new project starting from the scratch. My question to you all is, based upon your prior work experience, if you're planning to establish and maintain effective working relationship with the key stakeholders, what is the first step? First step that you'll follow, first thing that you'll do in order to establish and maintain effective working relationship. So identifying the stakeholders and analyzing their characteristic is the first thing to start with. And how you'll do that? Let us suppose I say that Prachi, Victorino, you have to identify your stakeholders and know your stakeholders. How you'll do that thing? How you'll know your stakeholders? Let us suppose you join the company today and you have to identify the stakeholders. How you'll do that? If you have to identify what Prachi is doing, what is the role of Alpa, what Ritika is doing in the project, what's the best way to find this thing? Don't you all think the best way would be to look at the project hierarchy or the organizational model? Yes, look at the whole hierarchy of the project. How you can search for this. Just look into your Outlook. Just mouse over the name and you'll find who is reporting to whom. And you can also look at their roles and responsibilities. Even in the MS team and other things, if you'll just check for the name, you'll find the designations. Yes. So meaning to say, what I'm trying to tell you all here is that if in order to identify the stakeholders and the characteristics, BA has to perform stakeholder analysis. And what is the stakeholder analysis? And those are related to stakeholder analysis. Interview, Somnath has a very good point here that you can interview them, have a discussion with them. Yes, to organize them, to understand them, you can talk to them, interview them, have a discussion with them. So it's an important thing for you to perform a stakeholder analysis and understand their role. Attitude simply means their responsibilities or their ownerships, decision-making authority, a level of power or influence of the key stakeholders. Now, one very important thing here, everyone. Nowadays, in most of the interviews I have seen, they ask you all such questions that what are the important activities as part of stakeholder analysis? So you all can create one short form to learn and remember this thing, RADL. What is RADL? RADL includes the important activities as part of the stakeholder analysis. The role, the attitude, that is your responsibility, decision-making authority, and level of power or influence of the key stakeholders. Once you have performed the stakeholder analysis, then the next thing is stakeholder communication needs. Alpa was talking about understanding the needs. It can be linked with stakeholder communication needs. My question to you all is, what do you all think is part of this element and what exactly is the expectation from a BA when we're talking about stakeholder communication needs? What exactly this represents when you read this for the first time? Stakeholder communication need. What is the communication need all about? Quality, somebody is saying, you're saying quality. If you can expand this, what exactly you mean by quality? Quality in terms of what? Need to talk to them. Alpa is saying in very simple terms, need to talk to them. Let's see what BABA guide has to say about this thing. It's an important thing to understand the communication need. So let's look at the BABA guide and let's see what's mentioned in the BABA guide for this key element here. When we are talking about everyone stakeholder communication needs, there are few important things to consider. First thing is what needs to be communicated. Let us suppose I say that you have some implementation SMEs, domain SMEs, testers, project managers, operational support. These all are some internal stakeholders. It's an important thing for you to understand what needs to be communicated. For example, to your technology team, you'll focus upon what has to be implemented, and those details you're going to share with them. With testers, you're not going to share what has to be implemented. With testers, you are going to share all those important parameters. Those may help them come up with their test strategy and test cases. So what needs to be communicated is very important thing. Second thing is, what is the appropriate delivery method? And this you can easily identify with the help of business analysis approach. If the business analysis approach is predictive, you'll go with written and formal communication. If the business analysis approach is adaptive, then you may come up with, as Ritika is mentioning here, the informal, you may say communication, verbal communications. Who is the appropriate or target audience? You not share everything with everyone. You have to identify the key stakeholders. When should communication occur? Frequency of communication. How frequently you talk to the key stakeholders. Geographical location of the stakeholders will receive the communications. Should be very clear with that thing. Level of detail appropriate for the communication of the stakeholders, and level of formality of the communication. These all are few important things as part of stakeholder communication need. Learners who are preparing for interviews or looking for a job change, they ask you such question that what are the important stakeholder communication needs? So these are few important things mentioned in the above guide. So this is about the stakeholder communication needs, important for you all to know. And then another important thing is defining stakeholder collaboration. What do you all think is a major difference between collaboration and communication? Or do you all think it is one and the same thing? What's the main difference? Communicate something to stakeholders and collaborate with them. What's the difference? Of course, these two are two totally different things. And what's the difference? Communication means one-way traffic. Prachi is saying communication means that you share something with them and kind of one-way traffic. And what is collaboration? Collaboration, yes. Collaboration, when we talk about collaboration, is about shared efforts to resolve problems and achieve desired results. Yes, so if you see here, it's mentioned here, ensuring effective collaboration with the key stakeholders is essential for maintaining their engagement in business analysis activity. Engagement is all about what you all are telling me, shared efforts to resolve problems and achieve desired results. Yes, so that's why it's an important thing to have both communication as well as collaboration. Collaboration also includes monitoring the participation of the key stakeholders, whether what you communicate, are they able to understand those things or not? Because if they're not able to understand, there may be certain risks in the product delivery later. So that's why collaboration is also important along with the communication. And if we talk about some considerations when planning collaboration, these include timing and frequency of collaboration. For example, if you're having a discussion with your internal team members, you have to maintain the free flow of information, regular connects with them. So timing and frequency of collaboration, the locations, available tools, those may help you come up with the frequent communications, delivery methods such as in-person or virtual, preference of the key stakeholders. These all are few important things as part of the stakeholder collaboration. So when we talk about everyone, plan stakeholder engagement, there are three important elements here. First thing is stakeholder analysis. That includes identifying role, attitude, decision-making authority, level of power or influence of the key stakeholders. Then stakeholder communication needs, as we have discussed, and then the stakeholder collaboration. So these are the three important elements as part of plan stakeholder engagement. Now we have few important techniques as well that we'll discuss now. These are the important techniques on your screen. And we'll talk about the most important one, stakeholder, list, map, or personas. The stakeholder list, map, and personas, when we talk about everyone, there are three important methods here. RACI matrix, onion diagram, and the stakeholder matrix. RACI matrix, onion diagram, and the stakeholder matrix. You all can create one short form as ROS to learn and remember the three important methods here. RACI matrix, onion diagram, and the stakeholder matrix. Let's start with the first one and let's discuss what is this RACI matrix all about, how it is created, and why it is created. Okay. So let's talk about the RACI matrix. RACI is a very popular and a very traditional matrix that we have been creating as a BA for years. A very common and a very popular matrix in the field of business analysis. What RACI stands for? RACI stands for responsible, accountable, consulted, and the informed matrix. Let's take one example. I think we have discussed this thing in our introductory sessions, responsibility versus accountability. Yes. So if you'll recollect, we have discussed that responsibility is more about the ownership. And accountability is more about the answerability. Let us suppose I say, I'm talking about everyone, requirements, gathering, and the documentation. Can any one of you help me know who is responsible in any project to gather the requirements and come up with the relevant documents describing what you have gathered? Who is responsible for requirements gathering? It's the responsibility of the business analyst. BA must cry here. Cry means collaborate, do some research and perform certain experiments. And accountability may lie with the project manager. Let us suppose Prachi and Shambhu are the two BAs, and then Shambhu and Prachi find that there are a few jargons, some terminologies related to the domain, and they are not able to understand. Then they'll try to connect with domain subject matter expert and develop the clarity around all those terminologies and jargons. If they have certain questions related to the technology, they'll consult the technical experts and develop clarity around the techno-functional activities. And if there's something related to the quality, then they'll talk to the testers. That's the consulting role. And remaining stakeholders are informed about the requirements gathered so that everybody is on the same page. Prachi Singh, what is CRE? We have discussed this in the first session. That story from Arabian Nights. What CRE is, everyone? CRE is collaboration. Then what is R here? Research. And what is E here? Experiments. So collaboration, research, and experiment. So every BA must cry. Yes, so you have to do the collaboration, research, and experiments. Three pillars to the requirements elicitation. So we have discussed about collaboration, research, and experiments, and these three important pillars to the requirements elicitation technique or method, you may say. Listen to the question very carefully and then answer. You have this business scenario on your screen, requirements gathering and documentation, BA is responsible. Similarly, we may have several other business scenarios and several other activities in any project. For example, solution implementation. For example, quality of the product. For example, test scenarios creation. For example, managing cost and budget of the projects. There can be several business scenarios, several tasks and activities in the project. Considering that in any project there can be several activities and tasks, what do you all think about the structure of the RACI matrix? Is that static, one-time activity, or do you all think RACI is a dynamic matrix that will vary as per the given business scenario? It's purely dynamic in nature. Why so? Dynamic in nature, it will vary because BA is not responsible for everything. BA has certain scope of work. BA has some predefined set of activities. He or she is going to focus upon all those activities only. It's not for BA to do everything. That's why the RACI matrix is considered to be the dynamic in nature, because the responsibility is going to shift from one stakeholder to another based upon the nature of the business. For example, if I say that now it's time to implement the solution, then the responsibility is going to shift to the implementation subject matter expert. For example, if you are saying that come up with the test strategy and test planning, responsibility is going to shift to the senior test managers. So that's why RACI is considered to be dynamic in nature. Now I'll show you all one sample RACI matrix. You'll get to understand why it is dynamic in nature. So in your presentation, there is one sample RACI matrix. This is on your screen. This shows that based upon the task, responsibility, accountability, consulting role may differ. For example, when you're talking about identifying problems and the opportunities, here it's the responsibility of the sponsors and the project managers to provide the details. Yes, so that BA can track, monitor, and do all such activities and then define the business needs. Yes, so you can see here that this is dynamic in nature. Sometimes the sponsor is responsible, sometimes just informed. Like when we are analyzing the requirements, we won't involve the sponsor. Yes, we just consult few people, will be accountable for few things. So that's why you see here that this is the dynamic matrix on your screen, the RACI matrix. The RACI matrix is going to help you come up with proper stakeholder analysis and understand who is doing what. That way you can easily track and monitor all the important activities and who is the owner of the given task. This helps in proper tracking and monitoring and also brings in more transparency around the task allocation and monitoring the task towards their completion. That's why RACI matrix is a very important matrix as part of the stakeholder list map or personas. BA is responsible for project timelines. Similarly, subject matter expert is accountable for design and solution. Similarly, tester is accountable and responsible for testing activities. Yes. You should use the word responsible more and accountable less, because accountability would generally lie with the senior BAs, senior SMEs, and senior testers. The reason why I'm saying using the word senior is that accountability is more about tracking and monitoring. Yes, accountability is not about working on the given task directly. BA is responsible for the requirements, proper timely delivery of the requirements. SMEs are responsible, the implementation SMEs are responsible for the solution design, and testers are responsible for testing activities. So my only comment on her question was that she's absolutely correct with her observation. The only thing is we should be careful with this word accountable. When you use the word accountable, it's more about tracking, monitoring, evaluation, providing a better environment And responsibility is more about owning the task and working the task directly. Yes, so that's why accountability would always lie with somebody who has got some prior work experience, has got some good experience into the given project. Responsibility for analysis lies with the BA. Responsibility for implementation is with the implementation SMEs. But accountability would always lie with somebody who has got some experience, who can easily guide and monitor others' work. Yes, and project manager is like accountable for the overall success of the project. Absolutely wonderful. Yes. When we are creating the RACI matrix, is RACI matrix just confined to the business analysis activities, or is RACI something that can be applied to all the tasks within the project boundaries? It's an important thing. It will be a good practice if you can apply RACI to all the important tasks within the project boundaries. Normally, what happens is BAs are following it for their deliverables, but others are not doing it. So the good and standard practice is like everybody should create a RACI for any task that is carried out within the project boundaries. The reason why I'm pushing on this thing or like emphasizing on this thing is that if we have a proper RACI matrix in place, it helps us come up with very proper tracking and monitoring mechanism, and it also helps us define the single point of contact. Let us suppose I say today Ritika and Apurva are working as a business analyst, and in their team there is some challenge with regard to recently implemented task. Now there are, let us suppose, 5 developers in the team. Now, if you don't have the RACI matrix, you have to check with all the developers who has worked on this task. And if something is wrong, all of 5 of them will say, no, I haven't worked on that. Yes, but if there's a RACI in place, you can easily identify who has worked on it, who was the owner of this task. Task was allocated to this person, he has worked on it. And now it's his responsibility or her responsibility to provide the explanation justification. Getting my point? So what happens is this brings in more clarity, transparency, visibility, yes, and helps to avoid any ambiguity and confusion in the project. That's why AC is a very good matrix for identifying the roles and responsibility. Yes, so that's the importance of the RACI matrix, and that's why RACI is something that BA should always create. BA should create the RACI matrix for all the important tasks that he or she is involved in directly. But it's not like PM is not going to create it. PM should create for those tasks for which he or she is involved in. Yes, your implementation team should create for the task that they are responsible for. Yes. So if you leave everything for a BA to do, then it will be difficult for BA to manage the things. Yes, so it will be a good practice that we come up with certain classification for these many deliverables. BA is going to do it. Like normally, if I talk about my project, what we are doing is, if we're having any discussion with our business stakeholders or with our regulators, then we create one matrix to understand for this requirement which all stakeholders are involved. If we're having discussion with the implementation team, then also we create one matrix to understand these implementation experts are involved in the discussion. Yes. So for your analysis activity, it is your responsibility. But for others' work, they should create their own RACI matrix. So RACI is not just confined to standard BA practices. It also applies to project management. It also applies to implementation and also applies to quality analysis as well. Okay, getting it? But in your control, it's about the BA deliverables. So it's more important for you as a BA to start implementing it first, and then you can set the trend that everybody can follow. Yes. So that's about everyone, the RACI matrix. Yes. So it's to summarize the RACI matrix. Let's go back to our class notes here. The summary is, everyone, that RACI matrix is all about classification of the stakeholders based on their ownership and answerability. And this is a dynamic matrix, varies with the given business scenario, phase, or cycle of the project. RACI is kept in tabular format against the task allocated as part of the given initiative. This is your RACI matrix. Yes. Now let's talk about the next matrix in the list, everyone, and that is your stakeholder matrix, everyone. Shall we move ahead and talk about the stakeholder matrix, everyone, with me and following till this point? Shall we move ahead and discuss this thing? Thank you, Shashi and others. Now, this is the next matrix, stakeholder matrix, and the importance and the significance of this matrix is this will help you come up with a proper communication and collaboration strategy. How much time, how much, what level of communication should happen with different stakeholders, what should be the level of engagement, that you can easily decide with the help of stakeholder matrix. In this stakeholder matrix on your screen, everyone, on the vertical axis, we capture the influence of the stakeholders, and on the horizontal axis, we capture interest and impact of the key stakeholders. Now, if I ask you all a few questions, let's see how many of you are able to answer. This is based on your 8th standard mathematics. If this is quadrant number 1, this is quadrant number 2, this is 3, and this is 4. My question to you all is a very simple, straightforward question, a basic question, that if influence of the stakeholders is high, highly influential stakeholders, and at the same time, they are involved in the project, they are interested in each and every day-to-day activity that you're performing as a BA, they're also getting impacted by what you're doing as part of the project, means interest is also high, influence is also high. Then which quadrant you will opt for out of the 4 mentioned on your screen? There are few influential stakeholders and they're also interested and impacted. This simply means they are your decision makers. They are going to share with you the important requirements. They are the ones who are going to provide the approvals. So decision-making authority, you may easily identify if they're influential and also interested in day-to-day activities. So you have to work closely with these stakeholders as a business analyst and engage with them effectively. Effective engagement, collaboration, communication must happen so that you're able to first gather the requirements, and then at the later stages, you're able to get the timely sign-off on the solution requirements. Imagine if I say we have Mark with us, we have Shirsha with us, they are very influential stakeholders, CEO of the company, board of directors of the company, huge stake in the project. But since they're involved in multiple miscellaneous activities, they do not have time, it's not their priority to look into your day-to-day activities. Their influence is very high, but their interest is low in what you're doing in your day-to-day work. Then which quadrant you'll opt for? Influence is very high, but the interest is low. So then in that case, you'll ensure that the stakeholders remain satisfied. Normally, you all must have observed this thing that BAs and project managers plan to have the quarterly connects, half-yearly connects, annual connects with the senior management. And there they'll not talk about what Shashi or Mark have done recently in the project. They'll talk about the successful events. They'll talk about their achievements. They'll talk about the overall progress and the health of the project. Why at all we have these connects like quarterly connect, half yearly connect, or yearly connect with your senior management, so that they are satisfied, ensure that these stakeholders remain satisfied. If they're not satisfied with the overall progress of the project, they may take some decisions against the project. They may even scrap the project. That's why it's an important thing for me along with project managers to ensure that the influential stakeholders remain satisfied. Yes, another scenario can be, let us suppose I say that we have Weber with us, we have Shashi with us. Shashi and Weber are college pass out, looking for a good job opportunity, and they got selected, they got recruited for this new project, and they are going to join the project in few weeks. So now they are going to join project ABC, but since they are college pass out, very young blood, yes, they have least influence when we talk about any project or the organization. Very new to the project. But since young blood, enthusiastic, directly coming from college, want to learn more things, so they are highly interested, but they have least influence. Then which quadrant you opt for? Stakeholders with least influence and high interest, you'll keep them in quadrant number 4. Keep stakeholders informed as they are likely to be concerned. So these all stakeholders are going to be informed so that they know each and every requirement, and then if required, they can implement and they can come up with the solution implementation. But if you find that they are college pass out, they are going to be part of the project, but it is not finalized yet, they are still on bench, means low influence, and as of now, low interest. Project has not been allocated yet. So then you won't have any communication with them, you won't talk to them, but you'll monitor to ensure that stakeholders' influence or interest does not change. If if they develop the interest, if the project is allocated to them, then you'll push them to this quadrant. If the project is allocated to them and then they are influential stakeholders and also interested, you will push them to this quadrant. If the task is allocated to them and they are highly influential but not interested, then you'll push them to this quadrant. So this is your stakeholder matrix that helps you come up with proper stakeholder engagement plan based on their influence, interest, and the impact in any given project. Yes, Hitka is saying that how is the influence and the impact and the interest different? Let's discuss this thing with the help of one example. Let us suppose I say that we have, I'll take a simple example here. We have Ritika with us and we have Parmita with us. Yes. Ritika and Parmita are the senior managers. And since they're into senior position, they're handling multiple projects like canteen ordering system, library management system, WhatsApp pay, and hospital management system. All 4 projects. The priority for them is to have a discussion with the business users, the senior external stakeholders, and ensure that they are getting the timely requirements for every phase and ensure that they maintain healthy and effective working relationship with the business stakeholders. But since they're handling miscellaneous projects and having discussions with business users throughout the day, they are not involved in day-to-day activities. They do not participate in daily stand-ups. They are not part of sprint planning. They are not part of stories creation and the agreements on stories. So they do not participate in the project level activities. So this simply means that these stakeholders are influential since they're having a direct discussion with the business users, but since they're not involved in project level activities, so from the reference point of the projects, you can say that they have least interest and impact with regard to the day-to-day activities of the project. Overall project, they are interested and impacted. But here, from the BS perspective, since they're not involved in each and every activity, so what you will do here? You will not trouble them. You will not bug them every second hour. You will just try to create some reports for them. Some, you may say, presentations for them. What else do we create to like ensure that stakeholders remain satisfied? We create some, you may say, what do we call? Like, can everybody come up with some good word that we use for discussion with the senior management, reports, presentations, or you may say coming up with certain important dashboards. Yes, so that they remain satisfied. They know that in canteen ordering system, there is no challenge. Ritika and Parmita are handling it correctly. Yes, there is no issue coming in. That's the role of the influential stakeholder. But imagine if we have any sponsor. They are providing the financial justification for each and every project activities. They are responsible to provide approvals on different license version of the software. They're also giving you certain requirements. You have to have a clarity around what sponsor is expecting. Then you'll have frequent discussions with them, regular discussions with them. They'll provide the requirements. You are going to provide the solution. And that's why it's an important thing for you to work closely with them. And these are the important decision makers in any project. Are you with me, everyone? The difference between influential and the interested. Yes. So influential, only influential means the senior authorities not involved in project level activities. And if I say influential as well as interested, it means although they are senior authorities, but they're also involved in day-to-day activity. Yes. So that's the difference between influential versus interested stakeholders. Let's move ahead and let's talk about the third method in the list and simplest one, and that is your onion diagram. When we talk about onion, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Onion diagram. How this onion is different from layers, Shashi is saying, and when you'll peel off the layers, you'll have tears in your eyes. Yes. So layers and tears, two important things with this onion diagram. So you all can see here, everyone, that in this onion diagram, we are trying to classify the stakeholders based upon their interaction with solution delivery. Solution delivery is the core layer wherein you'll find project managers and others directly involved in creating the solution, like your implementation subject matter experts, like your business analyst, project managers. These all would be part of solution delivery team. Now, Alpa, Shashi, and others, my question to you all is, let us suppose I say as a solution delivery team, you are delivering one solution P, product P. Who is going to use it? Who is going to be in the next layer? Most impacted stakeholders when we deliver a solution. Yes. In the next layer, you'll find the end users. And if end users are facing certain problems to use the product, who is going to help them? It's the operational support or the help desk. That's why in the next layer we have end users and the help desk. And then when end user starts to use the product, the monetary benefit, the financial benefits are analyzed, realized by the expert and the sponsor, and then the ultimate benefit goes to the customer, regulators, and the suppliers. So this onion diagram basically helps us classify the stakeholders based upon their interaction with solution delivery. That's your onion diagram. Not that important, not that popular in terms of documentation, but yes, RACI matrix and the stakeholder matrix are the two important methods that you all can use in your projects for stakeholder engagement and stakeholder communication. So these are the three important methods everyone as part of stakeholder list map and personas. The next technique in the list and the very important one here is mind mapping. Mind mapping is very important technique today from the name itself. Mind mapping. Recording the experience, the exposure, visual of brainstorming is nothing but the mind mapping. Let's try to understand what Shambhu is trying to say. I'll take you all to the Babok guide and we'll read few things together and try to understand the importance of mind mapping. Mind map, as you all can see on your screen, is a form of note taking that captures thoughts, ideas, and connected relationships to apply a structure and logic to thoughts and ideas and information. Now, this is the main thing that I want to discuss with you all. Mind map has a central main idea supported by secondary ideas or topics, followed by as many layers of subtopics as necessary to fully capture and articulate the concept. And if I show you one more thing here, it's mentioned here that mind mapping is a non-linear diagram. My question to you all is a very simple question from the 8th standard. What is the difference between a linear diagram and a non-linear diagram? How you will differentiate between linear versus non-linear diagram? Okay, I'll show you a few diagrams from Python and then I'll ask you all the same question. So I'll open few diagrams, predictive modeling Python that you're going to learn as part of this program later. So if you see here, if I open one of the diagram here, these are all the important diagrams that you're going to learn in sessions to come. If you see this diagram, everyone, we have certain important points, and what we are doing is we are coming up with one best fit line that covers almost all the important points. Three or four lines you all can see here, and this makes your diagram linear, these lines. Yes, but if I show you a few more diagrams here, something like this, if you see here, the impressions are in such a manner that we are not able to come up with a single line of representation. That makes your like if you see here, this is a linear diagram. Why linear? Because most of the points are lying on the same line. This is kind of a linear diagram. But if you find that the points, if you find that the observations are spread into branches, then that is considered to be a non-linear diagram. The example is on your screen. This is the example of the non-linear diagram. Non-linear diagram simply means you are coming up with certain breakdown. Non-linear simply means that for the given main topic, you're coming up with topics, subtopics, then subtopics, and in a way, you're coming up with the granular level information by decomposing the main topic. Let's take one example to understand this thing. Let us suppose I say that one high level requirement is shared with me as a business analyst, and the high level requirement is to create one hospital management system. I am having a discussion with my analyst team that includes Parmita, Ritika, Alpa, Shambhu, Victorino, and others. Alpa says, Vaibhav, as per my prior work experience, as per my knowledge, it's an important thing for us to first think about safe and secure application. Safe and secure application is what idea Alpa introduced. Parmita says, I strongly agree with what Alpa is mentioning here. And to come up with safe and secure application, it's an important thing for us to come up with the login page. In this login page, there must be few important things like the user ID, the password, the one-time password, and all such important things. Yes, then somebody says apart from the login, it should also be very important for us to have something like one-time password that you have to mention on the login page to ensure that it's a valid user. Then somebody says as part of one-time password, there may be few digits, few numbers, few special characters. Then I have a discussion with Ritika. Ritika says apart from safe and secure application, the login, we should also have a proper plan to have an appointment with the doctors. Then Victoria mentions, yes, for the appointment with the doctors, we should come up with a proper plan for the doctors and their specialization, their availability in the hospital. Yes, the time slots and all such things must be clearly defined. Then somebody says, apart from the safety, security, and availability of the doctors, it's also very important for us to come up with the proper inventory. Inventory in the sense we should have proper stock for the medicines, medical and surgical instruments, yes, bed availability, oxygen cylinders. Yes, it was such a critical thing during the COVID-19 crisis, the oxygen cylinders. Yes, we all have seen those days. So somebody is talking about the inventory, and then we have somebody who's coming from the economics and finance background, and he or she recommends that we should have proper accounting, billing, yes, and management of the funds. And then we come up with all some important features to have proper accounting, billing, and everything. Yes, so what is happening here? We have one main topic around which we are able to come up with topics and then the subtopics, and we are able to come up with the non-linear diagram to capture all the important ideas from the key stakeholders. Now I will come up with one equation. Let's see how many of you are able to answer my question, how many of you are able to understand this thing. My equation on your screen is brainstorming plus non-linear diagram is equal to mind mapping. This equation simply means that when you are generating some ideas from the key stakeholders, it's an important thing for you to represent those ideas in the more fragment or granular form, and that's nothing but a mind map. So mind map helps you as a business analyst to represent the ideas, represent all those important information that you're getting from the key stakeholders in a very simplified, granular, or the atomic format. We'll have main topic in the middle, then the topics linked with the main topic, and then these topics can be decomposed into smaller subtopics, and these subtopics will represent the granular level information. That's your mind map, everyone. We have few very good tools. Those may help us create some good mind maps. And I can tell you all one more important thing here, that if you are planning for a job change, if you're looking for BA's position in any company, you can mention this in your CV that you know how to create the mind maps, because nowadays mind map is becoming very important. Why so? Because we have this product incremental planning in most of the projects nowadays, and they prefer the mind maps. They'll ask you such questions that what is a mind map, why it is created, how it is created, which all tools can be used. So let's look at few important tools. Those may help us create some very attractive mind maps. So I'll show you all a few important tools here, like Creately. In Creately, this is the best tool for those who are new to the analysis world. So let's see what are the important mind maps here. The good thing with Creately is this will also show you some content. This will also show you some samples. Yes, so this is one mind map in Creately that you all can see here. This is how they have created this mind map. Yes, you can simply click on edit and you can change what's mentioned here. Okay, so there are so many mind mapping templates that you can find in Creately. It's a very good tool. Like, look at this one. I'll show you a better one. Yeah, this one is, I think, good one that you all can refer. Like a website. Website is the main topic. Footer, header, home page, sub pages, sidebar. These are few important features that we have in any given website. Sub pages may include projects, board info, branches, customers. Yes, if you're talking about the footer, it may include navigation links, images, privacy policy. If you talk about the header, it may include the logo, navigation link, social icons. Yes, nowadays we have the social icons in each and every application. Sidebar, search, contact info, newsletter, RSS options, and all such things. So this way you'll be able to come up with a good mind map. Yes. So there are so many mind maps that you all can see here. Concept mind map as well. Sample mind maps. Look at this one, such a good one for people into the marketing, mind mapping. So Creately is a very good tool to create the mind maps. You all can create good mind maps using Lucid chart as well. Let me show you all few mind mapping templates that we have in Lucid chart as well. And you can also create mind maps using the Figma tool as well. In Figma as well, in your Figma tool, you'll find some very attractive visuals for mind mapping. So you can explore this Figma tool as well. You'll find some very good, you may say, templates for mind mapping. Yes, but my suggestion to you all would be people who are doing for the first time, use Creately. The good thing with Creately is that you'll find some samples as well. You just need to replace these words with your own project. So what you need to do here is you have to first bring in the main topic like this. Then the subtopics. Yes, so you have to drag and drop and you have to put in more effort. Yes, but if you are willing to do it, most welcome. Yes, you can do it using the Draw.io as well. Yes, but here it will take more time and that would not be that attractive visual. Getting it? So try some other tool as well. Like my suggestion would be that try Creately. Okay, Creately has some very good mind maps and you can try and make certain modifications to this one. This aligns with what you are going to do in your projects. Like your website is canteen ordering system. Replace this website with canteen ordering system. Sub pages you can replace with your sub pages in your canteen ordering system. So this is one benchmark for you to create your own mind map for your projects. Getting it? So Shambhu and others, you can use Draw.io as well, but that may take some time. But this is the template that you can easily modify and make it in line with what you have in your projects. Just click on this edit template and then it will give you the edit mode where you all can easily make changes to the given template. So try with the demo account like this and then you can double click here and you can make it as canteen ordering system. Getting it? Here you can come up with sub pages as the, let me say, what can be sub pages? Sub pages can be the login page. Getting it? So that way you can come up with policy may remain here. Policy you'll always need. Yes, so you can play with this and customize this thing. And then simply you can use the stripping tool in your system to take this image and then you may copy this in your projects. Yes, Control C and Control V, and then you can simply copy this to your projects like this. Yes, it will save time for you, but yes, you can use Draw.io as well. Okay, so use Creately. Creately, I generally suggest because you'll get some idea as well, and also you'll get some videos. Those may help you like learn the standards and also explore this. And you can see a lot of, you may say, information they're giving you here. There are so many shapes, so many 3D features and all. That's a good thing with Creately. Okay. To use Creately, that will help you come up with a very good mind map. And you can also add this thing to your resume that you know how to do the project breakdown. You know how to come up with product increment planning using mind mapping technique. Okay, so very important technique, everyone. So this was about mind mapping, everyone. Let's now talk about the next technique in the list and relatively simpler technique. The last technique in the list, and that is, everyone, the organizational modeling, everyone. For organizational modeling, I'll show you all one organizational model and I'll ask you all a very simple question. So, Prachi, Carrie, and everyone else. This is one organizational model on your screen. Looking at this model, how this model is going to help any business analyst. What information you can fetch, extract from this visual that you see on your screen, everyone. Organizational model on your screen. Let us suppose I say, I'm saying level of interest, decision making authority, ownership's responsibility. Can anybody come up with one term that includes all four of them? Prachi is saying decision making authority. Somebody is saying level of influence. Somebody is saying the downline. Somebody is saying roles and responsibility. Which keyword includes all these four important things? The keyword is stakeholder analysis. In simple words, organizational model promotes proper stakeholder analysis. As we had discussed, stakeholder analysis includes RADL. What is RADL, everyone? R stands for role, profile, designation. Yes. Attitude is more about the responsibility. D is about decision making authority. And L is about level of power and influence of the key stakeholders. In simple terms, organizational model helps any business analyst perform stakeholder analysis. Stakeholder analysis, as Ritika is mentioning here, will help us understand the lines of communication, the hierarchy within the organization. It will help us come up with proper reporting structure. It would also help us define the escalation matrix. It may also help us understand organizational structure and the culture. Why I'm adding Apurva culture? Because culture includes the operating norms. So with the help of these bifurcations, not only the structure but also the culture within the organization. So these are few important things. Details you will find in your class notes around the organizational model. This was about everyone the organizational modeling. So we have discussed about the organizational model and we have talked about the three important techniques now. So let me summarize. We have first discussed about stakeholder list map and personas, and here we have discussed about three important methods: RACI matrix, onion diagram, and the stakeholder matrix. Then we have discussed about mind mapping. This is simply brainstorming plus creation of non-linear diagram. And then we are talking about organizational modeling that assists in, that helps in stakeholder analysis, plus to understand the reporting structure within the organization. Plus, it also helps us come up with proper escalation matrix and also define the lines of communication. So these are the three important techniques that we have discussed as part of plan stakeholder engagement. Next important thing for us here is, everyone, the most important topic as part of your first knowledge area, and that is business analysis governance. Governance model of the project is a very critical thing, a very important thing to define upfront to prevent any uncertainties in the later stages of the project development. What is the governance model of the project? What exactly governance stands for? Let's try to understand this thing with the help of examples. Let's first look at the definition. It says, everyone, define how decisions are made about the requirements and designs, including reviews, change control, approvals, and the prioritizations. When we talk about governance for any project, everyone, there are four important components to it: change control, plan for prioritization, decision making, and plan for approvals. Let's try to understand what exactly change control process is all about. What are the major components to it and how it works. But before I start talking about this thing from the Babok guide, do you all have any one of you having any prior knowledge, anything that you want to share with everyone about the change control process? What exactly do you all think change control process represents? Change control process. Whenever I ask this question in the interviews, I generally get the response from the interviewers that this is the process to create the change request. Yes. Change management. Shashi is talking about change control process includes change management. What else? What do you all think is change control from the word itself? When you read this for the first time, change control process, what comes to your mind? What can be part of, what can be included in this process? Change control process. Shashi is saying it includes change management. What else? First, I think it's all about continuous improvement. It's about the version control, certain scope. Yes, when you talk about the limitations, limiting the need to change, in a way you are talking about scoping the requirements. And let's try to understand what change control process is all about. Yes, let's see how it works. So in our Babok guide, if I take you all to the change control process, let's read few important things. Learners who are preparing for the interviews, you all can note down the page number. Let's discuss change control process with the help of few examples. Change control process, when we talk about everyone, the important things that we have as part of change control process is determine the process of requesting changes is the first thing. Specify which requirements and design the change control process covers and determine whether it applies to all the changes or only to changes to specific size, cost, or the level of effort. This is the most important thing to start with. Second thing is all the important elements of the change request. And this may include cost and time estimates, benefits, risks, priority, course of action, and then determine a very important thing mentioned here, how the change will be prioritized, how the changes are going to be documented, and how the changes will be communicated, and how and who will perform the impact analysis. These are few very important things. And the last thing is who will authorize the changes and who is going to provide the approvals. That's also a very important thing as part of change control process. Let's try to understand this thing with the help of one very simple and basic example. One layman example, we'll discuss first a simple example and then we'll discuss one standard example to understand this thing better. Let us suppose I say a very simple example, the household example. This is one tap here with on and off capabilities. One tab with on and off capabilities. And this is one bucket underneath this tab. If the requirement is to fill this bucket, this empty bucket with water, what is the trigger or what is the first thing that you'll do here? You'll turn on the supply and allow water to flow in, and then is the job over? And water slowly and gradually starts to fill in, and within few minutes water reaches to the brim. Then what is the next activity as part of change control process? You'll turn off the supply to ensure that there is no wastage, there is no spillover water. The requirement is to fill this. Yes, so that's why when you talk about change control process, what one of our learner was mentioning here, silo, and also one more person was talking about this thing, the limitations, the boundaries, the scope is also a very important thing to consider. Let us suppose I say, everyone, current state is Unilever UK employees have food, lunch in the cafeteria. They wait for the tables to be vacant so that they can sit and eat. And the future state is online meal ordering, wherein the Unilever employees may order the food online and that is going to be delivered at their work station or their work location. Now think logically, think from the cost and budget perspective, think from the policy perspective, think from the customer satisfaction perspective, think from the office productivity perspective, think from the limitation perspective, and then answer what could be the important pointers as part of the change control process. What are the important things that you'll consider to define the change control process here? Everyone. You have to bring about the change are under certain conditions. You have to define the limitations. You have to define the boundaries. You have to think about cost and budget. Think about all those dimensions and what can be the possible change control processes. Those may help you ensure that future state is well defined. What is the change meaning here? Change is simply you are transitioning from offline cafeteria to online meal ordering. That's the change. Yes, the change is that now nobody is going to the cafeteria and the expectation is everybody is ordering the food online. If this is the expected change, what can be the change control process? What are the major constituents or components to the change control process then? For change from the key stakeholders, how you'll ensure that we have proper office productivity, how the associate is going to order the food, when they can do it, the time slot, wonderful observation carry here, I must say, and when must they order to get the delivery for the date and time and how they are going to do the payments. Apurva is talking about the end user involvement. Yes, the end user involvement, I think Carrie has summarized the end user involvement in a very precise manner. Alpa is talking, demo and training is not part of change. Demo and training, as we have discussed, is more about transition requirements, enablers. We are not talking about the enablers here. We are more focused upon how well you define a change, keeping in mind the cost and budget, keeping in mind the scope, the boundaries, keeping in mind the customer satisfaction and also the financial justifications. So demo and training won't be part of change control. Demo and planning would be part, training would be part of the enablers. Those may help you transition to the change. Yes. So if you look at this description in your class notes, you'll find that whatever you all were telling me, and if you look at each and every point, somebody was talking about authorization, it's there. Somebody was talking about the timing, it's mentioned here. Somebody was talking about the payment, it's also there. Timelines, Apurva, you were talking about timelines is also mentioned here. Back out plan, that is also there. Scalability, system availability, food order, well-defined menu. These all are few important things. Those may help you come up with the change control process. I've just mentioned few points. There can be n number of points those you may come up with to define the overall change control process. But the next thing is carry and others. Next thing is, let us suppose I say Apurva and Carrie are saying that if we have to implement this, it's very important for us to first come up with proper authorization and authentication. Ritika says no, authorization can be done later. First thing is to ensure that this is done within the given cost and budget of the project. Somebody says, somebody says, Alpha says no, it's an important thing for us to come up with proper secured payment gateway. Now, three different analysts coming up with three different priorities. How you plan for prioritization then? How you'll rank them? Which change control process to be implemented first? Which change control process to be implemented second? How you'll do that? Somebody is giving preference to cost. Somebody is giving preference to timelines. Somebody is giving preference to customer satisfaction. Then how you'll come up with the plan for prioritization? Think logically and then answer. There comes the role of the prioritization factors and the decision makers. Decision makers are going to resolve conflicts. Decision makers are going to they're going to decide, they're going to come up with what will be the plan for prioritization. When we talk about everyone plan for prioritization, there are total 8 factors. Those may help us in coming up with ranking of these change control processes. Prioritization factors may be cost, stability, dependency, time sensitivity, penalty, risk, regulatory, or policy compliances. It's an important thing for any business analyst to have a detailed discussion with the decision makers and understand which prioritization factor is more important for them. And then accordingly, you may come up with the ranking of the change control processes. And then you may come up with a plan to implement them. Yes, I'll share with you all one story here. One of my learner, she was like working with one of the very good company in Bangalore, India, and she faced one interview and she told me like in the interview they asked her one question that who is approving the requirements in your project? Who is the main point of contact if you have to get the sign off on your requirements? And she said like I was very honest and I mentioned that in my project we generally reach out to our project managers for the approvals. And then she was not selected for this job role or for this job position. And then she had a discussion with me offline and she was asking me this question. She said like my all the answers were correct, I think, but for this answer I'm not 100% confident that this answer was correct. And she was asking for my opinion that what should be the correct answer. And then I told her, let me share my answer that I shared with her. My answer was that whenever they ask you such question in the interviews, that who is providing the approvals, who is providing the sign-offs, or who decides the prioritization, do not ever start with any name like a project manager, like the product owner, like the customer, like the sponsor. Tell them first thing what they expect from any certified analyst is that you tell them that in my project, we are having the approvals in line with the governance model of the project. In the governance model of the project, we come up with the decision making authority. We come up with a group of people who are going to approve the certain set of requirements. This group differs as per the nature of the requirements. And then you can tell them that in my recent project, that group includes project manager, a sponsor, and the end users. These are my operational team managers, operations managers. So then we reach out to them for the final approvals. So the catch here is everyone, if they ask you such questions in the interviews, you have to first mention the keyword governance model of the project. Then you have to mention that decision-making authority is approving it. And then you can mention that decision-making authority includes the list of stakeholders authorized to provide the sign-off. Apurva and others. If business sponsor is not authorized to provide the sign-off, you will not reach out to him or her for the approvals. It's an important thing that you have the clarity who is authorized to provide the sign-off. That's the key word. Are you getting it, everyone? So the answer to such questions is, if they ask in the interviews that the approval on the requirements, the sign-off is completely dependent upon the governance model of the project. As part of the governance model of the project, we create the decision-making authority wherein we define stakeholders who are authorized to provide the sign-off. And then you can say that in my project, mostly in the projects, business sponsor, product owners, or end users are part of it. So I am reaching out to them for the approval. But if you'll say directly that PM is approving it, that may not be the case in their project. Yes, that may not be the case in their project that the sponsor is approving it. Maybe operations team handles their approval process. in some project? Yes. So what they are expecting is more generalized view, not a project specific answer. So when we talk about everyone, the governance model of the project, governance model includes four important elements: change control process, plan for prioritization, decision making, and the plan for the approvals. So plan for approval, creation of decision making authority, prioritization, it all depends upon the governance model of the project. They may also ask you such questions, Carrie, Apurva, and others, that Carrie and Apurva were involved in creating one prioritization meeting or scheduling one prioritization meeting. But unfortunately, Apurva and Carrie forgot to invite, they missed to invite the key stakeholders authorized to provide the sign off. What is the flaw? What is the flaw in this case here? If Shashi and Apurva forget to invite the key stakeholders who are going to provide the approvals, what is the flaw in this approach? The flaw is, everyone, can anybody complete the statement? Flaw is that governance model is improper, governance model is not clearly defined. So if you find any question in your CBAP, if you find any question in your examination wherein they are talking about issues with the control or limitations or the scope, issues with the ranking of the requirements, issues with the approvals and the sign-offs, all related to improper or inaccurate or governance model that's not clearly defined. Are you all with me on this thing? Yes. Shashi is saying, what is the difference between decision making and plan for approval? Yes, that's a very good point here. Decision making, when we talk about, this is the group that may help you come up with the list of stakeholders who are authorized to provide the sign off. Now, what is the plan for approval? Approval may be at one level, there may be hierarchy of approvals, there may be several people involved in the approvals. So that's the plan for approval. How you plan to ensure that you're getting the approvals from all the key stakeholders involved in decision making. And decision making, when we talk about, it's more about documenting and creating the list of stakeholders authorized to provide the sign off. Getting it, Shashi and others? Following this thing. So let's read few things. It will make more sense to you all. Let's read few more things. If I take you all to this decision part, decisions are made throughout the initiative. A stakeholder may serve in various roles in decision-making process. Look at this statement. Decision-making process defines what happens when team cannot reach to the consensus by identifying escalation paths and key stakeholders. Look at this statement here, who hold the final decision-making authority. Are you with me, Shashi and others? So decision-making is all about defining the list of stakeholders who all are authorized to provide the sign-off. Defining the authority is something as part of decision making. Let's talk about plan for approval as well. Plan for approval, if we talk about, if you see here, it's mentioned here, an approval formalizes the agreement between the all stakeholders that the content and presentation of the requirements and designs are accurate, adequate, and contain sufficient details. So what is the plan for approval? You'll ensure accuracy, completeness. Adequate means complete and contains sufficient details. This is what you do as part of plan for approval. And if required, the hierarchy of the stakeholders approving it. Getting it? Timings for the approval. This is also part of plan for approval. The process to follow to gain the approvals. Who will approve the requirements and design? These all would be part of plan for approval. Getting it? This may include stakeholders' availability as well, willingness to engage and determine the efficiency of the approval process. These all are part of plan for approvals. So to summarize, plan for approval includes all those important planning to get the approvals. Planning may include ensuring the accuracy, completeness, sufficient details, timings, process to follow, who will approve it, and all such things. Availability of the stakeholders. Whilst decision making is more about defining the authority, defining the stakeholders who are authorized to provide this sign. That was about everyone. The governance model of the project, very important one for the people who are preparing for the interviews. Also very important from the CBAP examination perspective. I had discussion with most of the learners who have recently cleared the examination. They all tell me that governance is one favorite topic for your CBAP examination. They'll always ask you questions on governance. They may come up with different wordings, different scenarios, but they'll always focus upon these four elements. So you all can create one short form to learn this thing. CPDA. What is CPDA? Change control process, plan for prioritization, decision making, and also the plan for approval. So these are the four important elements when we talk about plan, business analysis, governance. Yes. Ritika is coming up with one question here. Ritika is saying that if we are new to the business analysis, would we be sitting for ECBA? My suggestion to you all would be, since you are part of the PG program and you will be getting the certificate from the Purdue University, then if you are very new to the business analysis, I'll suggest you all to wait for another 1 year or 1.5 years and then directly go for CCBA examination. ECBA is very elementary, very basic, yes, and it will not add much value to your profile. You are getting the certificate from the Purdue University that will add much more value as compared to ECBA. I'm not against the IBA certifications. I should not say this thing straightforward. Yes, but I'm telling you this thing because ECBA is very elementary one. So if you are new to the analysis world, give yourself some time and go directly for CCBA. Okay, and if you have some good corporate experience, then you can directly go for CBAP. Getting it? So, but yes, few learners have attempted ECB and they have cleared it as well. So I won't discourage you. But the good thing, the fact is, yes, but the fact of the matter is that the Purdue University certificate holds much more value as compared to that. Yes, this is my controversial statement. Yes, some people may not like it, but this is the truth of the matter. Okay. With no experience as well, definitely, yes, you can appear. But my suggestion would be that since you're part of such a good PG program, yes, with Purdue University, one of the renowned university in the world, so this certificate in itself holds a lot of value. Getting it? And one more suggestion to you all would be that why do you spend the money from your pocket for the IB examination? Yes, when you get hired for some job role as a business analyst, then you can ask for the reimbursement from your company and they'll pay for it. Then you may go for CBAP and CCBA. You are paying a good amount for this PG program. Getting it? Just a personal suggestion. You may go for it. I'm not against it. Yes, it will add the number of learners who are clearing it. But just a suggestion, like you are getting one good certificate from Purdue University. This will help you enter into some good job role. And then the company is providing the reimbursement. You may go for even ECBA as well. Yes. So that's my viewpoint. Rest is your decision. I won't discourage you. You may go for it. You should go for it. And I'll be helping you if you have any questions and queries for ECBA. Yes. But good thing would be if you go for CCBA, then that will add more value to your profile. Okay. Yes, if it's new for you, then just for now, you should just focus upon getting the certificate from the Purdue University and just focus upon all the important courses as part of your PG program. Then take some time, 1 year, 1.5 years, and after that, you can think about CCBA. Okay. ECBA is not that important for learner who is going for the PG program. Okay. Getting it? Definitely, yes. The certification will help you like get the recognition as certified business analyst. That too with a renowned university, Purdue University. Yes, I think it is ranked top 30 or top 20, I believe. Yes, so you know what renowned university. Getting it. But yes, certification later you may go for. You may go for CCBA and CBAP after that, and that may be like a value addition to your profile. But for now, just focus upon this PG program, focus upon all these important courses, and that's it. Let's quickly go through what we have discussed today. Today, we have discussed a few things. So let's quickly revisit and then we'll move ahead to the information management. So today we had started with everyone, plan stakeholder engagement, and we had discussed about very important thing here that it's an important thing for any business analyst to maintain an effective working relationship with the key stakeholders. And that includes identifying the stakeholders and their characteristics. The three important elements that we had discussed here: perform a stakeholder analysis, that includes identifying the roles, the attitude. Attitude is nothing but your ownerships. Decision-making authority, level of power and influence of the key stakeholders. That's your stakeholder analysis. Stakeholder communication needs. We discussed about 5 to 6 communication needs. Page number 34, the BABA guide. You can make a note of this thing. And then we had discussed about the stakeholder collaboration. Collaboration is more about maintaining the free flow of information, promoting shared efforts to resolve problems, and achieve the desired results. And at the same time, you are monitoring the participation and the engagement of the key stakeholders, and also monitor for risk related to stakeholder engagement. So all such things will be part of stakeholder collaboration. So these were the three important elements that we had discussed as part of panel stakeholder engagement. Then we had discussed about few important techniques here. Here we had discussed about stakeholder list map or personas. The stakeholder list map or personas includes has three important methods associated with it. Can any one of you recollect and mention in the chat box the important methods that we had disclosed as part of stakeholder list map or personas? Yes. You are wonderful with the answer. We had discussed about ROS. And what is ROS? Raci matrix, onion diagram, and the stakeholder matrix. Raci matrix is also known as role and responsibility matrix. Raci matrix is going to help us understand who is doing what is the responsibility, what is the level of accountability, who is getting informed. So all such important details will and we can easily monitor, track, and document with the help of the Raci matrix. Onion diagram, relatively less important. We have different layers. The core layer is solution delivery, and then we have different stakeholders linked with solution delivery. For example, when the solution is delivered, the next layer you will find end user and the help desk. Then in the next layer, you'll find sponsors and the domain executives. And then in the last layer, you'll find customers, suppliers, and the regulators. So onion diagram is all about how well you're able to document the interaction of the stakeholders with solution delivery. And then the last thing that we have discussed here is stakeholder matrix. In this matrix, on the vertical axis, we capture the influence of the key stakeholders. And on the horizontal axis, we capture interest and the impact of the key stakeholders. The catch here is, the important thing is quadrant number 2. Quadrant number 2 is the most important one for any business analyst. If you have some highly influential stakeholders and highly impacted stakeholders, you'll work closely with them and engage with them effectively. That's the important thing for any business analyst from the stakeholder matrix. Yes. So this was something we had discussed around the stakeholder matrix. Then we had discussed about mind mapping. Mind mapping is all about whatever notes, ideas, suggestions that you have received from the key stakeholders, how well you're able to represent them in a non-linear diagram. When we create any mind map, then we have central main topic. This main topic is in the middle, and then we'll have several topics like T1, T2, T3, T4, and these can be further decomposed into smaller branches to represent a tree structure, and this tree structure is nothing but a mind map. So mind map is nothing but a brainstorming plus the non-linear diagram. Then we have discussed about the organizational modeling, and here we have discussed about the importance of the organizational model. Organizational model helps you perform stakeholder analysis and understand the role, attitude, decision-making authority, level of power or influence of the key stakeholders, the reporting structure, the lines of communication, organizational structure. All such things can be easily defined with the help of the organizational. So these were the important techniques, everyone, that we had discussed as part of plan stakeholder engagement. And then after that, we had discussed about the governance model of the project. And as part of governance model of the project, everyone, we had discussed about 4 important pillars to the governance model. Those 4 important pillars to the governance model that we had discussed. The last topic before the break, yes. T, P, D, A as the 4 important pillars. C means change control process. For the change control process, there are a few important things to consider like cost, benefit, constraints, yes, priorities, and also sometimes dependencies as well. Change control process is a very important component to the governance model of the project, change control process. Once you have come up with the change control process, next important thing is to come up with the ranking of the different change control process. And that is part of plan for prioritization. When you talk about plan for prioritization, there are total 8 prioritization factors. Those may help you rank the requirements in order of the relative importance to maximize value delivery. And plan for prioritization must be discussed with the decision makers, and then there must be a proper plan for approvals. As you've discussed, decision makers, decision making authority is more about analyzing and coming up with the list of stakeholders authorized to provide the sign off. While plan for approval may include ensuring the accuracy, the consistency, the completeness of the requirements, availability of the stakeholders to provide the approvals, and all such important things. Yes, Shashi, you had this question, the difference between decision making and plan for approval. The main difference, as we have discussed, it's more about creating the group or list of stakeholders authorized to provide the sign off, And this is more about the planning to ensure that the important processes or change control processes are accurate, clearly defined, complete. Stakeholders are available to provide a sign off. All such things will be part of plan for approvals. So these were few important things, everyone, that we had discussed in our first half. Now we are going to start with a very, you may say, basic topic now, relatively simpler topic, and that is information management. The next task on the list, Carrie, Amabel, Apurva, and others, is information management. Plan business analysis, information management. And if I ask you all one question here, that what are the commonly used information management tools in your project? What is the information management tool that you're using? It's the Jira in most of the projects nowadays, Confluence, Azure DevOps, SharePoint. Is there anyone who is using Trello? Trello is also very good information management tool. Rally, Jama, yes, Redmine. So there are so many Smartsheet, yes. So there are so many important information management tools. Those may help us in storing the business analysis related information. But the story is not ending here when we're talking about storing the information. It's also about accessing the business analysis information, everyone. And for accessing the business analysis information, to prevent any information loss, to prevent any issues or challenges with the stored documents, it's an important thing for us to come up with roles and permission matrix. Roles and permission matrix. And what is the name given to this role and permission matrix? CRUD matrix. CRUD. C stands for what C stands for in the CRUD matrix? C is for create or the edit access, read, update, and the delete. This helps to provide selective privileges to different stakeholders based upon their involvement, based upon, you may say, hierarchy within the organization. Yes, so CRUD matrix is one of the very important matrices that may help you come up with access rights or permissions with regard to any document or any deliverable stored in the information management tool, the CRUD matrix. In your examination, CBAP examination, your simulation test, they may ask you questions like this. Role and responsibility matrix. If they ask you questions on role and responsibility matrix, answer is RACI matrix. If they ask you question role and permission, then the answer is CRUD matrix. So role and responsibility matrix is your RACI matrix, roles and permission matrix is your CRUD matrix. Yes, these two important things. Now let's talk about the important elements here. Storage and access is a very important thing. As we have discussed, storage is the information management tool. Access can be granted using the CRUD matrix. Then the next thing is, everyone, requirements attributes. What do you all think are the requirement attributes? And what exactly requirement attributes signify? A very important thing to discuss here, everyone. Requirements attribute. Alper Singh, primary key. Primary key would be the attribute when we're talking about the data set. Is every requirement related to the data or the tabular representation? Permission levels we have discussed as part of access rights. This is more about requirements attributes. Yes. Anything else apart from identifiers or the primary key or the indexing that you all can think about as part of requirements attributes? So I was saying characteristics that provide the additional information, that's the right answer. The best answer. Yes. Let's see what exactly requirements attributes signify. Very important thing from the interview's perspective, everyone, to know the requirements attributes. Let's see what are the requirements attributes. When we talk about, everyone, the requirements attributes, you all have to create one short form to learn this. And the short form is Keras soup. Yes, let's see what is Keras soup. Requirements attributes include C, that is the complexity, indicates how difficult the requirement will be to implement. You'll find this on page number 9, class notes 4. Indicates how difficult the requirement will be to implement, the complexity level. Now, what you all were mentioning was absolutely wonderful. The unique identifier for any given document or for any given deliverable, plus the risks, those help us identify uncertain events that may impact the requirements. Author provides the name of the person who needs to be consulted if we have any question related to given set of requirement document. Source identifies the origin of the requirements. Stability indicates the maturity of the requirements. Status indicates the state of the requirement, whether it is finalized, whether it's in progress, whether it's implemented, what exactly is the state. Ownership, urgency, and priority. So you all can create one short form as Keras soup. Yes, and if you like this soup, you'll be able to explain in your interview, in your examination, what are the requirement attributes. What exactly is status means? Yes. What exactly status means? Status mentioned here indicates the state of the requirements. Let's take one example to cover all of these attributes. Yes. Before that, I'll just show you all one thing here. If you all look at the important inputs to information management approach, you'll find here business analysis approach, stakeholder engagement, and the governance approach. These three are the important inputs when we are into plan information management. Now let's talk about one example to understand all these important requirements attributes. Let us suppose I say, I'm talking about first thing, business analysis approach. If I say that in the very first task, Ritika and everyone else, we have selected adaptive or predictive. Complexity is low. It's very simple, either adaptive or predictive. But if you're going with hybrid approach, in a way, we're adding the complexity with regard to the definitions and the important rules and policies with regard to hybrid methodology. Again, there are risks involved here. Then we have to identify who has come up with all these important documentation, what was the source for us, and what is the status. The status simply means, is that signed off? Is that agreed with everyone? Is that is still in discussion? And there are few conflicts, there are few challenges, and there are few things those need to be clarified. That tells you about the state of the requirement. Then the ownership. Who is owning it? Is that the BA as a group, or is that PM along with the business analyst? Urgency. How soon it should be closed? Priority indicates the relative importance of it. Getting it? So it simply means that these attributes are going to help you understand what are the requirements, what is their status, what is their complexity, what is the unique identifier for it. Now, can anybody help me know if I'm talking about business analysis approach related document, what can be a unique identifier to define the documentation related to business analysis approach? What can be the unique identifier or the primary key in basic terms? If we are trying to come up with the requirement document related to business analysis approach, what can be a possible unique identifier to define the business analysis approach? Very simple answer. It's not difficult. How you will come up with the primary key for this? Unique identifier. OP will include everything. A unique identifier for the business analysis approach. Unique identifier here is the methodology itself. Whether it is agile, waterfall, V model, spiral model, these all are the identifiers here. Getting my point? A stakeholder can be an identifier, but the challenge is stakeholders may be like, what should I say? Stakeholder is not a good identifier. Why so? Because the list may vary. Getting it? But this list would always remain consistent. This would always be there in the approach. Are you with me, everyone? And let's take one more example to understand this thing very clearly. Let us suppose I say we are talking about the creation of decision making authority. We are talking about decision making authority as one of the important requirement document. Decision making authority we are trying to create. What can be the possible unique identifier here? Everyone. Now, this is a very good question and a very simple answer for this. You are trying to come up with the description of decision making authority, stakeholders authorized to provide the sign off. What can be the possible unique identifier? The unique identifier can be Within the governance model, something within the governance model, something related to their role and responsibility. That can be a unique identifier. For example, a sponsor can be the decision maker. For example, product owner can be a decision maker. For example, project manager can be decision maker. And what are all these? Don't you all think these are the important roles? Yes. So that's how we come up with the requirements attributes. So that's about your requirements attributes. Let me repeat on these things. Complexity, absolute reference, author, source, stability, status, ownership, urgency, priority. These all are some important things. How to learn this? The Keras soup. Yes. In Jira, we are having this workflow like to do progress. That's about the status of the solution requirements in the form of user stories. But requirements may be of different types. So yes, if you are talking about the solution requirements, yes, and the software development life cycle, then yes, getting it. But that does not apply, it's not applying to all the types of requirements. Are you with me? Let us suppose we are talking about the requirements related to, let us suppose, identifying the stakeholders. Then this won't apply. Getting it? So yes, in Jira, the workflow that we maintain may help us come up with the status of the solution requirements. Okay. Now, if you all have understood this thing, then I have another question for you all. Let's see how many of you are able to answer my question. My question is, requirement attribute, Shashi and others, says that complexity is high. Complexity high means requirements have several components. Requirements need proper decomposition. Then my question is, what is the level of abstraction? If requirement attribute, one of the requirement attribute complexity is high, then what is going to be the corresponding level of abstraction? The answer is low level abstraction. If complexity is high, you have to break it down into smaller fragments, and there you'll need low level abstraction. If requirements are simple, then high level abstraction may help. But if requirements are complex, then you have to break it down and represent the low level abstraction. Level of abstraction, everyone, is nothing but the level of granularity, level of decomposition. Are you with me, everyone? They may ask you such thing in your examination as well, that if requirement attribute complexity definition is high, then what is going to be the corresponding level of abstraction? The level of abstraction is going to be low. That simply means that this requirement has to be decomposed into smaller fragments. Shall we discuss some example? Yes. Let's discuss one example. Yes. Let us suppose I say that the requirement attribute is, one of the requirement attribute is that we have covered so far. Let us suppose we are talking about the canteen ordering system. When Shashi is storing the information into canteen ordering system, Shashi identifies that there are no details mentioned around the important features and functionalities as part of canteen ordering system. The document that Shashi is storing in the repository just talks about the background and summary of the change. Shashi comes to the conclusion that this much detail won't help to create a solution, and Shashi marks this document as a complex document. In such cases, when we are defining level of abstraction, we should define that this is the high level requirement as Parmita is mentioning here, and then it's required for us to decompose and come up with low level details. So level of abstraction tells you about the level of details. If the requirement is complex, it's mentioned as complex, it means we need some simplified version. And there, the level of abstraction is that you have to come up with low level abstraction. So what will happen then? In that case, what will happen is that let us suppose I say that we have one folder in the SharePoint that you have created as the canteen ordering system. Level of abstraction says that in this folder, there will be multiple child folders. These multiple child folders mean that you're coming up with low level abstraction. But if Shashi is saying that this canteen ordering system is the simplified version, then you'll find lesser number of child folders. Getting it? It's very similar to what we did in Jira. Epic, if we have, then we'll have a lot of child user stories. But if we have a child user story, that is the low level abstraction in itself, we won't decompose it further. So if somebody asks you what is the user story level of abstraction, then the answer is low. And if somebody asks you what is the level of abstraction for any epic, then it is just high level. This is simply about high level versus low level requirement. High level abstraction, just the summary or the top view. Low level abstraction means detailed version of the solution. Shall we read few things from the book as well to make it very clear in your mind? Level of abstraction, everyone. Yes, let's read few things so that everybody is very clear with this thing. It's an important thing for you all to know. Let's read few things. So let me share with you all the element list and let's talk about the level of abstraction. Level of abstraction, everyone, describes the breadth and depth of the information being provided. Are you getting it now, Shashi and others? Everyone. Representation of the information may range from highly conceptual or just summarized to very detailed. So level of abstraction simply means what kind of information you are providing. Is that just the summary or the overview? Is the detailed one? Or is the complex one? If you see here, in determining how much detail each stakeholder may require an initiative involves, consideration is given to the needs of the stakeholders, the complexity of what is being explained, and the importance of the change. So let us suppose I say, when I explain this topic for the first time, everybody says, I'm clear with this. I'll quickly move to the next topic. It means it was just high level abstraction for the given topic. But if my learners come up with their questions and queries, it means they find this topic complex and I have to break it down and come up with the depth of the information. And when I'm coming up the depth of the information, I'm coming up with low level abstraction. The complexity of the requirements define the level of abstraction. If the requirements are simple, then high level abstraction may help. But if requirements are complex, it's your responsibility to come up with low level abstraction or the granular level information. So this was about the key elements as part of plant business as information management, everyone. And after that, identifying business analysis performance improvements. For performance improvements, everyone, if you look at the purpose here, purpose is to assess the business analysis work and to plan to improve processes wherever required. And for this task, we have few important techniques. Those may help us in performance improvements. First thing is root cause analysis. A very important technique for the performance improvement plan. And when we talk about root cause analysis, everyone, there are two important methods to perform the root cause analysis. One is fish bone diagram, and another is 5 whys. These two methods are used to analyze the root cause and come up with root cause analysis results. Let's first talk about the fishbone diagram, and let's try to draw this fishbone diagram using one tool. Okay. So let's see what is the fishbone diagram. So when we talk about, everyone, the fishbone diagram, there are two more names given to it. Fish bone diagram, also known as, can anybody complete the statement? Fish bone diagram is also known as Ishikawa diagram, because this was developed by the Japanese researcher Ishikawa, and this is also known as cause and effect diagram. Ishikawa diagram or cause and effect diagram. Let's see what is this Ishikawa diagram, cause and effect diagram, and how we create this diagram. Yes. So it's already there somewhere in my list here. Let me check if it's already there, else I'll create a new one. Okay, yeah, it's there. So I'll just draw the outer structure so that it looks like a fish. You all have to make an assumption that this is the fish, not a crocodile. Yes, a very unique fish you all can see on your screen. That in the Sunday evening for most of you. Yes. So if you look at this fish, everyone, when we are creating the fishbone diagram, the mouth or the opening of the fish, here we capture the failure event. Yes, a very unique fish. Some of my learners, they come up with some lighter comments in the chat box that you always tell us not to make assumptions. And now we have to make an assumption that this is a fish. No way it's looking like a fish. It's looking like some leaflet. Yes. But my drawing is not that good. I can come up with a better view for you all. Let me try to, if I can come up with a better view. So you all can try this feature in app diagram to create some good fish. Yes, this is one fish that I can create for you all. This is what I can do. I'm not good at drawing. I'm not doing these things for years, so I don't have the proficiency in creating the fish and the crocodiles, but something on these lines you all can create. Yes, as a fish. Okay. Now it looks like a fish or like amoeba. So, so, so this is your fish on your screen. Make an assumption that this is your fish. Okay. Let's focus on the main part. That is the categories here. Let me make it. I'll not waste much time in improvising this. I know I won't be able to. I'll worsen it. Okay. So let's focus on this content. Yes. So if that was better, so I can go back to the previous version for sure. So so if we look at this fish here, very unique fish. In this fish, you all can see here, everyone, the mouth or the opening of the fish. Here we are capturing the failure event. Failure event, unsuccessful event, or the issue. You can also say the issue. And everyone, let's focus here. These boxes that you all see here, these boxes represent the categories. Those are the major, you may say, factors responsible for the failure event. These are the major categories responsible for the failure event. And Ishikawa came up with the definition of these boxes. Ishikawa said that for any failure event, people, process, equipments, material, environment, and management are responsible for any issue or the challenge. You all can create one short form to learn this thing. People, process, equipments, management, environment, material, environment, and management. PPE and MEM are the six important major categories responsible for any failure event. Okay, with me, following till this point. Now, let's take one example. Let us suppose we are talking about the canteen ordering system Unilever project. The failure event is the current state wherein employees are going to the cafeteria to have lunch. People, if you talk about people here, the stakeholders, in this box you'll mention here, Unilever employees, vendors, canteen staff, these all are the people impacted or are responsible for this failure event. Processes, seating capacity and all would be part of processes. Equipments, material, environment, management, these all are defined here. What happens is that in these boxes, since we have limited space, we cannot provide each and every detail, and that's why these lines are also important. These lines represent primary cause, secondary cause, and the tertiary causes. This helps to decompose this category and represent the fragment level information. So yes, the name of the categories would remain intact. Description might vary as per the scenarios in your projects. Okay, getting it? I can give you all one more example of the fishbone diagram if you're not clear with this one. You all need one more example for the fishbone diagram. Yes, let's talk about one more diagram. So if you look at this one, this is for the Mayo Clinic. Paperwork or manual operations at Mayo Clinic is the major issue. Then people, process, equipments, material, environment, and the management. People includes patients, doctors, Process includes check-in failures, paperwork, hard copies. Equipments include all those important equipments, material like your medicines and everything. Environment includes facilities like bed, medical devices, and all such things. And then management includes help desk, reception, and all these will be part of management. So this is how you capture the fishbone diagram. So categories would remain the same, but the context may vary. The description within the categories may vary. Okay, simple to understand the fishbone diagram. Now, one challenge with this diagram is, if I tell you about the practical thing, if you share this fish with your internal team, they won't accept it. The reason is, from the presentation perspective, from the discussion point of view with your key stakeholders, business users, fishbone diagram is a very good method to have just a high level discussion. But when it comes to fix the issues, this is not a preferred approach. If you'll share this diagram with your technicians, they'll have a smile on their face. They'll say it's good to share with business users, not with us. Please come up with details. And there comes the importance of next method, and that is 5 whys. 5 why is more preferred approach when we talk about the discussion with the internal team members, when we talk about the actual detailed analysis. This is more about the presentation and discussion with business users. Let's talk about more practical method, more important method, and that is 5 whys. Let's look at the 5 whys here and let's try to understand how it works. So in your Jira tool, everyone, that we had discussed last time, you all will find these 9 dots in the top ribbon here. If you will click here, it will take you to another important tool within Jira, and that is Confluence. Confluence is nothing but one Jira tool for document collaboration. And here you'll find one 5 why template that we're going to discuss now. Here you'll find 5 why analysis template. Now, before I talk about this 5 why template and how it works, my question to you all is, if any one of you, if you all have any prior experience, when you are doing the root cause analysis, why the name 5 whys? Why not 4? Why not 6? Why not 3? Why only 5 whys? Any guess? You are doing a root cause analysis. The method is 5 whys. That is asking questions to gain clarification on the root cause. Why only 5 questions? Why not 3 questions? Why not 6 questions? Why not 3 questions? It's related with the history. Let's discuss this thing. Is there anyone who's joining from the European world here? From Spain, France, England, Scotland? Anyone from that region here? Austria? No? Okay, if I talk about, everyone, the ancient Europeans' belief, Romans, Greeks, they used to believe that this was their strong presumption, you may say, that if there is any problem, if there is any challenge, and if you want to understand the root cause, for majority of the problems, for maximum problems, you'll be able to identify the root cause when you dwell deeper into the fifth level of granularity. By the time you reach the fifth level of granularity or decomposition or level of abstraction, you will be able to identify the root cause. And such a traditional technique, such a traditional method, and we are using till date when we are doing a root cause analysis in any IT project. Let's see how it is done. So you have the problems, mention the problem statement. You're asking questions why, 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 and you ensure that every time you're asking questions, you are digging deeper into the problem. And that will help you come up with more details around the problem, and that may help you come up with the final problem statement. And with that final statement, you may come up with the corresponding solution components, and those can be allocated to your team members to fix it. This is the standard practice that we follow in most of the projects. Is everybody with me on this thing? 5 by analysis. Yes, so for any given problem, ask questions to gain more clarification, dig deeper into it so that you're able to identify the root cause of the problem. With that, we have finished the first knowledge area. Okay, so let's discuss this case study. Few questions before we call it a day. Okay. So in this case study, everyone will find few important statements. One statement is, as a business analyst, you have established the process of decision making, change control, prioritization, and the approvals. These are the important elements associated with which task out of the 5 that we have discussed in the very first knowledge area, everyone. Ritika is absolutely wonderful with the answer. These things we have discussed as part of the governance model of the project. Then, yes, business analysis governance, absolutely wonderful. Ritika and Apurva, thank you so much for your responses. I hope everybody is agreeing with what Ritika and Apurva is mentioning. You all are with me. Yes, these statements are related to the business analysis governance. Perfect. Second thing is, you have identified the stakeholders and their characteristics. This is part of which task out of the 5 that we have discussed today. This is part of stakeholder engagement. Yes or no? This is part of stakeholder engagement. Then the third thing is, you have determined how are you going to store and retrieve the information. This is part of information management, if you all recollect. Yes, information management. There we have discussed about these things, the requirements, attributes. If you all remember, we had discussed about the carrot soup. Yes, carrot soup we had discussed as the important requirements, attributes. Yes. Then you have had a meeting with the key stakeholders. You have gone through the existing documents, document analysis, research, and all such things. You have had a meeting with the key stakeholders to review and get the approvals. It's more about the change control, if you see here, and you have had estimated the things. So these are few important activities here. Looking at these activities, you all can easily observe that these all are related to the agile methodology. Discussions, meetings, collaborations, and there's no mention of protocols or SOPs. So that's why this is the adaptive case study. Question number 1 is, which document is created to define decision making, change control, prioritization, and the approvals? Yes, we are talking about the governance approach. Yes, perfect. Second question, which methodology is used to define business analysis approach? Yes, we have just discussed it's about the modern ways of doing the analysis. Third question is, which document specifies the level of responsibility expected from each stakeholder? The answer is ratio matrix. Whenever we talk about role and responsibility, it is the ratio matrix. When we are talking about influence and interest, then it is stakeholder matrix. Which technique is used to identify role and responsibility within the organization, everyone? This is a very simple question. Organizational model, yes, is the answer. Question number 5. Which diagram, it's not a document, it's a diagram. Which diagram indicates how a stakeholder is involved with solution delivery? The answer is the onion diagram. Seventh one is not that important. You all can leave this. Question number 6. Which task is performed to identify and analyze the stakeholders involved in the process? Its plan is stakeholder engagement. Yes. So we have these 6 questions and these are the answers: governance approach, adaptive, ratio matrix, organizational modeling, stakeholder onion diagram, plan, stakeholder engagement. These are few important answers for these questions here. So when we talk about everyone, the preparation, there are total 5 important elements. Those may help us prepare for the elicitation. These are understanding the scope or the agenda of the meeting, select an appropriate technique so that you can come up with proper elicitation results. There are total 8 techniques that they have mentioned here. These are the 8 important techniques. Those may help us prepare for elicitation. We'll discuss them in a few minutes. Understanding the scope, selection of the technique, set up the logistics as we have discussed a few minutes back, secure supporting material, and also prepare your stakeholders. Ritika is saying, is this something, the very first thing, this task is going to help you come prepared when you are trying to, when the objective is to gather the requirement from the key stakeholders. Sometimes what happens is, BAs are not doing these things. I'll give you one example. Let us suppose I say that you're not clear with the agenda of the meeting and you don't inform stakeholders what you're going to discuss in the requirement solicitation session. What exactly happens is, if you come up with certain questions, certain queries, you are not prepared and even they are not prepared to answer. And the answers that you'll get in such discussions, those answers may have certain ambiguity, they may have some misleading information, and all such things may contribute to poor requirements. So preparation is very important before you conduct the elicitation activity. Preparation will help you come up with a very structured and organized discussion. Let us suppose I say you are planning to have a discussion with key stakeholders in another 4 or 5 days. You schedule one meeting, mention the agenda of the meeting, agenda of the discussion in the meeting, that these are the important discussion points that we'll discuss in the live session. 4 or 5 days before the start of the meeting, you have shared with your stakeholders. They have gone through that. They have also come up with their analysis. They know what you're going to ask, so they are prepared for that. And when you have a discussion, then you are prepared with your homework, you are prepared with your groundwork, your initial analysis. They are prepared to answer your question, and then you'll have a very good discussion in a very healthy environment. That's the objective of preparation. Yes, so that you're very explicit and concise with your discussion, because you already agree with me, business users are not going to give you multiple days for discussion. They'll just have 1 or 2 hours to have a discussion with you. And if the discussion is not structured, you may not be able to gather the complete information. So that's why it's an important thing to prepare well for the elicitation so that in the discussion you're able to come up with all the important agenda of the meeting, all the important in scope items so that you may get some valuable feedback, information, or the review comments from the key stakeholders. Are you with me? Getting it? So that's the importance of preparation for elicitation. Organized approach to deal with to talk to your stakeholders. One, two, three, four, secure supporting material. Secure supporting material, everyone, in simple terms, is all about those important documents. Let us suppose I say you are preparing for the elicitation, and the elicitation is around creating or coming up with Unilever canteen ordering system. Yes. In the supporting material, Shashi and others, you may come up with certain presentation with a description of high level requirements, because at present you just have high level requirements. In this presentation, you can talk about what are the different problem statements. There may be different problem statements. In the supporting material, you may also come up with what are the important business needs so that they can review and provide their feedback. Yes, in this document, you can also come up with a rough draft of the solution that you are trying to achieve. So supporting material simply means certain important visuals, text-based documents, or the combination. Those may help you have a very good discussion with certain examples. Yes, like I have this presentation on my screen, a colorful presentation with different colors. And if I take you all to your Babok guide, you'll understand the importance of the supporting material. If I take you to prepare for elicitation, and imagine if I open this list, yes, and start reading everything. Yes, what will happen? Half of the audience will go off to deep sleep. Yes. So what is supporting material, Shashi and others? Business analysts identify the source of information that are needed to conduct the elicitation activity. Yes, there might be a great deal of information needed to conduct elicitation, including people, system, historical data, material, and documents. Document could be existing system documents, certain important rules, organizational policies, regulations, or even certain important contracts or some obligations. Okay, you can see here it may also have a rough draft version of the analysis that you have done so far. Getting it? You don't expect your business users to tell you everything. You have to come up with a draft version of your analysis so that you can take it to the next level from there. And in that draft version, you may come up with certain models, specifications, pictures. Yes, those may help you have a very fruitful discussion with the key stakeholders. May include some historical data if you're doing some data analysis. It may include your own research if you've done some prior research. It may include some high-level requirements that you have analyzed. It may include the draft version, what you think about the solution. So all such things, those may promote a healthy discussion, may be part of your supporting material. What generally I suggest my learners as part of supporting material is create a mind map. I think I had suggested you all as well the same thing in the previous session, that nowadays they're not going to read your bullet points or the detailed lengthy text document. You come up with certain mind map, think about all the possible components, and then you may have a detailed discussion around each and every component to the mind map. So create a mind map, create some visual, yes, because picture speaks 1,000 words, and then have a detailed discussion with your key stakeholders. Let's now talk about few important techniques here. You all can see there are so many techniques mentioned here, and the good thing is we have discussed most of the techniques. The one important technique, the very, you may say, good technique or very important technique here is data mining. Now, before I start with data mining, we'll first talk about the context diagram. The data flow diagram we'll discuss first, and then we'll talk about data mining. Let's see what is the context diagram. You all have to draw this as part of your projects. Let's see what is the practical significance behind it. And let's see how context diagram helps in data mining. Okay. So let me take you all to the Babok guide and let me open one of the context diagram from the list. And then we'll talk about context diagram in detail. This is the context diagram on your screen, everyone. Also known as Gain-Sarson notation. After two researchers, we came up with this representation. You all can observe here, everyone, external agents, the square shapes, and one circle in the middle, it says data processing. And then it's mentioned verb, noun, phrase naming. Look at this diagram for a few seconds. Try to absorb everything and then answer my question. My question to you all is a very basic question to answer. For every external agent that you see here, it's mentioned here noun. And for this circle, it's mentioned both verb and noun here. Why do you all think noun is mentioned for every external agent? And why is verb mentioned for data processing? This question is from your class 1 knowledge. Because you are coming out with the simple answer first. Verb is about action. Then what is noun? Noun was something that we used to study first before verb. Yes. So very good answer from you, Ritika and others. This noun, everyone, if you see here, noun is the source of information for us. We are getting the data that may be raw in nature from the external agents. Noun, the definition that we used to have in our first standard, noun can be any person, not name, person, place, or a thing. Yes, this is what we used to study in our first standard. So this simply means that external source of information can be from any stakeholder, as a group or the individuals may provide some information. Place can be any database location. And I think it can be some agencies. So this simply means when we are doing our data analysis, the source of information, the external agent, these can be some group of stakeholders providing some necessary information. This can be some access to the database repositories from where we are fetching some information. And these can also be certain agencies. Those are responsible to provide some good data set. For example, if you all are looking for some very good data set for your analysis, you can simply go to Kaggle, and Kaggle is one very important source to get some very useful data. Let me share this link in the chat box here. You can see here 6,844 data sets. Global cyber security, mobile data set. There's so many important things that you'll find here. And learners who are interested to perform data analysis using Python, Tableau and all, this Kaggle data set will really help you perform your data analysis. So you can see here, coming back to our discussion here, that when we are talking about everyone, the external agents are the noun or simply the source of the raw input. And then what we are doing in data processing, as part of data processing, we are trying to transform this raw input to the useful output. This is the useful output, everyone. So what we are doing here, everyone, context diagram is all about identifying all the key sources of information and then how well you're able to transform that information into the useful information. This is the first level. Let's talk about the second level, the more detailed diagram. Look at this one. External agents, external agents, external agents, external agents as noun, input data noun, data processing here separately because we want to simplify the things, and transformed output data is stored in the data repository. So what is the objective of context diagram, everyone? The objective is data transformation. And what is data transformation? From raw data to the useful data or the information. Is everybody clear with this explanation? What is the context diagram? Yes. And now you all have to draw such context diagram as part of your projects as well. So let me show you all few diagrams. Data storage is the last step in the data flow diagram. Yes, objective is not about storing the information. Objective is about transformation. This transformation once we have done, then for repository's sake, we create the data storage. Yeah. But the major objective is to transform the data. Is everybody with me following this thing? Okay. So data warehousing we are doing at the last so that we can keep a record of the transformed output data. But the major objective is to transform raw data into the useful information. Okay. Some of my learners come up with the counter argument and say that why at all the output data is shared with external agents again. Some of my learners in the morning batch had to say that Vaibhav, in my project, I'm working on data flow diagrams and we never have this thing. They are totally correct here. This is completely optional. In few cases, or most of the cases, what happens is when we transform the data, this has certain confidential information. This is organizational specific in few cases. And we don't want to share this transformed data to any other external agent. We just simply store this in data repository for our internal purposes. So yes, Learners who had this observation, do you all had this question in your mind, some of you, that why we have output shared with external agents? If you had this question, this is a very valid question, Shambhu and others. Sharing the output transform data with external agents is completely optional. Most of the companies are reluctant to share the transformed output with others. They'll just store it in their local repositories. They do not share this information with the external agents again. But in few cases, what happens is that these external agents have certain, you may say, non-disclosure agreements or certain contractual obligations. They are part of your overall project. Then you can share with them as well so that they have the clear understanding around the transformed data. On this output data things, it's completely optional. It totally depends upon the organization structure and culture, whether you are sharing this information with external agents or not. Main objective of context diagram is first thing. Let's talk about the objectives. First objective is to identify the source of information. Yes. Second thing is the sink of information. Sink simply means how well you're able to apply filters, how well you're able to process the information that you get from the source. Sink is nothing but your output or transform data. And to achieve sync from source, you will perform processing of the data. In the data processing, you may apply certain important rules, certain important filters, certain important quality checks, and others to ensure that the sync, the data repository has the valuable information and you manage to remove redundant, duplicate, irrelevant information from the source from where you're getting the information. So the objective is to identify all the possible sources of information and then apply certain important criteria to transform the data, the input data from the source into the useful output data. Okay. And you'll find the details here in your book as well. If you look at, you can see here, entity, source, and sink. These are the important things. So goal of the diagram in one sentence is to perform data transformation so as to get the transformed data, the required data, the useful data that can be stored in the data repositories. Okay, till this point with me, everyone. Shall we move ahead and talk about the data mining now? Another example. Okay, let's take one more example. Look at this diagram. Hospital management system is acting as the processing unit, or you can simply say verb here. And you can see here, doctors and nurses are coming up with certain inputs and it is providing certain outputs. Lab and radiology, billing team, patients, these all are acting as the source of information. And what is happening here in the middle? The system is acting as the processing unit and providing the responses based upon the inputs. They are asking for diagnosis and prescriptions. This is giving us the order test reports. Are you getting it, Osman and others? So this is all about processing of the information so as to get the useful information from the complete set of information. That's your context. Right. What is data mining all about? How it works? And what's the practical significance behind it? Data mining, Osman, it has three important techniques associated with it. First technique here is the descriptive data mining. Second technique is the diagnosis. And the last technique here is prediction or predictive data modeling. Descriptive, diagnostic, and predictive data mining. Let's talk about some very simple examples to start with. Very simple layman example we'll discuss first, and then we'll discuss about some standard examples to understand how it works. The question from your class 6 geography is that we have two important words that we use in geography. One is your climate, and another is the weather. What is the main difference between climate and the weather, everyone? How you differentiate between the two? Or do you all think it is one and the same thing? Weather and the climate. What's the difference? Ritika is saying that weather may change daily, whilst climatic conditions may be longer, like your seasons. So you're telling me the seasons represent something related to climate, and weather is the temperatures recorded daily, or the day-to-day, you may say, observations. Is there anyone with any other answer for this? Weather is short term and climate is the long term. Now I'll narrate this story in a specific time and place. I narrate this story to you all in terms of data mining. Let's see how many are able to follow. When we are able to identify, when we do the diagnosis of the weather, the details of weather we record first, part of descriptive data mining. As part of diagnosis, we are trying to identify certain patterns and trends in the weather. And those patterns and trends in the weather help us come up with the climatic conditions for that region. So what I'm trying to tell you all here is that you all are telling me that it's long term, and how we define this long term. This is on the basis of the certain patterns or trends in the weather. Like here in India, if I talk about, everybody knows that on 5th of June, monsoon is going to hit the Kerala coast. Yes, this is something that we all have been listening for years on the national television, that the monsoon is going to hit the Kerala coast on 5th of June. How we are so sure that will happen on 5th of June, something around this time? Because this is one pattern observed over a long period of time, so we are able to predict that this day this will be happening. So what is happening in data mining, everyone? Data mining is about how well you're able to describe the data. Context diagram will help us with some useful information, output data that may help us come up with a descriptive data mining, describe the accurate information. And for this information, we may come up with certain patterns and trends in the information, and that may help us in certain predictions. Okay, I'll show you the live example. It will make more sense to you all. So let us suppose I'm opening this Excel sheet in Tableau. Or do you all want to practice this thing parallelly with me? I can share with you all the details how to install this Tableau tool. It won't take more than 5 minutes for you all to install this. And then you can easily install this tool. Let me demonstrate how to install this. And then you can mention your name, last name. Do not mention your professional email ID. Mention your personal email ID, role, and also your country. And then you can download the app. Yes, it takes only 15 seconds to fill out, and then you'll have access to this tool. You'll find this page once you've downloaded this. You'll find this as the main page, and you will reach there within 5 minutes or 4 minutes if you want. It's the free version. Public version is free of cost. There's no license fee involved in this W public version. So you all can plug and play with this, get some hands-on experience. And then once you are there into the Tableau batch, it will be easy for you to understand the things. Simply, you just need to mention your few details, click on download. It may take another few minutes. And then meanwhile, you all can do one more thing. From Kaggle, you can download one data set. You all have data sets here. So download any data set. Let us suppose I say we are talking about, you can download any data set of your own choice, like customer transactions. Yes, and you can download this using this download button. You can simply download the zip file and you'll have the details. You can sign in here and then you can easily download your data set using the download option, and then you can play with the data offline. Okay, so data you can download from here. From where you get data set? Yes, you can get the data set from Kaggle. Yes, you can click on the data set and then download some data set from here. Like if you see an unclean customer data download option, you can download. So this is the link. You can simply click on this link, mention your details. Again, I'm telling you all, do not mention your professional email ID. It may cause problems in your projects. They may share some advertisements and other things. So you just need to mention your personal email ID, your Gmail ID, Yahoo ID, or any other ID that you have. Okay. Do not mention your professional email ID. Osman, shall we proceed? You are also with me. It won't open as of now. Almost there. Okay. So if it's not opening, then you can search it here. Yes. And then you can click on the icon, then it will open. Getting it? If it's finished, then if it's not getting open by itself, you can go to search and then click on the icon, then you can easily open this. Okay. In few cases, it may have like initiated on the background. So press Window D and you may find it running in the background as well. It happens sometimes if you have multiple documents open. Microsoft Excel, Carry and others, you all can see here that there are a lot of, you may say, uh, files that you all can import here, like Microsoft Excel, text file, JSON file, and all such things. So I'll show you one sample. I'll just relaunch this Tableau once more. And I'll just show you some sample data that I have. Some data sets for which I have already created some visuals. So you can see here that I have the data store here, few important things. And I can load some new data set as well. And you can see here that I have one data set, and that is related to credit card customer data. And you can see here that the details are mentioned here. And then what I'm doing is I'm going to sheet one, very similar to what we have in Excel. What I'll do here is I'll simply drag and drop few things in the rows, few things in the columns, and with the help of the important views that I have here, I can come up with some very good attractive visuals. Yes, so I have few data sets that I already created. So I'll show you all some good example using some existing data. Just give me a second. I think there's some issue here. Now you all can see in this sheet here that this is the daily rate table, for which what I have done here is, if you see here, that I have created certain graphical representations, and these representations help us identify the peaks, the smaller frequencies, and all such information helps us identify certain patterns and trends in the data. For example, if I say I'm talking about the rows, if I click here, you all can see here, I have all these measures here like sum, average, median, count, minimum, maximum, percentiles, 5 percentile, 10 percentile, 50 percentile, standard deviation, variance, and all these important things. Those may help us perform the diagnosis of the data. And you all can see on the top here, analytics tab. Here you all can see it's mentioned here, clustering, forecasting, trend lines, medians, quartiles. These all are few important things, distribution bands, box plots, reference lines. These all would help you come up with some very important data diagnosis. And that diagnosis may help you in your predictive analysis, coming up with certain forecasting. You all can see here that there's just so many shapes that we have here, so many important visuals that we have here. And these all visuals may help you come up with some very attractive reports as well. Yes. And if I take you deeper into this thing, you all can come up with certain coding as well. And you may come up with more attractive visuals here using all these important, you may say, edit options, creating certain important simple piece of code and making your visuals look more attractive. All such things will be covered as part of your Tableau course. So what we're trying to achieve using this Tableau tool, we have certain data in the form of tables, like this daily rate table we have here. Yes, and with the help of the data, we are trying to come up with certain important patterns and trends. And those trends and patterns help us come up with certain forecasting, certain predictions. And in simple terms, it helps us take some important decisions. So when I'm talking about everyone, data mining, data mining is all about descriptive data mining to have structured and organized data that you can easily get after the context diagram, after the data flow diagram. You can easily get some transformed data, some useful information. That useful information, you can create certain graphical representations, apply measures of central tendency, correlation, regression, probability distribution functions, permutation, combinations, mathematics, and that may lead to certain important decision making in the form of predictions. Nowadays, you all must have observed this thing, Kerry, Osman, and others. In most of the companies, the CEOs, the CFOs, financial officers, these all people are middle age. Somebody is around 40 to 45 years, maximum 50 years. But if I take you all back 20 years back, 25 years back, CEOs, CFOs used to be all gray hair fellows with more than 55 years of age. Why do you all think the relatively younger people are getting a chance to become the CEOs and CFOs now? Because nowadays we are into the world of data analysis, machine learning, artificial intelligence. And for any decision, we don't need, simply in very straightforward terms, we don't need that prior experience that much. The more focus is upon somebody who is able to analyze the data, identify certain patterns and trends, and based on that, he or she is able to take some important decisions. So this is the important thing, that nowadays it's all about data-driven decision making. That's why you find some younger generation, not younger, but relatively younger people in the senior management nowadays. So to summarize, data mining is about three important things: descriptive data mining, diagnostic data mining, and the predictive data mining. And these three important techniques may help you come up with the decisions to be state or forecasting based upon patterns and trends identified as part of your diagnosis. So data mining is all about how well you're able to identify certain patterns and trends in the data, and those patterns and trends will help you come up with certain predictions. Okay. I'll tell you one data mining lighter note that I perform in my session. It means data mining is about how well you're able to come up with the right set of information first as part of descriptive data mining. With that data, how well you're able to apply measures of central tendency, mean, median, mode, how well you're able to play with that data using statistical methods, how well you're able to come up with certain correlation regression with that data, and then you will be able to come up with certain important trends and patterns in that data set. Those trends, those patterns may help you come up with certain predictions. And those predictions are very close to the accurate results as well, because those predictions are based upon your mathematics, not upon your gut feeling. So that's why data mining is becoming very important technique in modern day agile world, in the world of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and Internet of Things. Data mining can be easily done using tools like Tableau. Traditionally, data mining was done using the pivot tables and conditional formatting in Excel. But since in the modern day agile world, we have billions of data, trillions of data, large volumes of data. So we generally prefer Power BI and Tableau to come up with an effective data mining. Okay. So that was about everyone. We'll move ahead and we'll talk about data modeling. Yes. So today, everyone, we have started with chapter number 4. And let me take you all to the Babok guide table of content. So we have started with chapter number 4, elicitation and collaboration knowledge area. And here we are primarily focusing upon the 5 important tasks listed here: prepare for elicitation, conduct elicitation, confirm elicitation results, communicate business analysis information, and manage stakeholder collaboration. 5 important tasks here. We have discussed about preparation as the first topic today. And as part of preparation, we have discussed about few important things. So let's quickly go through that. So we have discussed about preparation here, that preparation is about understanding the scope of elicitation activity, selecting the appropriate technique to conduct the elicitation, and plan for supporting material and the resources. Here, the business needs, the stakeholder engagement approach are the key inputs that we're getting from the previous knowledge area. And these two inputs may help us come up with the logistics, the scope of elicitation activity, selected techniques, and supporting material. And then we have few important elements here: understanding the scope, selection of the appropriate technique, set up the logistics, secure supporting material, and prepare the stakeholders. Now, from the interviews perspective, learners who are preparing for interviews, we all can create one short form as 5S to learn and remember these 5 important elements. Scope, first S; selection of the technique, second S; setup, third S; supporting material, fourth S; and stakeholders, fifth S. So 5S are the 5 important elements when we prepare for elicitation. They may ask you such question in the interviews: what are the important elements as part of preparation of the elicitation? So if you know the 5S, you may come up with a very organized answer to such questions. So this was about the elements that we had discussed. After that, everyone, we have discussed about one very important technique here: data flow diagram, first thing, and then the data mining. As part of data flow diagram, we have discussed about one very popular diagram, that is context diagram. In the context diagram, we talked about noun, that's the source; verb, that's the action; and the processing of that information to come up with the data storage or the repositories. Data flow diagram, as we have discussed, the main primary focus, the goal is to perform data transformation. Data transformation simply means to convert raw data into the useful information. Data you may have from different sources. Data transformation may help you come up with the data storage, and this is about the useful information. That useful information can be used as part of descriptive data mining to structure and organize the data. And then we have 2 more techniques that we use as part of data mining, everyone. Can any one of you recollect those 2 important techniques that we have discussed apart from descriptive? First one is descriptive data mining, then the diagnosis, and then based on diagnosis, as Osman is mentioning, Shashi is also coming with a good point here. Based upon the diagnosis, we may then come up with certain predictions. Predictions may help us come up with certain important forecasting. Data-driven decision making, as we had discussed. No gut feeling, more about data-driven decision making, or even defining the future state. These all things can be easily done with the help of predictive data modeling. And as part of your Python course, you'll learn about predictive modeling in detail. I have few details of Python projects, but you'll find a separate trainer, another trainer will be talking about the predictive modeling using the Python coding. Yes, so I'll just show you all on high level what you're going to see in your upcoming courses. So using the Jupyter notebook, how to come up with predictive modeling using Python programming. It's very simple, it's very basic. You just need to understand a few important libraries that we have in Python. And those libraries help you come up with the predictive modeling in a very organized manner. So let's look at how it's done. I'll just show you few basic things as part of Tableau or as part of Python. It's taking few minutes. I'll just show you all how it is done using the Python. So you can see here, this is the main local host for me, and I can open one predictive modeling project, and I can show you all things related to Python as well that helps us in performing diagnosis as well as the predictions. Yes, it's loading. It may take another few seconds to load. So there are a lot of information it's taking. So you can see there's few libraries like NumPy, Matplotlib, Pandas, and others. Using these libraries, we can come up with a very attractive predictive models, box plots, histograms. Yes, these all you're going to learn as part of your Tableau program. How to create such graphical representations, these heat maps, and all such things you'll learn in your upcoming courses. Python is very simple. You just need some simple basic code to come up with some very attractive visuals. Okay, so it's not that difficult when we compare this with Java, C Sharp, and other programming languages. Okay, so that was about everyone what we had discussed before the break. Now we have to start with another very important topic, and that is conduct elicitation. The objective is, the purpose is information relevant to the change. How well we are able to draw out, explore, and identify that information. We have the key inputs here as supporting material, resources, and the activity plan. And the output is unconfirmed elicitation results. Those are confirmed in the next task, that is confirmed elicitation results. Now, when we are conducting the elicitation, there are three important pillars to the requirements elicitation, and these we had discussed earlier as well. Collaboration, research, and experiments. Collaboration is about interaction with the stakeholders and relying on their experience. But is this a good thing to rely on a stakeholder's experience? No, because stakeholders may not know about the complete business analysis information. And that's what happened in that story that we had discussed from Arabian Nights. Yes, that the vagabonds, those people around, were not able to help you with the exact set of information. So then it's also very important for any business analyst to perform the research. Research is more about discover information from the documents, historical data, because the stakeholders may not know about this information. And the last thing is the experiments. Experiments is about discover information without the stakeholders of the document. Here, prototyping or the proof of concept is one very good example. Appdiagram.net. So what we are discussing today is one important section or component to the prototyping technique. With me? Yes. So we'll talk about prototyping. We'll talk about the pilot release, beta release, operation release, all such things we're going to discuss in the sessions to come. Today we are just talking about wireframing as an integral component to prototyping technique. Okay. Now let's click on this blue button, more shapes. Under the software section, you will find here one important, you may see here mockups as a section here. You just need to select this and click on apply. Click on more shapes, softwares. Under softwares, you will find here mockups. On apply. When you click on apply, everyone, and if you scroll down, you'll find here mockup buttons, mockup containers, and mockup forms. Is everybody able to locate these important icons and symbols in the left hand menu? Mockup buttons, mockup forms, mockup containers. Let's create one wireframe. In the mockup containers, everyone, one, two, three. Third column, first row, if you click here, you'll be able to drag and drop the outer frame of the wireframe like this. Yes, this is the outer frame that we have created. Let's try. Didn't get it? Okay. Are you able to find the mockup containers? In the mockup containers, first row and third column, browser window as the outer frame for your wireframe. Just double click and it will appear on your main page the way it is appearing for me. Now, let's draw and create one inner frame as well. Let us suppose I say this wireframe is for the login page as part of canteen ordering system. Yes, so what we'll do is now in the mockup forms, you'll find one sign-in page that you can simply drag and drop onto the main screen like this. So now you have the outer frame as well as the inner frame. Inner frame you will find under the mockup forms in the fourth row, last column. Just simply drag and drop and arrange this to any corner the way I've done here. This is the main page, login page. I can add some image as well. For image, I can click on this plus icon and then I can upload some image from my local machine. So I'll try to open some image, but I see that I don't have any good image in my system. Else I would have simply selected and opened that image. Since I do not have any image in my system for the food, I can simply copy some image from Google food image. I can search here for any food image. And then that food image I can simply copy in my wireframe. So I'll use the snipping tool here and simply copy this image and I'll paste it somewhere here. So I'll add the image here. I'll resize it and I'll add it like this. Till this point with me, everyone. Yes. Let us suppose now, and I have this wireframe ready, and I'm having a discussion with Prachi and Shashi. I'm trying to conduct the elicitation. Prachi is not happy, Shashi is not happy. They said, Weber, why you have mentioned page 1 here? We had clearly stated in our previous discussion that we need very clear information for our users. So make it Unilever canteen ordering system. We don't want any confusion related to the page. It should be very clear to everyone that this is Unilever canteen ordering system. Then we have Apurva with us. Apurva says, why this URL? I had mentioned this thing that we have to use the URL so that everybody knows the URL that you're going to use. So you can mention here Unilever dot UK dot in. Then, then we have few more observations. Let me make some rearrangements here. Then we have few more observations. It's an important thing for us to ensure that safety and security as the NFR is followed. You have just mentioned password. We also need one-time password to come up with proper authorization, authentication of this application. That's okay, fine. I'll try to add this thing here. And I'm coming up with one additional field here as one-time password. Then we have Osman with us. Osman says, Vaibhav, this look and feel I'm not happy with. One blue button here, one blue button here. This is looking a bit complex to me. Can you please rearrange? I say, okay, Osman, I'll try to arrange this like this. He says, why we have this new user here? Bring it just closer to sign up. Then we have Carrie with us. Carrie says, where is the trademark logo of our company? I had clearly stated that we need the logo of our company at the bottom. Then somebody coming up with Somnath is saying that Vaibhav, you should also remove this picture. It's not looking good. Somnath says that I'll click one picture from my DSLR camera wherein all the managers are having lunch in our cafeteria, senior people, and that should be there on the main screen. This picture is not looking good. Don't you all think with such a simple mock-up, we are able to extract such a useful information from all the stakeholders? Imagine if I would have created one Word document and I would have listed all these fields in the form of a table. It would have taken weeks for us to get the approvals. But here, with the help of this visual, we are able to get some very honest feedback and we're having a very healthy discussion with our business users. Yes or no? And that's the main advantage. That's the main, you may say, use of creation of the wireframes. And you can see here that there is no technicality here, no coding, no programming, simply drag and drop few frames and the things are done for you. And then based on this wireframe, you may come up with the specifications, get the approvals, and then you may start with the implementation. Is everybody able to understand the practical significance behind creating these wireframes? These wireframes may help you conduct the licitation and gain some important review comments, feedbacks from the key stakeholders. That's why we create the wireframes. A basic tool to start with. When you are comfortable creating diagrams using app diagram, then you can also try some standard tools very popular in the industry nowadays, and that is Balsamiq. Balsamiq helps us come up with very attractive visuals. It's very popular. So many companies are looking for the analyst who know how to create wireframes using Balsamiq. Just install this. You can see there's so many companies using it. Just install the trial version for 30 days and try it yourself. Just plug and play the way we did for app diagram. And you'll be able to create some very attractive visuals using this Balsamiq tool. Okay. Another very important tool, a very popular one is Figma. Figma is also used for the creation of wireframes, colorful, attractive wireframes. You can also install the Figma tool in a very similar manner, drag and drop few things, and you'll be able to create some very attractive visuals using the Figma as well. Okay, can make prototyping using AI and other things. So a lot of important things you'll find here. Now, the next thing is everyone, when we conduct the elicitation, there are few important techniques. Those may help us conduct the elicitation. One of the very important technique is data modeling. Data modeling, when we talk about everyone, data modeling can be further divided into three important models. Conceptual data model, logical data model, and at last, the data model that is physical data model. Conceptual, logical, and the physical data model. Let's try to understand what is conceptual data model, how it is different from logical data model, and what exactly we are doing as part of physical data model. So for that thing, again, I'll take you all back to the Tableau tool, and then we'll talk about data modeling in detail. So let me open the Tableau tool one more time, and let's look at the data source here. Now, my first question to you all, a very simple question to start with is, in this table that you all see on your screen, there are few attributes and there are few values. What are the attributes here and what are the corresponding values that you see on your screen? Very simple question to start with. Alba is saying customer key is one of the attribute. Is customer key the only attribute that we have here? This first row here, or simply the column header that we have here, this represents the list of attributes. Yes, column headers and all these rows of data, these all are nothing but the corresponding values. So in a way, you all are telling me that one attribute may have several values. One attribute may have several values. My next question to you all is a very logical, very basic question. If you all are saying that these all are the attributes on your screen, then what is the entity here? You all are saying that this is the attribute. I completely agree with you all. You all are telling me that these are the values. Fine. The next topic is to understand what is the entity here. Entity is this sheet 1. Yes, that is related to credit card customer data. This is the entity on your screen at you. Now, Parmita and others, I'll come up with one more statement. Let's see how many of you are able to follow. My next statement is one One entity may have several attributes. So now I'll summarize this. One entity, many attributes, one attribute having many values. Yes, perfect till this point, everyone. One more example. Let's take one more example. Let us suppose I say that one of my entity that I am creating is Shashi and others name. Name is one entity or a table that I have come up with. In this name entity, what can be the corresponding attributes, Shashi and others? It can be your first name, middle name, last name, your age, your gender, and other details. These all are the attributes associated with this name entity. First name can be Shashi, Alpa, Vaibhav, and they can be different values here. Similarly, middle name, similarly, last name, similarly, age, gender, and educational qualification and others. Getting it, Shashi, now? So it's about first coming up with the entity. Entity may have several attributes, an attribute may have several values. This is how we come up with the structure when we are creating any database table. Shall we move to the next level and talk about the next important thing here? Next important thing is when we have this structure ready, next thing is to come up with the business key or the primary key or unique identifier. What is the business key? What is the primary key? And what is the unique identifier, everyone? Let us suppose I say, let us suppose I say we have Apurva with us. Yes, we have Apurva with us and we have Osman with us and we have first row of data for Apurva. Next row of data is exact copy of the first row and is again for Apurva. Third row of data is for Osman and the same set of data is there in the fourth row for Osman. This means that in this table, we have some duplicate information available. We have some redundant information available. So the first thing that we'll do is we'll remove the duplicacies, remove redundant and irrelevant information, and that is known as the rule of normalization. When we normalize any table, we are trying to come up with the explicit set of information by removing redundant and the duplicate information. And after that, we'll try to identify the column or the list of columns. Those may help us come up with the unique set of values. For example, if you look at this table here, and I come up with one important column here as customer ID or customer key that's already there. Customer key or customer ID may have one unique ID associated with each and every customer that's not getting repeated, and that may act as a unique identifier or a primary key for any given database table. And all these things that we have discussed, these all are part of conceptual data model. Let's see the definition. Let's discuss this thing from your class notes and let's see what is conceptual data model. Session number 5. Page number 3. You'll find data modeling, and first thing is conceptual data model. So what is data modeling, everyone? Preparing, structuring, and organizing the data in the given format that is easy to comprehend and easy to store as well. Generally, data models from a relational database management perspective are organized in the form of an array that is a matrix or a Tableau representation. Data modeling can be carried out using three possible models. The first one is conceptual data models. This model helps to define and come up with a clear meaning of attributes used in the database tables. Once the attributes are clearly defined, it also helps to apply the rule of normalization, that is, remove duplicate, redundant, or waste values from the database tables. This in turn helps to identify the unique identifiers and other data elements in the given table. Let's switch our focus to logical data model and let's try to create one logical data model using the same app diagrams, and let's see what is logical data model. So the logical data model, as you all can see on your screen, it is the next step after the creation of conceptual data model. This model helps to logically establish connections amongst different database tables. And let's see how it is done with the help of one example. Yes. So I'll take you all back to the app diagram and let's draw a few things here. Let me again copy paste this link in the chat box. You all can bookmark this link. Here, you all have to click on this More Shapes button. And then under the software, you'll find here, everyone, Entity Relationship. Click on Apply, and then you'll find here some very useful information. Entity Relationship diagram. And you'll find it entity relationship and these important shapes. Now drag and drop few tables the way I'm doing it here. And then we'll try to understand how to create one entity relationship diagram. This is one table, and let us suppose this is for the students. For any student table, the student ID may act as the primary key. And then what can be the possible rows of data? This may include your name, your what else? Name, age, educational qualifications. Let us suppose this is about the country of residence, the country code is acting as the primary key, and we have here the country name, the continent, and other info. Now, my question to you all is, listen to the question carefully and then answer. If my statement is all the learners as part of this batch, everybody has a single citizenship, we are making an assumption that everybody in this live sessions from the planet Earth, not from any other planet, not from any other galaxy, everybody is coming from the geographical location defined as a country. Then, if you have to map students with the country, what will be that mapping? Is that one to one or one to many? Students to country mapping, when every student has just single citizenship, no dual citizenship, and everybody is from the planet Earth. Think logically. If you are saying one to many, Somnath, it means you are saying that Somnath may have citizenship of more than one country. But is that the case? No. Student to country. Osman, we are talking about student to country, not country to students. Student country. Then the answer is, Osman and others, Parvita, we are talking about student to country, not country to students. Think from this direction. This is the main primary key, student ID. And this has to be mapped with country ID. Let us suppose one student is Parmita, another is Alpa. All these students will have a single citizenship. So here the relationship is one to one. Okay. And now you all can find here some important symbols and notations related to one to one. Few countries may have, like let us suppose, like from India, we have 10 students. Yes, but our reference point is not country code. For us, the primary case is student ID. We are doing mapping of students with country, not country with students. If country code was the primary key and the reference point was country, then we can say many to one. But for us, the reference point is student. So student ID is acting as a primary key here. That's why it is one to one. I make country here. If I bring this thing here, and then if I ask you, then you can say many to one. But here, the main reference point is students, not the country. Are you with me on this thing? Getting it, Usman and others, or getting confused? Student, each and every student has a single citizenship. That's why you have one-to-one mapping. There shouldn't be any confusion. Shashi, Osman, yes, Shashi and Osman. If I talk about Shashi is from India, Osman is from India, Brunei is from some country. So when we are talking about this student ID, every student has the single citizenship. That's why it is one-to-one relationship. We are not concerned about many students from one country. That's not the requirement. The requirement is to map students with their countries, not the country to their students. Getting it? If the question was country to the student, then many to one is fine. But here the requirement is that you have to come up with the mapping of students with country. If you say one to many, it means you are saying one student may have multiple citizenships, and that's not the valid scenario. So that's why the answer is one to one relationship. There shouldn't be any confusion. It's very simple, straightforward. Yes, I can take one more example. Let's take one more example. Yes, let me first complete this, and then I'll take one more example to explain you this thing outside. Let's take one more example. Let us suppose I say I have one more table here, and that is about the feedback. And here we have the feedback form number as the primary key. Once we are done with our live session, feedback survey form appears in your chat box. Students like Shashi, Alpa, Parmita, they all click on that link and they provide the feedback. Parmita tries to again fill that form, but then there is one message on the screen that with this student ID, form has already been filled. You do not have privileges to provide the feedback again. If such a statement you find on your screen, what is the relation between student ID and the feedback form number? Here you can simply see this is a simpler case that you are just allowed to fill the form one time only. Yes, so that's why this is one-to-one mapping. But if I say that we are talking in the reverse direction, it may be that the same feedback is provided by multiple learners. Yes, that case may be many to one case, but here it's about students to feedback form, and that is just one to one case. But if I say, I'll take one more example. If I say Osman, Parmita, Shashi, part of the PG CBAP, and you have here course ID as the primary key. Courses here offered as part of this program is CBAP, data analysis using Tableau, and also Python. Then, then Osman, Parmita, and others, what is the mapping that will come up with students and courses now? Think logically. Student ID and the course ID. One to many or many to many. Many to many is not the right answer. Answer is one to many because one student, multiple courses. Okay. So how you will come up with the mapping here? So you have to search for one to many here, and you can simply add it like this. Here you may come up with one to one and add it like this. Yes. So what we are trying to achieve here, we are trying to connect different entities together so that we are able to come up with proper data structure within the relational database management. And you can see here in one-to-many relationship, it looks like some bird's foot. That's why this diagram on your screen is also known as the crow's foot notation. So what we have discussed here is the entity. These all are entities on your screen. And these all are relationships. This diagram is known as entity, relationship, diagram, ERDs. And ERD is also known as the crow's foot notation. So this is the logical data model to logically connect different entities together and define the relationship like one to one, one to many to one, and so on. And once you have all these things in place, the last thing is, everyone, the physicalization. What is physicalization, everyone? Especially people who have performed data analysis in their projects. What is your understanding towards this term physical data model? Very popular in most of the projects. What is data physicalization, everyone? I'll take one example to explain you all the physicalization thing. Let us suppose I say I'm creating few class notes for my learners. I'm creating few class notes for my learners, and I have these notes in my local machine, in my laptop. One scenario. Another thing is I have created one drive link, and on Google Drive, I have uploaded this class notes folder, and I've given access to all my learners so that they all can refer the class notes. This is scenario number 2. Which scenario tells you that class notes are physicalized, and which scenario tells you that class notes are not physicalized, everyone? When you have something available on cloud, when you have something available in the database server and stakeholders have access to that, that information is known as data physicalization. You all must have heard of this thing, Parmita, Alpa and others, that system is down, deployment is in progress. You all must have received those email. Yes, that system is not available for 2 hours or 3 hours today due to downtime, due to deployment, due to, you may say, go live activities. What is happening in the go live? What is happening in the deployment? In the deployment window, they are the database administration team. They are physicalizing the new set of information. And after the database refresh, you'll find some additional tables, some additional information within relational database. So Somnath, Parmita and others, what is physicalization? It helps to load the logically connected tables onto some database server or the cloud location. The availability of the tables in some servers or cloud location will help all the stakeholders use their data to their own advantage. Some may create their reports, some may come up with the data manipulation. So the physicalization promotes availability of the data in some shared location which is easily accessible and usable for the purpose. In technical terms, it is kind of data deployment. The importance and significance of physical data model. So let's try to relate the things. First, you are creating certain attributes, corresponding values, defining entities, primary keys. Then you are linking all those tables together with the help of ERDs. And then when all these things are done, you load this information onto some server so that all the stakeholders may use or view that information. Is everybody able to establish the connectivity amongst all the three models? First tables, then linking the tables, and then loading these tables onto some server for everybody to use. With me on this thing? You all must have heard of this very popular term that we use nowadays, ETL. And Tableau is one of the ETL tool. What is ETL, everyone? What is the full form? What ETL stands for? Extract. What is T here? Transform, and then load the data so that everybody can use it, and that's part of physicalization. Okay, let's now talk about another technique in the list, and that is focus groups. Let us suppose I say we have Bruna with us and we have Prachi with us. These are acting as the senior business analyst, and they're having a discussion with, let us suppose, the end users or operations managers, and this includes Shashi, and this includes Parmita. Parmita and Shashi are the end users or the operations team managers, and they are responsible to provide the approvals. They are responsible to provide the clarity around the requirements. Shashi and Paramita have shared some requirements when they conduct the elicitation. Bruna and Prachi have created some documents for their approval. Bruna and Prachi share some important documents with them for the approvals. Let us suppose the draft BRD, and they share this thing with Shashi and Paramita. Parmita and Shashi, they reject this BRD saying, please make more changes and submit again. Again, they put in a lot of efforts. Prachi and Bruna, they come up with the new version of BRD. They share with Shashi and Parmita. Again, they reject this saying, no, it's not aligned with our discussion. Please create this one more time and share the new version, the latest version. Now this happens multiple times back and forth. Multiple times back and forth, these things are happening. And now Prachi and Bruna are afraid that this may cause a significant impact to the product delivery, to the roadmap, to the overall timelines of the project. What should Prachi and Bruna do in such scenarios when the users are reluctant to provide the sign-off, when these two BAs are not able to resolve conflicts and build consensus? What's the next thing that you'll do? You've tried your level best, but nothing is happening. You're now frustrated, you're now confused, you don't know what to do. What you'll do then? In such cases, yes, in such cases, you may involve the pre-qualified individuals. Pre-qualified individuals with some good knowledge, experience, and expertise. BA is going to act as a facilitator. He or she will have one discussion guide, and they'll have a detailed discussion in the presence of experts. These are the experts. like domain subject matter experts, senior managers, these all would be part of pre-qualified individuals. And then it will help to resolve conflicts, build consensus, and gain sign off or the buy-in from the key stakeholders. Now, my question to you all is this technique frequently used by a BA, or do you all think it must be a rare occurrence in some very adverse scenarios? How you will apply this, Osman? Every time your end user say no, will not provide sign off, you'll complain this to experts, or do you handle this thing on your own? Yes. Only if, only if you are not able to resolve conflicts on your own, only if this is the last thing that you have to do, only if it is the the situation where it's impacting your product timelines or the deliverables. It's your responsibility to have a discussion with the operations team and users, resolve conflicts, build consensus, make them understand. If you'll involve focus group every now and then, you will not be able to win the trust of your stakeholders. That's very important. Yes, participants to discuss and debate on the ideas. That's your responsibility, as Shashi is mentioning here. If you'll involve the pre-qualified individuals, yes, and everything, then that may create problems later. That's why it's an important thing for a BA to resolve consensus, build consensus. But yes, if it is never ending process, back and forth, no result, then you may involve focus group to gain some expert judgment or the decision. So let me summarize. Focus group, I have the definition on the screen here. So let's discuss from your PPT here, the focus group. Focus group is about the interactive group environments, pre-qualified participants, not everyone. Pre-qualified means good knowledge, experience, and expertise. These may be from the same background, like your domain subject matter experts. These can be from different backgrounds, like your test managers, your operations managers, product owners, and others. Qualitative research, cost effective, and that helps to resolve the conflicts and build consensus. But you can see here that if it is used more frequently, then there may be some trust issues developed. Your business users may come up with the understanding that you do not have good capability as a BA to handle the things on your own. What do you all think is a major difference between brainstorming and the focus group session? The common thing is in both of them we are generating the ideas. But what's the main difference? The main difference is the pre-qualified individuals, the senior management. But here everybody is involved, all of them. But here the important thing is to take some expert judgment or decision. So just having a discussion with pre-qualified individuals. So both may help you generate the ideas and gain consensus. But here the keyword is pre-qualified individuals. Now the next thing is, everyone, once we have conducted the elicitation, the next thing is to gain the confirmation on the elicited results. When we are talking about confirmation of the elicitation results, everyone, you all can see here unconfirmed results that you get when you conduct the elicitation. Confirming the elicitation task, here you'll check the gathered information, check the accuracy and consistency with other information, and this would help you come up with elicitation results confirmed. Which business analysis standard template is used to represent the elicitation results confirmed? What is the name of that business analysis deliverable or the business analysis standard template that captures the elicitation results, everyone? What's the name of that template that includes the elicitation results? Yes, this is the BRD that we are talking about. So what is the BRD, everyone? BRD is nothing but the business requirements plus the elicited results from the key stakeholders, that is stakeholder requirements. Combined together, it is known as the BRD. I may ask you such questions in your interviews as well, that elicitation results can be documented and represented in a standard format. What is this standard template known as? This is the BRD. Now you have this BRD in place. It's signed off, it's approved. What you'll do with this BRD now? What's the next step? Everyone, you have some business and stakeholder requirements that you have captured in the BRD. It's signed off and it's approved. What's the next step? Next step, not the implementation, but yes, what Parmita is mentioning here, communication. It's the right answer. Now we'll communicate this information to all the stakeholders. Yes. So what is the purpose here, everyone? Communicate business analysis information to all the stakeholders so that stakeholders have a shared understanding of business analysis information. Business analysis information, stakeholder engagement approach are the key inputs, and the output is business analysis information communicated to the key stakeholders. Now, when we communicate, we have to keep in mind the approach. If it is predictive, then for obvious reasons, you'll come up with the comprehensive documents, the formal documents. If it is adaptive, we'll come up with the informal documents or presentations or simply the lightweight documentation. So three elements are determine the objectives and format of communication, decide about the form of the package, whether it's a formal documentation that you're going to share with everyone, or it's just informal documentation, verbal communication. And that's how you communicate this thing to the key stakeholders. Let us suppose you communicate and share this BRD with everyone. Let us suppose you have this package, and in this package you have all the important documents and templates and you share with everyone. What is the next thing that you should be prepared with as a business analyst? Imagine, let us suppose you are the trainer and you discuss some topic with the learners, you communicate something from the BABA guide to your learners. What is the next thing that you expect or you should be prepared with, everyone? You are communicating something to others. They may have certain, you may say, clarifications that they need. They may have a few gaps to fill. Then what's your role? And as Alpa is mentioning here, that they may have few additional things to add. Then comes the importance of the last thing, and that is manage stakeholder collaboration. And what we are doing as part of collaboration, everyone, if let us suppose Ritika is coming up with one question, then it's responsibility of a BA to maintain the free flow of information. What is the free flow of information, everyone? Free flow of information is about having continuous, regular, iterative, or discussions with the key stakeholders at regular intervals to resolve conflicts and build consensus. This will help to promote shared efforts to resolve problems and then achieve desired results. Along with preparation for the questions, you also need to check for and monitor the participation of the key stakeholders and monitor for risks related to stakeholder engagements. And that may help you gain agreements on time commitments and resource commitments. So these are the three important elements when we talk about managing stakeholder collaboration, everyone. With that, we are done with this knowledge area. We have completed this knowledge area. And as part of this knowledge area, we have discussed about 5 important tasks. Let's quickly revisit those tasks. So we have discussed about first thing, how to prepare for elicitation, then how to conduct the elicitation, then how to confirm elicitation results, then how to communicate business analysis information, and then at last, how to manage stakeholder collaboration. And now the last thing is, the last topic for the day is the case study here. So you all can see here problem statement, BA not able to deliver the products on time, Botanics pharmaceutical company, and customers switching to competitor products. Now let's look at the key activities here. Business analyst spent some time going through the existing documents. This is nothing but telling you about the document analysis. Business analyst created a high level context diagram. What is the objective or purpose? Why we create the high level context diagram? What's the intent? The data transformation, or you may say the filtered or refined set of information. Scheduled a couple of meetings with the key stakeholders, documented all the collected information and organized the information, and then at last created list of questions for stakeholders to understand their needs. Now, if you look at all these activities, some visuals are created, some meetings happening. So this is all about adaptive ways of working. This case study is about the adaptive approach.
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.